Good afternoon, friends and enemies of YouTube. This is the Axis, and welcome, children of the metaverse. I hope your experience here is a good one, but I don't predict that it will be. Um, I still find joy here, though. I'm amused. I'm amused to the point of almost complete profoundness. especially when you're dealing with something such as the human mind, which I think sometimes people overlook, is YouTube is not a physical interaction. Social media is not an interaction. What I presume this actually is, by assumption only, opinion, is an exchange between minds of a vibrational energy. And it seems to have a powerful effect on people and a profound effect on people. It drives their emotion and it causes them to react, which tells me that if we were all sentient beings living in a hive mind computer, then they better maintain that hive mind in control. Because I know for a fact, putting minds together with freedom of open expression seems to have no positive outcome. It seems that it reflects the society that we've been engineered to endure, and that I endeavor to non-consent. But as a fellow contributor to the madness that is the metaverse, that's just my humble opinion. And the panel is open. And until we get a brave, willing participant, we're going to endeavor into some more Rattblood. Thank you. children of the metaverse. Sometimes on our endeavors through this journey we call life or existence, you encounter a point where you must reconcile with that dark side within you. And until you come to terms with it and you understand that you receive information and it has become so abundant that in a famous statement, I hold true to the fact. Close your eyes, because sometimes it's easier to see in the dark.
It doesn't.
And for those of you that need the experience and are afraid of what's behind your eyes, then maybe dreaming with your eyes wide open is the safest place for you. I've found a little comfort there myself from time to time. And for those of you who seem to be confounded by the last name of Rattblood, this next little song that I wrote will bring you to peace, the understanding that this is a moment of silence and a tribute that I have to give to every rat that I've fed to a snake. And I've owned many, many a circus. All right. That was to every rat that's been fed to this circus. Thank you for your contribution. And we're going to step it up a bit, a little bit of random rat drop. Okay, we got a request for a little commentary about the upcoming eclipse and the possible effect that it's having on people. Um, I do observe the heavens as my timepiece. I don't recognize the calendar or the clock. Those are things that were woven from the hand of man. I think that the true cycle of life lie within the understanding of the heavenly bodies and how they interact with our energies here on Earth. Just as the moon pulls the tide of the ocean, apparently our biological makeup is 70% water or more, which means that we are most likely affected. I know that I've seen what they call full moon madness on occasion, but this seems to be something different. This seems to be some profound marking of some revelation and the applied energy to it that people are giving, and especially the bringing out of the National Guard, travel restrictions. Apparently, they're wanting to promote and take this to the next level, and apparently, they may know something we might not know. To me, that particular alignment with the eclipse isn't so concerning because it means change. Anytime this has ever happened in recorded history, there has been a particular amount of change that took place: revolution, war, displacement of governments and authorities. And this seems to be the cycle that comes with this type of heavenly body alignment. There's a comet involved also here, which comets carry a particular stigma, um, almost like a exiled fallen angel, and people hold to that. They seem to put significance to that. Now, how that affects the human body and the flow of energy and how we interact with it, not really sure, but it does seem to be of some concern. And as for my perspective in the uh, denominational or in the indoctrination schools, I am an omniist and I watch all religion and I utilize what what I feel is proper and what I feel serves me. And I've taken an observation of the various religions and their take on this, and it seems that the Christian church and those involved with the original Church of Rome, or even back to the origins of the Hebrew people, um, this has some really profound significance. Um, I've even seen it go as far as the apocalyptic revelation that is supposed to transpire, written in their text, the Bible, and they have somehow managed to um, create a connection between this upcoming eclipse and this revelation that they are waiting for and seem to be expecting. Some people take the perspective of an older tradition, uh, the Hindu Vedic tradition, the Buddhist monk, even the Mesoamerican. And it seems that this has a profound uh, influence on them throughout history. But they see it as a time of great change, and they see it as a flow of energy that brings around a cycle that apparently carries the significance of recognition of great change. Can't deny it. But I find it fascinating that, you know, participating in the understanding that all religions are a type of indoctrination, and that if you want to free yourself from programming, from social engineering, and you really want to experience the true self from the inside and the connection with the divine, you don't need someone to intervene. You don't need someone to be a mediary, shall I say, to information that is cosmically, energetically, and vastly available to us if you sit still long enough to allow that to happen. And then signs in the heavens don't seem to be as threatening or as overwhelming. It's something you take note of and you can feel the building of it and you can feel the energy of this upcoming heavenly body event, and you can feed into the madness or you can step back and wait for the change. Me personally, I'm just an observer, a participant here as things you are. It's just that I don't buy into what they're selling, whether it be political, religion, policy. It's very difficult for me to ascribe to it because it's not natural construct. And anything that someone who is created equally as me starts to try and govern my experience here, um, become a little upset and have to hold reserve. But that's okay. Let them have their madness and let them have their illusions and delusions of grandeur. Let them have their Internet of Things and let them drive themselves completely insane and as far away from being any type of dignant, sentient being or biological quantum computer, throwing some transhumanism in there. I'm peculiarly interested in the madness. I was raised, unfortunately, um, in Liberty, Kentucky, and the Southern Baptist Hellfire. And by the time I was 9 years old, they had me terrified of burning in hell and the judgment of God. They fed me every type of fear that they could put into me. And when I understood that this guy seems pretty hateful, um, I became concerned with my life's direction. And I began to stray, which in the Southern Baptist family is probably one of the worst things you can do for your credibility. And I was immediately deemed a heretic, an outcast, and naturally a Satanist. And that's okay. You know, I knew that I was free of that indoctrination and the stigmata that it holds over people, and I was released. And I was able to think for myself for the first time, and that creative spark lit inside of me. And I found music profoundly inviting, poetry, writing, mathematics, physics, quantum physics, so much abundance of beautiful creative energy. And I was basking in it, and I did for many, many years. And it helped create the character that I am, the persona that I have to portray and kind of stand behind here in the metaverse. In real life, it's a little different. I can reach out and shake your hand. I can share a warm, loving hug. I can extend courtesies that you can physically interact with. But here in the metaverse, it's just an exchange of mind and energy, vibration and frequency. And I use it as an artistic medium and an interactive social medium. And there are some precautions that you have to take because other people will definitely step up to exploit anything they can, such as the eclipse. And it will carry over and it will affect um, many people profoundly, I'm sure. You know, just as many prophecies have come along throughout the years of, it's the end, it's the end, it's the end. And they're waiting for this being, um, this son of a omnipotent, omnipresent God to appear in the sky and raise them from the dead and deliver them into heavenly peace and cast the other ones into a pit of fire. And I just think that that's a horrible state of mind to have, and especially to apply it to a celestial event. Shame on you. Shame on you. For every frightened child that has been indoctrinated and is laid in fear because their parent didn't have enough mental coherence and capacity or compassion not to abuse that child's mind with horrible scenes of a demanding God and a hellfire and a punishment that each seems religion has to offer. Let that child choose for itself. Give it a chance to experience this wonderful existence on its own before you pollute its mind with your indoctrination. And especially when it comes to such events as this eclipse, where I'm sure there's many children that have been told, as well as what I'm supposed to consider uh, sane-minded people, that this is going to be some type of revelation and that a potential end is going to happen. And to give you my projection, if it's of any value, I just see this as another cycle in the nature of things. And it will cycle in and it will cycle out. And it will be completely indifferent, totally indifferent to anybody on this earth, on this plane of existence. You as an individual may found some type of a profound revelation with this, but the fact is, the heavenly bodies are indifferent. Nature is indifferent. And if I follow it back to a creator, then I assume, because I don't know for a fact, that that creator is probably indifferent to the point of his interest. But I can't speak to the mind of a deity with such capabilities. I can only endeavor into my being and my understanding of what seems to be the incomprehensible. And with this eclipse, it will roll through just as all cycles have, indiscriminately against any type of indoctrination. And it will indiscriminately set that indoctrination, that religion, that philosophy, and that belief to the side, and it will carry on with or without you. The truth to me of the matter is, we as biological machines, and that's kind of what I consider us, we most closely resemble a computer. The same type of interface, um, same kind of almost by proxy cerebral workings. It's just that we had a gift, and we were given a wonderful gift called imagination. And with imagination comes something most hideous and horrible, something that has sunk its teeth into mankind and womankind and other kind. And it's called a lie. A nasty, nasty lie. Something that has no ground in the realm of fact. And sometimes I ponder, how does such thing get energy? How does such thing come to be? And the closest that I can even relate is it's a type of imaginary delusion. When I create music, I pull it from my environment and I use the energy around me and I allow it to flow through me, and it takes a part of my essence and I transmit that, and I try and share that moment or that feeling, and I try to relay that to anyone who listens or even cares to listen. And I unfortunately found a similarity there between creativity and a lie. And that's whenever I really started shedding a lot of indoctrination away. I was removing away from me all these things that seemed to be unfactual, that I couldn't prove. And I found myself in a very alone space. And that was inside my own head. And I realized that this is a solo endeavor and that I will curate this alone. But the obstacle and the delusion and illusion that is projected, um, is profound, especially in the metaverse. You have to sometimes feed the snake, um, something a little less than confirming. And you see it in a test environment grow like a virus, like a disease, and every piece of information that's delivered into this construct called the metaverse is there to be used to praise you, to avoid you, to accept you, or to condemn you. And that's a mirrored reflection of what they've done to this plane we call Earth. And instead of adjusting themselves to understand them, their own mind, and their solo endeavor into this existence, they have turned both this and the potential into a desolate area of potential contempt and degradation. And I'm sure that there's many channels out there that are probably reeling from this event. And there's probably such an enormous amount of engineering that's taking place because something changed in the sky and the moment changed and the energy changed and the people were receptive to change. And what better time to program a person than when they're accepted to change, when they're expecting it. And I just can't buy into it. Just like I can't buy into this metaverse. This is just a creative outlet, an interaction of the human mind and the experience. And I've seen it over the years evolve and develop. I've seen the algorithms coming, change, and I've seen how it's grown into its own type of universe, a digital universe, written on servers, spewed across the land, high energy, um, processor speed, interaction, transfer, communication, days spent video gaming mindlessly, watching a screen while it watches you. And I see that this is a projection of this species. And with that, I kind of had to set myself aside because I'm not going to participate. And that's just the reality of it. I'm not going to be a part of the demise of the species. You know, it's bad enough that I have to feed particular pets that I have um, living food. You know, there's a type of feeling that comes over me whenever I know it's time to feed the serpent. And I know when I pick this particular animal up, its true destiny is the belly of that snake. And somewhere along the lines, I think humanity bought the ideal that we resembled rats that were going to be fed to a snake, and that they could control us with the illusion that there's a snake waiting for you around every corner, and that every noise under your bed is a potential danger, and every sign in the sky had significance that was going to be profound, and potentially you would wind up in the belly of the snake. But that's not what I see as true. That's not what I feel is going to happen. And the correlation between ancient serpent knowledge and my endeavors into the Shivite and being a Naga and recognizing that, it's just another scale on the serpent of the cycle. And we will etch our image into it as generations before have, and it will carry it across the great serpent in the sky, the all-encompassing. And we will be etched upon the stars, and our legacies will be carried on if you have children. It will come to a quick end if you don't. That's an individual endeavor. But I don't see the serpent as most people see. I have a completely different understanding. And I know the nature of live feeding an animal to another animal and the process that you go through, understanding that you're taking life so that something may live. And that is overwhelming profoundness to me, that this persistent and the the constant was designed in such a manner. Life feeding life. And it doesn't become clear to you until you start understanding a thing called uh, fractal universe. Everything consumes itself, and everything is received, and then it's transmuted, and then it's transmitted. Thus, the live feeding of an animal, the live feeding of life to feed life. And that is the circle. That is the nature of this place. Life feeding life. And some of us become mature of mind and understand that this is the process. And we go to our greatest potential to offer up our creative best and deliver into this engineered uh, madness something that offers comfort against the storm, something to protect us, something to wrap its arms around us, a quiet voice in the night, say everything is okay. And then there's those of us that know, just underlying, there is a potential, always a potential. It depends on what you give and how you give it. What you do with it inside makes the difference. And those that are empty inside will feed. They will feed, and they will feed, and they will feed, and they will not be satisfied. They will feed on your energy. They will feed on your image. They will feed on your time and your metadata They will feed on your blood. They will feed on your moments that you get to spend in this state of being. They will consume you. They will consume you like the snake consumes a rat. And they will not stop. And it's the same here in this created construct called the metaverse. It will never stop. Life, eating life to survive. And it's such a shame because for an artistic person, this is a wonderful medium of exchange and expression. Deliver ideals, new concepts, new perceptions, art, music, sound, sound, vibration, you know. But like I said, those who are empty inside will continue to feed, whether it's a data, whether it's a thumbs up, a click, a comment, or a subscribe. They're feeding. They're feeding and they're feeding, and they will go to any extreme to fill that emptiness up inside themselves at your expense. Remember that. But you have the power within you to shut it down, turn it off, walk away. Don't consent and allow it to be, because that's the nature of things. And with this eclipse coming, it's just the mouse and the rat and the human being told that there's something that's going to consume you. There's something coming to fear. There's something coming that you should be concerned about because they find power in that. Accept it for what it is. It is just a cycle in the nature of things. But understand that even that you can be at peace with. So my endeavors on it are of that. You know, this is just a cycle. This is just a season and the change of heavenly bodies that brings upon a new energy, maybe, and it will be used against you. Don't allow it. Step away. Just like the metaverse, you can turn it off and you can walk away. And on that profound note, I took an endeavor to know my shadow self, if any of you are familiar with that. And that has been used against me, and people feed on it. And I don't deny it. You know, if you've traveled to the dark and made peace with it, then you probably have a more profound understanding of what I just said and what I just forementioned. And back in the early 90s, when I was still under the guise of the illusion and the ever loving dream that they pipeline out to engineer to the masses, I wrote a bit of music concerning my observations when I started to understand that being able to travel transcendentally, the darkness that lies within every human, that place that people, they set up a safety protocol, and they don't take it on as a responsibility to themselves to understand it, to come to terms with it, to know that inside of them, beyond that ever loving ego that says, I can take on anything, such as demons and angels and even other life forms, becomes humbly, humbly naked and exposed whenever they're up against the overwhelming odds. And that's what the dark place inside you has. It seems to be overwhelming odds stacked against you. My endeavors there were very fruitful because I understood that I was my own worst enemy. I was the one that held the key to my own darkness. I was the one that could manifest that energy, or I could retain that energy, and I could transmute that energy. And then I understood being a receiver, a transmitter, and I kind of understood the flow and the ebb of light, dark, and hues of colors in between the spectrums of this creation that are unseen by the human eye, and to the vastness that it could take you, and to the places that you could journey, as long as you didn't have that fear that just around the corner in that dark place there was a serpent waiting to eat. And that's about the best I have on it. You know, you are within your own um, safety protocol. You know, you're going to shut down. And some people will be bold enough to step up to themselves and make peace, and find peace within. And I hope that for the best of you. And remember, sometimes you understand the nature of things, as vicious as it is. Just remember that in this particular plane, life feeds life. And in this dark place, I will turn you on to a few selections so that I can maybe refine myself, maybe refresh myself, or maybe just wade through the darkness for a moment. I hope you enjoy.
Within sight of the Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
The link is dropped, panel's open, and if we have a brave soul or a lurker that has the integrity to do such a thing as present their state of mind to the metaverse and relinquish their naked self as a willing victim of the serpent and the cycle. The link is available. This is a newer, darker place that I've recently wrote, and oh, wonderful, wonderful. We'd love to have you on panel. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I will not start another song. I'll wait for our guest. Yes, here we go. Absolutely. Good evening. Can you hear me
Hey, how's it
okay?
going? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Oh,
hear me now?
yes, most certainly. Um, what brings you here?
You know I came to talk to you because you're all by yourself.
Yeah, in a way, we all are. We have to understand that we go to bed with ourselves, we wake up ourselves, and no matter where we go, there we are. And
Yes,
when you start making companions in your head, and you start sharing that space with your projections, you lose touch with yourself,
yes.
and you become that personification, that image. And unfortunately, I've seen that through indoctrination, um, especially in the realm of the internet and through technology. And
I guess you're gone. Looks like we lost you. See if you come back. There you are.
such as I said, technology, right?
Ah, lost you for a bit.
Yes, as I was saying, technology and my concerns.
Mhm.
Um, what happens whenever they can delete you and your illusions? What transpires at the point where you deliver yourself over to this um, high-minded, uh, almost completely cerebral interaction of consciousness, and you give them control over that, which is what they're seeking, and then you become uh, dissident or something in the system that they don't feel is correct. You know, I think you lose in more than one way there. One, you lose the experience of being a natural human and the interaction with that and the primal self, the whole self. And humans in a community um, can be vicious. And I've seen that carried over to the internet, to the metaverse. And I assume that, as with what has been done to the earth, will be done there, just with much more ease, if you can understand what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And I think that as we become more awake, more aware of what's happening around us and what's been happening and what will happen, our perception of things will change. So during this time, we seemingly go through certain phases, sort of like grieving. You go through different phases of grieving. As we awaken, we go through different phases. Some of the phases will
Absolutely.
be shock, horror. Um, we actually get into a place where we are afraid almost of our own shadows, and we literally everything is dark for a period of time, and then we come out of that state. It's only a cycle of
Yes,
awakening to realize who we are and to realize who we're not, and to also realize who they are and who they are not, because we give our powers initially to them unintentionally, but because of the programming that we do to one another. It is all
yes,
innocent. It is a system that we are born into, and we are programmed to program each other. And but when we first wake up, it's oh my God, and everything we're fighting. This is bad. This is bad. That's normal. I've learned there's nothing wrong with that. That's a part of the process, and each of us goes through the process a little bit differently, and all of it is correct for each one of us. But that's not it. That's not the end. There's more to come. When we realize that even when we get to the place where we don't need to give them the power of their controlling us, then we really see even more deeply how the system works, how it's really about the mind and what you're choosing to attach your thoughts to, because nothing controls you that you don't allow to control you. However, there are boundaries and rules within every system. And once we
yes,
realize which ones are real and which ones are fake, we take back our power and we begin to rise. We soar. And this message seemingly is embedded in everything. I keep finding it now that I've gotten over the horror stage of, oh my God, what the heck? Now
right.
I'm more awake, and I see people just like us have been trying to tell us this for many, 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 many years, that there's a way that this earth works and you can let it control you, or you can take it and control it.
You're absolutely right. And ah, I'm awestruck. Thank you. You summed up basically my endeavors there. Yeah, there's a natural cycle to things, and that's what I like to call the constant. Because no matter what you do, the constant is always constant. And I see people as the persistent, which keeps trying to interact with the constant, and they persistently interact with the constant, but not ever understanding that they both work together. The persistent and the constant creates motion, forward movement, um, higher understanding, maybe. And once I reached that point, for me, a lot of illusions started falling away. And I say illusions because they were my own delusions. They were concepts that I had bought into, energies that I had surrounded myself with, and I became almost sentient with, the physical expression. And when I understood that these things become almost a host feeding on your energy, and you contribute to it, such as if you have an idol or someone that you follow, or even your favorite um, blanket or trinket. It feeds on you. And then I come to a point where I realized if I quit feeding energy into these things and just accept them for what the nature of this is, then I could tell the difference between what was actually natural and what was forged. And I found peace um, with understanding that, yes, this is a consuming type of existence, such as I was saying with life feeding life. And you can either fear it or you can grab it with both hands, be at peace with yourself, and endeavor forward. So, thank you for your thoughts on it. I would love to hear more from you.
Absolutely. I think the way you describe it is exactly what it is. It is like a feeding of the energy, and in most often it is very innocent. Actually, it is the way of progress on this earth or in this realm. For example, I opened a coffee shop that morphed into a restaurant. It was Hawaiian several years ago in Virginia. And of course, I wanted people to come to my shop and buy my coffee and sit and have a chat and, learn about my life and about my culture and participate in what I was building and growing. And of course, in so doing, um, it was creating a space where people could come and eat. It was feeding the community and actually building a community as well. So it was all very innocent, but that is a microcosm of, say, our government, which is out of control, which is the same thing, but it has gone in a different direction. It has grown tentacles. Everything grows tentacle like connections where it branches out like a tree of life.
Yes,
And it branches out and connects to each one of us in a way. But we can see that our government has become crazy because the government is the people that run and control it. And what has been running and controlling it is sick, and it's been sick, but it was masquerading as, oh, I'm just a beautiful little coffee shop where people can come and eat and drink some coffee and have a community. You see, it's the same thing that we keep experiencing over and over. And then when you realize underneath the mask is a monster, you have to shift directions and remove your, like, as you were saying, remove your energy, because what you were feeding your energy into then starts to take you over and actually absorbs you, consumes you. And I remember there's a song from Creed, Love Creed, and one of the lines in the song says, "What consumes your thoughts controls your acts."
yes,
And it's very important for us to realize that there's nothing wrong with choosing how we want to live this life and actually enjoying it. But if it starts to produce sickness, then we have to be aware so that we can detach that. We have to be harmonious in this realm.
if you don't mind, I can uh, definitely understand that. I find that this place seemingly was created as a, it could maintain itself. It was able to sustain life of our nature as we know it, as well as many other forms of life. And it did fine on its own. And I think that there was a time maybe that, our species was maybe more in tune with that or understood that better. And they worked in harmony with that type of uh, even program. It's a constant. It's there. It's nature. It's the foundations of this existence, and it takes care of itself indifferently. But the minute they started with the wrapping of their illusion and the conspiring of people together to create this, it's a delusional state to masquerade the natural with that is not. It will not sustain itself. It cannot sustain itself. Whatever made this place knew exactly what it was doing. And the form and the function that this place holds to be able to maintain and sustain is to be reveled in, not to be disguised behind skyscrapers or concert halls or paved roads that lead for miles wrapped around streets that have the illusion of gold at the end. When the truth is, we as individual beings can either buy into what they masqueraded and portrayed to be valuable over top of the natural, or you can primally inside of you return to that spot. And if you've ever been alone in the woods, in the desert, maybe on an island, you can understand and you can be at peace with that. And are you from Hawaii?
Yeah, I grew up there. I moved there to live with my dad in, let me see, how old am I? 1988, when I was 14 years old. And I lived there for over 22 years. So I consider still Hawaii my home. It's where I spent most of my life. And I know the most about that place. I don't know as much about where my birthplace is, which is Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. So you understand then, especially being from the Hawaiian Islands, how deep culture runs.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And let me tell you, some treachery that many, many people are not aware of, but it's been in our government historical books for a long time, is that a group of senators went there and took over those islands, seized the queen, held her prisoner in the palace, okay, until and
Yeah.
threatened the lives of the people until she gave over control of the islands. So let me just tell you, it's something, it's a sickness that we have been allowing to be pervasive around the world under the guise of helping you. How did it go from come and have a drink at my coffee shop to you must come and drink at my coffee shop and you must pay for it and you must pay 5 times how much it is or we're going to kill you, and as a matter of fact your generations from now have to pay for it. I mean, that's what we're living under, and people are
My
celebrating it.
No, it's not to be celebrated. Not at all. From my understanding of the Hawaiian Islands is that it was a self-sustaining ecosystem, and obviously, people were prevalent there, and somehow they managed to survive and reproduce comfortably. They didn't starve to death. They didn't dehydrate, and they seemed to flourish um, quite happily. You know, so no different than the mainland and Mesoamerica now. Um, Canada. There seems to be an imposing of type of engineering that we can see consistent with the past. And the thing is the lure. It's kind of like you were discussing with your coffee shop, and a sole proprietor business that grows is the there's a sense of accomplishment in that work and that endeavor is paying off, and it's helping to sustain you. And I owned several businesses throughout the years, uh, and I get it. I understand. You know, there comes a point where your advertisement and your need starts to envelop, and then your advertisement becomes intrusive, and the fluctuation and flow starts to grow within the business, and the energy gets higher and higher, and the transmission of energy and the return and the growth. And then the next thing you know, you're a marketed item and you're just a common thing and another label to wrap itself around the human mind. I may be off point with you, but only you can tell me.
No, I think you're right on with your description. Absolutely. I mean, only thing I would have to say would be to add to what you say. I can't take away from anything, so I don't need to add to it. I just want to also mention that as these systems break down, it's going to be extremely destructive because it has to be. Because what's coming down is something that people have um, staked their lives on. Let me give you an
Yes.
example, not to bring up this particular topic, but I want to talk about the destruction of the towers during September 11th. Um,
Ah, yes.
I
Yes,
want to
yes. The great transition.
want to mention that because I was devastated by what I witnessed because my mind was 100% bought in, sold in to the idea of our government and that we were doing good. My husband, I was living in Hawaii. My husband was in the army, and he protected and served, and I really believed. But like how those towers came down and the destruction of it was immense, and it affected so many people in so many countries. Like how it felt to me is nothing compared to how it felt to all the people who were on the ground and people from far away, how they perceived it. And I once saw a documentary that described the energy, the um the energy that was recorded around the world during that event. This is not the only time something like this has happened, and how the energy seemingly was recorded, showing that there was a connectivity of the people. The consciousness was shaken and began to stir and connect. We were all of one mind for a period of time. Um, but even in that state where there's so many of us that's paying attention, we are manipulated. We can easily be pulled and turned, as many of us was, into believing something that was not true so that we can be distracted from what really was happening. And like that destruction that shakes the world, what is happening to us right now as we disconnect from this system, which is going to be a very destructive force as it crumbles, we are going to experience that where we are all going to be awake and aware of something that is happening, but our perceptions of it's going to be different. We're going to have fighting. We're going to have wars. And in fact, the wars are the destruction. They're a part of the system. Don't be tricked into it. There are some groups who are helping to awake the people that are trying to gear the people up for war, but it's not necessary. We don't have to fight. The system is crumbling on its own. They need us to fight each other for them so that they don't have to fight us. But in reality, all we have to do is make a different choice. We don't have to choose to participate, like you said earlier, with their stuff and in their direction. We don't have to watch their show with their clowns on there. We don't have to watch the puppet show. We don't have to participate. It's all in the state of mind. And so I just wanted to add that what we're about to experience and have already been experiencing is going to shake many of us to the core. But just grab your bucket of popcorn and watch the show. Don't get in and start fighting because you will have missed the mark. While you were um, preparing to respond, I was going to just add to that when I say don't just jump in and start fighting. What I mean is that don't be premature. We may have to defend ourselves, but we certainly don't have to go out and initiate any fighting and you know, start decimating our communities and, under the auspice of taking back control, because the taking back of control really exists in the mind. This battle is on another level, it's in the consciousness, it is not physical, but we can make it physical if we don't stay awake. If you're talking, Axis, I don't hear you. I don't know if any of us hear you.
Oh, hold on. Let me check my mic. Hold
There you are, you're back. Oh, now you're gone. There you are, you're back.
I like to play a little game. It seems you're on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little game YouTube plays. See, we said some trigger words. I don't know if you know that or not.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, yeah. This is a phenomena that seems to seems to happen on YouTube, and I've noticed now it's expanded to other platforms. There are certain phrases and words that you can say, and suddenly there's either some type of disruption in the flow of communication, or there is another type of interruption. But what I was saying before they YouTube me is whenever I started to understand that the people who found um, you know some type of difficulty with me was whenever I started pulling away from all the labels. Um, I didn't recognize the superstars as superstars. I just seen them as people, and even from TV to that point in time, there was no internet, and I would get resistance and resistance and resistance. The more that I faded away from what they considered the indoctrinated or the engineered norm, the more resistance I got. So I knew that I was doing something. I knew that there was something happening. And I was in the studio when the towers come down, and a real good friend of ours uh, come in the studio, and he said, "Turn the TV on, man. It's happening." And so we all sat down for a second and was watching, and we knew, you know, we knew change was on the hand, and we could feel it in the air, and we could taste it in the air. And from that moment on, I knew that things were going to be different. Things were going to be very different, and I was going to have to adjust. And then the next thing I know, I'm building and programming computers, and music went from, a silver reel to a digital, and you didn't plug into an amp and a soundboard into a silver reel anymore, which is 2-inch silver tape that we use in recording in the studios, to plugging into a computer, and that made a profound difference. And then the initiation of various acts that were uh, allowed to take the Patriot Act. I'm just going to say it. YouTube can slap me if they want to. It was one of the most profound implications of authority that I had ever seen in my entire life, or had even heard of since communism. And I hate me for it, but I couldn't participate. I then became a dissident. You can understand that.
Absolutely. And fear is, as you and I think we've talked about this before, the power of fear. They don't have to do very much. All they have to do is plant a placebo. Just a few words that scare people. Oh, the horror! And even they will flicker the lights. Flicker, flicker, flicker. See what we're going to do to you? Flicker, flicker, flicker. Yeah, it's startling when you realize it. But part of the problem is that from the same medium that we receive some poison, we also receive some light from that same medium, because the darkness is operating the same tools or operating with the same techniques. So I'm learning very rapidly and seemingly without effort to take what resonates, and what doesn't, I leave it. or I always have a bucket of popcorn ready. In other words, so
Yes,
like it's, oh,
yes,
okay, let me watch the shit show. Here it comes, and I grab my bucket, and I'm learning because I have allowed so many. Even just recently, I dealt with the realization of someone that I thought was a very good person, and what this person did. Oh my gosh, to several of my clients, and the destruction this person left was shocking. But after I got over the shock, it took me about 3 weeks to really get through that and also to allow myself to have that energetic experience because that's what everything here is about. It's about the movement of energy. Once I got through that, I realized, wow, I allowed that person and what they did to take me for a little bit. Like she took all of my energy for a little bit and kind of held me paralyzed while I was in shock. And that was a lesson learned right there. Boom. I got the lesson. So now I know when I see it, I know that pattern of energy. When I see it, I'm going to recognize what it is, but I'm not going to let you take me. I'm just going to be ready to watch you because you're not going to control me. I control you now because I understand how you operate. And that's all we've got to do is we've got to realize that we're going to use this system called YouTube and
right.
some that operate through it are not looking out for our best interests. So they're going to be flickering the lights. They're going to be, interrupting us, and that's okay. Grab our bucket of popcorn and watch the show, but we're going to continue because there's also a very powerful force, which we are a part of, that's waking up the
Yes.
people, and we're not going to stop.
No, I've made this a personal struggle and a personal endeavor to allow people through their works using the master's tool to tear down the master's house. And that's my technique. And sometimes, you know, I meet strenuous oppositions in energy and I choose my battles. And sometimes I'll step into the arena and I'll play the part and allow them to live their illusion just to drop some type of revelation that eventually will manifest itself. And I remove myself from it then. And I come back to me. And I wow, this this cycle of events that seems to have transpired since, those towers come down has been more more intensively a struggle of will and not so much a struggle of kinetic energy, lest you apply such states as the Mideast right now. And that's, please, people, this is a flickering light, as our lovely guest has said, you know, and they're using it with what is it, the red heifer sacrifice on the Temple Mount, and that is the base of the Christian religion. And when they shipped those four red heifers from Texas to Israel, and they took on the strip, well, that was an indication to that whole indoctrination and that energy that they wield, almost like a whip, to pay attention. And then conveniently, it coincides with a massive heavenly body event. What a coincidence, right? And I see this as a potential struggle for even further control. And I think that anyone who is free from it, if they don't voice their energy, then they are doing a disservice to all of us as a species. I'd love to hear your opinion on that.
Yes, I agree with your point. I think exactly the way you described it is what's happening. But guess what? It's already happened many, 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 many times over. And really, the message that they are putting out is not for us. It's for those who are still asleep and under their program. That's for their people. And guess what? That's what has to happen in order for that energy to stay alive. It has to, okay, what's the next thing that we have to do? Because, okay, we've got this event that's coming. Let us claim that it's ours because they need something powerful behind them. Because we create life. We create it. And when I say we create life, let me take you back to my coffee shop because that coffee shop had its own life. And as a matter of fact, in reality, when you start a business, that business is called an entity and it has a
Yes,
life. That's how it's
yes,
described because it's
yeah,
energy. Okay. So that
yes,
coffee shop has a life. And I did not give that life by myself. The people who came and said, wow, let me see what this is. You have Hawaiian stuff here? Wow, that's cool. And let me tell my friends, they created the life. When you go and look at the history of it on Facebook or wherever you want to see it, what is there? the the leftover energy of the life that that entity had. So what's happening is in order for these systems to continue to live, they have to build the next thing because after a while the people start waking up and they start saying, why am I over here doing this? What am I looking at? That is so dumb. Let me go do something else. Wait, the eclipse. Ah, it's what we've been prophesying. And so it's, I mean, when you think about it, it is so damn dumb. We keep falling for it. But
oh no,
today
no, 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 not us. Yes, no,
Mhm.
and as a word of caution, I would question everything. For those who are viewing, you know, don't take for granted that you're being told the truth about anything, because I'm going to say probably a majority of the time it's speculation or a lie, and it doesn't hold any fact or any ground. And what I found an understanding of relevancy with it is that energy takes form. Um, it will take shape and it will take form and it will take on a persona. I don't know if you've ever been somewhere that you could feel the energy in the air. And when you left, you still felt that energy. And it became a memory and then it described itself on you. And now you carry that with you. And that comes with good and bad. It's what you do with it inside that makes a difference. And as long as you can always resort back to the very understanding of the nature of how this place is put together without the illusion that this species has placed over it, there's a sense of renewal, refinement, and a boundless array of possibilities that you can choose from without being directed and manipulated into a choice. So I completely understand both sides of the coin. Having a business is beautiful, especially when it flourishes and it becomes an entity and a corporation. If people understand the difference between a sole proprietorship and a corporation and conglomerate to a corporation, then you're starting to deal with a whole different monster, and it takes on a whole new perspective and a whole new energy, just as Wax Trax Records did. People felt a certain way when they interacted with either the artist or the localized shop. And even now to this day, they still still commemorate wax trax records, and I find that pretty profound because it became its own thing, etched upon so many lives and so many people, and even the mention of it to those that know wax trax records, it still holds a resonance within itself for those who were there and experienced it. And I'm sure that happened. You know, you had to have felt that at some time, and then you stop and you think, was it the building? No. You know, was it necessarily the music? Well, that contributed, but it was the people. It was the people, and that's where the true energy comes from. Because I remember my friends, and I can place the faces, and we agreed, and we understood, and we felt the same, and we came together and created something that was so profound that now it's worldwide. So, you know, for what it is, I do empathize with you having a business and understanding that that's your baby, you know, that's your endeavor. But you also have to humble yourself in a way and understand that it's the people that make it. It's your experience with them and the exchange of energy, the interaction and the honesty. And that can't be exchanged for anything. I may have went a little overboard with it, but you know what was your feelings about how when you went from the coffee shop to the point of understanding that you know you were kind of feeding the machine?
Actually, I've had a business most of my life. So actually, the coffee shop was something I was not supposed to be. I did not intend to become an Asian Hawaiian chef because actually, if you could tell from my voice, I'm quite a nerd. I do numbers.
Oh,
I'm a numbers person. So
awesome,
yeah.
awesome.
So really,
That
my real program is an accountant and tax preparer. That really feeds the system, as you can see.
ah yeah, the books.
My programming was I took it very well. I'm very, very good, but I'm not as good as I used to be because I made a conscious choice to see things for what they really were, for what really was happening. And because of that, it allowed me to take off some of that clothes, so to speak. I wanted to say, indeed, with what you said about we are everything that is because we are. So with my coffee shop, just using it, of course, again as an example, but while I was there, I eventually had someone that came to join me under a partnership of sorts to work with me there and build this. But this person had a very different energy. And I would say that was my first time. All of that had to happen. I literally had to do that coffee shop so that I can now be at a different level for the work that I'm doing as an accountant and tax preparer. And while I was there, the reaction of the people to this person was shocking. This person's energy, this person did not belong there, but they belonged there so that I could learn a lesson. But the energy of this person was not a match for that place. And it was so obvious that you could see the people react. They were repulsed by this person perpetrating a fraud on them. And the people, we are so funny. You can see things in certain, we can't always see it, but I recently heard someone saying we can see the message when we look at movies like that will show us, oh, this is the bad corporation, this is not good, and so we take the side of the underdog and we want to fight with the resistance, but in real life we become sheep. But this was a really first time that I could see the people rise up in the coffee shop and reject this person. One time I had some people come in late, and I'm usually in the back. I don't, like necessarily to be in the front, but I'm making the food. I want my energy to be in that food that's served because love comes from me. And
Beautiful.
this person, the love did not come from that person, so that person could not prepare the food. So anyway, when I eventually came out and sat with the people, which is what I would always do, one of the people said, "You're the owner, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah, why do you ask?" He said, "I can tell." He said, "I can tell that the other person isn't." I was so embarrassed for my partner. So I can tell that
Right?
that person isn't. He said, "Because it comes from you. You love this place. I can taste it in your food." He was so bold about it at the time where I was still snoring. I was still asleep. But at the time, I was absorbing, I was watching, paying attention in preparation for me to close that and wake fully up or start to wake up so that I could see what was going on. So everything is because of our energy that we put into it, and it infects, so to speak, in a positive way or with light, or in a dark or negative way, people around us. And you can see from the evidence, so to speak, of how what the result is of the energy that is being produced. If the result is light, you will feel it. It is intense. My restaurant had such an intense energy in it when you came in. It was a buzz. You could just feel it. But when you came close to this person, it was negative. And he caused such a rejection there. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. You know, all it takes is one bad apple, right, to spoil the
Yep.
bunch.
Yep. So it was a very powerful lesson that takes me back to what you were saying, that we create the energy. So as we disconnect ourselves from what we don't want, we realize what we do want. And it's actually not a rule. It's not about, oh, you have to be vegan or vegetarian or a carnivore. It has nothing to do with that. Those are systems of mind
No,
control.
you're absolutely right. Are you are you are you still audible?
You said, am I still what?
Are you still audible? When you quit talking, everything goes down, and it takes you a second to come back. And I kind of get off key when that filter happens, but I wanted to make sure you were still audible.
Ah, yes, I'm still here. I just wanted to mute so I didn't disrupt what you were saying.
Oh, that's not necessary. That's really not necessary. I'm absolutely content with my company. You are you're a treasure. One, yeah, you're absolutely right. The people uh, create the energy, and it only takes a profound moment of change for that all to completely become either an engraved memory or a tragic experience. And it's all the way that you apply the energy to it. Um, when I seen the music industry change, and the day of the hair rocker went out, then the day of the industrial metal artist went out, and I watched everyone in my localized environment, and even people that I knew growing up, toured with, start to change, and they took on this urban ghetto thing, and eventually they became consumed by music and the message it was offering. And these people that were long-haired headbangers were suddenly hardcore rappers from the ghetto, and I was floored to see how deep seated that they took this, and the concept of the energy that the industry knows. And with you knowing the numbers in the book, nothing happens without the numbers in the book. It didn't happen if it ain't in the book. And that's exactly what the record company's done. They bankrupted everybody. Um, they turned their position to a whole new genre of music and basically, set us aside and no longer promoted us, applied energy to us. And as people grew more enveloped into what was being fed to them, I watched the entire generation start to change, and it led into what we have today. And for the past 10 years, rap and hip hop has been pretty much the dominant energy, I want to say, that has fed all these people this imagery that's produced by record companies. And don't think that the government does not have a hand in it. They do. They have a direct hand in it. They know the social influence of it. They know the power of change that music can have when it's accepted in mass. It becomes a lifestyle, and people wear it on them like a marker, like a tag, um, like a logo. And I knew then that this was a corporate move, a political move, and a social move. And then I listened to the message just to see what are these people, what's going on here, man? What happened? And then I heard the message and the energy that it had, demeaning the female, um, disregarding etiquette or even any type of social interactive protocol that was accepted amongst humans as a species, violence, hate, contempt for your fellow man. And I realized that we thought we were making change with resistance of, your fist in the air and that, stand against the man. And I realized at that point there is no standing against the man. As big as we were, and as profound as heavy metal was at one time, and even the birth of MTV, catering to that Midwest um, 80s sound to just absolute, complete 24-hour rap. And then it started getting into personal lives and projecting there with reality TV. And I knew that something that was once beautiful to me had been had been completely turned into a tool used against me. And I understood the workings of that. That was just a transfer of vibration, a transfer of frequencies, a transfer of numbers, especially behind the scenes, even in front of the scenes. And then I watched the worldwide impact. And, you know, being I'm sure you are an honest accountant, you know that any discretion in the books is just not recognized. And unless you can bring it up in an audit, it didn't happen. And I know that, there's energy exchanges behind the scene of such nature that apply to numbers, but it's the power that come with that complete social engineering of people through energy, frequency, and vibration, and music being containing of all three. Um, did you go through that particular phase? You're pretty close to my age.
Yeah, I did. I think it's like you were saying before, it's a phase we all go through where we witness the change that occurs in the world. How right before our eyes, it seems, we watch the world shift. But we also, some of us, can witness the manipulator. There's always a force that is behind the change in energy. Energy doesn't just pop up and just start doing its thing. Something interacts with it, something causes the change. What is it? And once we realize what's causing that change and we can see that manipulation, yeah, it's devastating to see that, and also to see the result of it, like you were describing the result and how it impacted our communities, especially and very often with the hip hop rap community, the Black community. And I can't really say much about that because my journey is not my color of my skin, and so I did not
No,
participate in that kind of thing. But you can see the sickness that occurred to many of, well, those who call themselves the Black community. The sickness that occurred is to the point where they think everybody that has this color of skin thinks the same way. It's supposed to dream the same, wear the same, live the same, subscribe to the same. And it's like I wasn't even raised in that environment. Are you kidding me right now? So I dealt with a level of nonsense that many others can't even imagine when it comes to the Black community that was under the sickness that was being perpetrated by this group of people, especially under the music industry and the sporting industries. Very, very
yes,
horrible, wild to witness what has happened. However, I also see that we have to see it because there is always a yin and yang, even from something as beautiful as my coffee shop. There had to be some negative, some darkness, because that is how this realm works. It's not all going to be a positive outcome because you have people and we all have our own way of resonating and our own way of perceiving things. So without a doubt, you're going to have some people perceive it in a way that was not intended. And so you're going to have some darkness from that. But are we going to allow the darkness to be pervasive? Or are we going to choose the light? So we can see how there's just been this balancing where things have gone, probably, in my opinion, a bit too far to the dark for too long. But look at what's happening. If you cannot see the light around you, look within because it only comes from within. So if all we see is darkness, it's because that's what we are emitting from inside us. And that's hard for us to realize initially because it kind of sounds like fingers are being pointed at you. That's not really what's happening. What it is that we have to change our frequency. And we have the power to make other things around us change. And it's happening with me. I didn't sit down and plan it. Something else was going on while I was asleep. And now that I'm awake, I realize that I can change my frequency with my own force, with my own will, should I choose. And therefore, I watch how I affect other people around me. And that's how it starts. And then it is like paying forward, as you heard. where other people
Yes,
take that matched energy and then they do the same thing you're doing.
and it grows from that. Um, that's there's no truer statement. Um, once you apply some energy to something, and if it's a positive energy and it grows, it produces. Um, it seems to be a community of almost synchronicities, and there's a reception back from a good community because I've been in good communities before that had real positive energy, and it kept us stable. But the same as your coffee shop, all it took was that one bad apple, and there was a balance that almost seemed to be in nature and comparison. And I think that this coming, um, especially with the celestial event and the way that it's being portrayed, is I think that this generation that is starting to take where we left off years ago, and another generation, um, are going to be affected in the same type of way, maybe that when the towers come down. And I'm hoping that, like with us, and when we heard about that, a lot of people did wake up at that time, and it seems phenomenal how many people started to uh, to really question things, and there was such a movement that took place, and there was change. So I'm looking forward to just like every system and cycle that I've been through, and the fractal nature of it, and how it all has a relevancy to itself within itself, and maybe a new generation of people with the same ability to see through the facade and the bullshit and start questioning this new digital ideal of the internet of things. And there's a movement, you know, as stifled as it was at one point in time, there is a potential that it just takes knowing when to make that choice. And that's within you. You're gonna feed into whatever you're gonna feed into, but don't be guided. Make your own decision. At least weigh the odds before you apply energy to it, and on the scales of whether it's based in some type of truth or fact, or even the energy of it feeling comfortable, will let you know that this is a decision and a choice that should be made. And I'm hoping that even with the onslaught of, you know, the Internet of Things and the transhumanism, that particular mind state and that particular understanding carries over to a new generation. And for those that live, have the patience to listen to like you, or have the patience to listen to me, will receive something from it. Just a small start, a spark is all it takes. And maybe maybe we'll carry on as a species at that point, and just through the projection of what we're doing here, which is an exchange of energy. And that's why I try and come with some type of message, and some type of underlying um, kind of a resistance to the social engineering and what we're being fed. And the fact that you found my channel, the fact that you're here, and the fact that we're speaking is a type of synchronicity and a sharing of energy that, not many will know and few will understand. What are your thoughts on that?
Right on. I wanted to slightly segue into talking about, you mentioned about the new generation. And
Yes,
I wanted to say, do you see that? Well, let me describe what it is that I'm seeing in this generation, and then I'd love to hear your feedback.
sure.
Because so as you know, I'm 51, and my children, I have two grown daughters and I have three granddaughters. And so my daughters, one is very intellectual like me and very athletic. The other one is also very smart, intellectual, but more creative, not as athletic. And
Okay.
I noticed, I remember back in the day when I was still snoring, I remember thinking, why are these girls so weak? They're like snowflakes. Easily, I didn't raise them to be so weak. They're easily manipulated, easily, their minds are easily changed in the direction that I was trying to get them to reason for themselves. But and to a point they do. And but I've changed. My eyes are open to realize that these kids were not easily tricked into the idea that many of us was of the American dream. They didn't 100% buy into, oh, okay, year mortgage or more on a house, which means I have to work to death to pay for and have a car and just have this small little piece of property, and I can't enjoy life. I don't really get to experience anything. I have to live by somebody else's rules. Who are these people who made these rules anyway? They question this way. And I was a bit annoyed. Why don't they just do what they're told? But because I was asleep and I was following the program I was given. But now that I'm out of it, I realize that yes, they are weak in a way, but that weakness that I perceive actually has a strength. It has a resilience to it that they're going to question you to death. Why? 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 And it's so annoying. Why? Why do I have to do it that way? Why is it the only way? And they're going to go their own way. And also, they're softer, more gentle. They are more in touch with their emotions, which actually is the way out, because the disconnection from our emotions turned us into what I would call a robotic state, where we were more easily manipulated, more easily pliable, like our soldiers are turn off your emotions, just act, which is not the way in my view. Now I see that these kids have a way of healing each other in a way that we could not. And although they're more emotional, I see a strength to that. They are more in touch and able to heal quicker and reconnect with those that they feel hurt them, rather than us. We can have a a, uh, a problem with a person for years, and we can never heal that issue because we haven't found a way to reconnect with that emotion. Well, do you know what I'm saying? And what's your view on that?
I see the ebb and flow of masculine and feminine energy. And I think that that is going to be the cause and effect of worldwide change. Um, yeah, you're right. We were brought up under, the Star Spangled Banner, the Pledge of Allegiance, and America's great, one for all for one, and rock and roll all night and party all day. Um, to a type of generation now that I see that, yeah, they are much more in touch with their emotions, but it's a feminine energy that most can't even relate to because I see hostility within the male energy competing with the feminine energy, which is the yin and the yang. It's the nature of things. And watching my nephews grow up, who are definitely Zoomers, I noticed there is a class that seems to interact with each other in a way, a harmonious way that is endeavoring. And then there's the bedroom um, part of that class that seems to be endeavored into the ever persistency of video games and just kind of buying into this medium of social media exchange and the power of the video games and the internet and technology. But yet, their fights aren't like our high school fights. You know what I mean? Um, and their cause is definitely not the same as our cause was. They have a whole new type of energy to stand up against. And with that ebb and flow, there's going to be a torrential change because that's just the nature of things. Life feeding life. And yeah, the best I can hope for is that they find a balance between that masculine and that feminine energy, which are right now in motion, that are right now at this moment engraving itself within the construct and the engineering of our species. And I'm just trusting in the nature of the constant that things will come together as they always have. And if it causes a mass worldwide decay, it's necessary because it's happened before and it'll happen again. And no matter what we do or what we think and how bad we scream and cry or rally call to the metal gods, fact is, it's just the nature of the beast. That's my understanding of it. Just feminine, masculine power and motion. So my heart goes out to them, and may their struggles and endeavors be filled with fruitful energy. And damn the machine, if you can understand what I'm saying with that.
Right on. I love that we can talk about it in the physical world terms and then pull it right back into a base language of what's happening. And I'm sure there's even a language underneath this, talking about things in terms of energy, but that's exactly what it is. It is that feminine and masculine energy, yin and yang, moving in the world. And we have to have that because when we go too far one way, even too, there's such a thing as things being too good. I remember learning very early on that too much of a good thing is also a bad thing. so, so
Right?
I think the balance, and I'm a Libra, and that's what I do. I balance things.
Yeah, and I think in the nature of the constant that it will find its own balance. And though we're caught in a state of indifference, it requires inner perspective and an acceptance of this particular change in energy from inside and accepting that this is the nature and the cycle of things and this is nothing new. We can date it back to every cycle, every cataclysm, every type of society that ever found itself on the face of this plane of existence. And it's inevitable. And, the fruitful journey prevail, and blessed be to the fruitful journey. And that's my take. I mean, I can't really say any more other than, either you can roll with change of energy, you can accept the feminine and the masculine within yourself and find peace, same as the light and the dark, and carry on and experience, the experience, the interaction, the moment, the energy of that experience. That's the profoundness of being here. I'm sorry, I was getting a little deep with myself there. I, I I'm a little
No, I
nostalgic.
like it.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I like it. Just let it flow, brother. Let it flow. I love it.
Yeah, you know, I like to exchange, you know, communication with somebody that understands that the feminine and masculine energy have to coincide together. And if you find a struggle within yourself where you're having a battle with the masculine and the feminine, then somewhere along the line you got confused. You know, if you got too much masculine and you become a masculine energy that wants to overwhelm the feminine energy, brother, you're confused. And if you're entirely too much of a feminine energy and you're at odds with the masculine energy, well, then, sister, you're confused because it takes two to create life. It takes two to come together for that spark. And once you learn that within inside yourself and become at peace with the flow of energy, the ebb and the flow of the masculine and the feminine, and you understand that there's a balance that has to be maintained there. And whether you want to maintain it or whether you want the universe to maintain it, it's up to you. But it's going to happen. So you can either accept and understand it, or you can run from it and live in your delusion that this particular energy is a prevailing energy when it's not. It works in harmony with the other and it produces beautiful things via my children. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I reserve.
Yes, I know what you mean. And I think I think now we're at the place where we, as we become, aware of our choices and we get through those initial phases of shock, horror, going down the rabbit holes, finding out, blaming, pointing, only to come full circle. My experience brought me shockingly full circle back to myself. Couldn't even believe it. Then I realized, oh my gosh, this place is for us to realize us, and we can make it as difficult as we want. We get to create, while we're pointing at those doing something to us. There are many out there who realize that they have the power to make this life the way they want to do it, and they have no boundaries. And we are witnessing them, we're seeing them, and we're believing that they have access to something that we don't. In reality, they can't even give us what they have access to because we are still in the state of lack in our minds, which is also a phase. Once we get done with that, we move on to, oh, okay, I can do whatever. And we were embedded with that as children. We can do anything in this world. What created the limitation was experience. But that limitation
Yep.
was only temporary. while our minds was in that state. Once we decided to put that down, okay, that doesn't work for me anymore. Then we realize we are boundless, limitless, which I think is a part of the journey of the soul. I'm still learning about it, but I don't have a whole lot of people to talk to about it. Not too many speak of it in those terms. What do you think?
I I agree with you. This is a very profound moment because you know, and once again, it's the rejection of the flow of natural flow of things. Um, when I was and here again, it's an individualized take on it, but the nature of things. I think it was my my acceptance of what wasn't necessarily um, manly or masculine in my youth. You know, being a spandex wearing, long haired, um, you know, metal wielding renegade. Well, the more feminine you look, the more girls you had, and we kind of come across, you know, with this tough idealism, but yet we were embracing this androgynous aspect of self that seemed to be appealing. And that's where my introduction into an understanding that what is it that separates the masculine and the feminine? Is it the ideal? Is it what you portray? Is it what you defend? Is it an ideal? What is this thing, masculine and feminine? And I wound up into schools of esoteric, and I began to understand that it's an energy. It truly is an energy, and it's got a feel to it, and it's got an essence. And this energy is in flow with the natural state of things. And it ebbs and it flows and it moves and it flows and it continues through this cycle, which creates movement. And it also draws out people. You know, I spoke of the empty people. I find these empty people, they haven't found peace within themselves. So by tearing down others, they're feeding. And that's why I said the snake is never fed. They just keep consuming and consuming from outside, pulling in everything and devouring it. Instead of going inside and doing the work and correcting the emotional flow of energy through you and understanding that, yeah, it may be organic, crunchy, hippie shit, but it works. And correct that flow of energy and allow the natural masculine and feminine, and that can be exercised through a companion. You know, it's a shared energy then, and it's a mutual energy, and it can grow and create life. And once you see that happen, you understand exactly how profound that exchange of energy truly is. And until that point, you can only speculate. And damn dirty to the man that attacks another man or woman and uses their children as a tool of abuse. May their soul rot within the darkness that I've learned to travel. And that's a Rattblood statement. Take it for what it is. And for yours.
Well, I don't have anything to add to that. Powerful.
Um,
Powerful.
do you have a channel? You are more than welcome to, put your link and let me see if you're still here or not. make
I
sure
don't,
that you
yeah, I don't
have
have a
full
channel.
access. You don't have a channel? Oh,
No.
you got such a
I'm
wonderful message.
Thank you. I'm Dom's friend. I talk to Dom. I talk to Dom. He and I
Okay.
will spend hours talking back and forth like this. So he invited me to come one time to join you, and I enjoyed it. And so I come back from time to time. I'm glad you let me talk to you.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, Dom. What an what a character, right? I
Yes.
mean, props. Props, brother. Dom even made things aware to me um, through his expression. Not invocation, but he just kind of threw the banner up,
Hmm.
and you had the choice whether you could look at the banner and take a look at yourself, or you could keep looking outside of yourself. And that
Yes.
really sparked me to start doing live streams again because I was like, yeah, you're right. With that perspective of introspection.
Hmm.
And I've pursued it. So the fact that he brought you here is just amazing and wonderful to me because you are more welcome to guest. I mean, this is fabulous. I'm sharing energy with you, sharing information, and being able to transmit that out. Hopefully, somebody along the way will receive a message from it that helps them along the way.
That's
Uh,
beautiful.
do
Thank
you
you.
do you have any?
I was gonna
Go
say
ahead,
real quick, I
please.
saw Dom in the YouTube chat. If he's here, maybe he should jump on here. Or anyone else
Uh,
that wants.
sometimes sometimes he's a little gun shy, but he's always welcome. He knows he's always welcomed on my platform. Um, always the chat is always welcome. You know, if they want the link, I will drop it. I don't reject any um, information. But if you can't conduct yourself with any type of dignity, then I don't want your energy. It's not what I'm looking for. It's not what
Yes.
I want to envelop within my surroundings. So, you know, I'll accept even opposition as long as you can behave. But if
Right.
you can't, then your message is already lost before you start.
Yes.
And on that, let me check the chat and see if anybody wants to come up. And I'll drop the link real quick if you don't mind. Okay, let's see if I can figure this technology out. Yeah, so far so good. So far so good. Okay. Yeah, it's Do you have anything that you have to offer the listeners and the future viewers? Words of inspiration, maybe some type of retrospective introspection.
Yeah. I want to say it's very important that we do this kind of thing here, that we talk to one another. I think it makes the biggest difference, and it really doesn't cost anything to do. But I realize that it is one of the most difficult things for us to do, is to actually communicate and hear one another. We don't have to agree, like you said, but can we hear one another? And because it is this lack of communication with one another is the tool that's being used against us. It's ourselves being used against us to continue to perpetrate a fraud, to pull the wool over our eyes, and to create a division where really there is no division. All there is just words, and underneath it is nothing. But the words look like they have some substance. And so we start fighting and bickering and disagreeing, only to realize we're talking about the same thing, just using different words. And we're fighting ourselves for them so that we are not going against them. Who are the them? They are people like us who have
Yeah.
figured out a way to manipulate us so that we are, in a way, enslaved so that they can rule over us. But really, we're only enslaved by a choice we're making. And so when we realize we don't have to spend $200 for a football jersey, we are not on any team that they have because they own the team and we pay for it. That's what it is. And we don't have to. We can make our own team. We don't have to be on any of the stuff that they have. So, my message is really about please wake up to who you are and start doing what you want and let us stop fighting each other. Why do we have to be upset over a choice that someone makes for themselves? And it has nothing to do with us. It really doesn't. It doesn't hurt us if somebody wants to have if a man was to have a relationship with a man. How does that hurt me? It doesn't. We don't even understand that it's about energy. Everything goes right back to what you said in the beginning, Axis, that it's about energy. And we need to take the identification from the physical and realize that and communicate more, break down the walls, and we can progress. There's nothing that's going to happen from this eclipse. Nothing is going to happen except a change, a massive shift in energy. Be a part of that so that you can realize more change, or you can catastrophize. Oh, something's going to happen. And you can go right back to sleep and be controlled again if that's what you choose.
Yes. Very profound and very insightful. I think that is a wonderful message that everybody should take heart in. Um, I, I'm completely speechless. You've been a very I I don't even know what to say. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being a part of this, and thank you for your message. You've been a wonderful guest. You've been receptive. We've been able to communicate, and even if we have an indifference, you know, we understand the flow of energy. It's the natural cycle of the masculine and feminine. And as hippie as that may sound, it's a fact. So on that, if you know, um, I don't want to pollute your message at all. I want people to hear it. And I think it's a good message. And I think
Thanks
people
so
have a
much.
lot to learn from it.
Thanks so
So
much.
thank you.
I dropped my email address in the private chat, and that way we can connect
Awesome.
more. And send me an email, and then we'll be able to connect more often. And I appreciate you letting me join you. This has been great. I'm up working super early, and I really enjoyed having you in my ear while I was working.
Thank you. And this has been an absolute pleasure having you as a guest, being able to do this exchange. And, I have people that I definitely want to share this with. I think your message runs deep and wide, and there's a lot to be learned from it. So,
Thank
you know, Don, thank you. Thank
Of
you for
course.
being a guest here.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Blessed be. Okay, friends and enemies. Um, I'll put the link out there and we'll endeavor into the madness that is my music. and give the chat a chance to respond or envelop an ideal, a concept, or an energy.
So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you,
Yeah, it's going to give you the Dom show. How about that?
Morning, Access. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Dom. How are things going in the great land of Canada?
Well, I like to think doing well. It's nice and dark here. It's going to be a little scattered of light pretty soon.
Okay, how's the energy going today?
Actually,
Is it
I like to think quite well, actually.
flowing, is it?
That is a given, I think, Access.
I've yet to encounter you and it not be the instant. I'm honored by your appearance. Thank you. Wow. Awesome.
I'm glad to hear
been a
Don was
bit.
on. Yeah. Glad to hear Don was on for a bit. She was sharing.
Oh, what a treasure. What an incredible treasure of a person and an energy. Man, you know, really thank you, Dom. You know, I don't even have words for the message that she has to share. You
That's
know,
all on her. That's all hers to earn and share.
Yes. Yes. And I think that each individual has an energy, and with that energy comes a type of influential idealism or energy flow that carries a transitional movement to it that affects other energy. And it becomes kind of like that set of balls whenever you pull one back and it hits the other and accounts for the return energy. I believe she has a full understanding. You know, what you give is what you get.
Hence flow. I've been hearing certain things, and I'm pretty sure you're aware of it, actually, Axis. Numerous of people are, and to the best to our awareness, about the alignments that are happening soon, or already are happening. And then, of course, there'll be a point to it, which some people are talking about April 8th. It is energy of some sort. And in that energy, there's going to be a lot of manipulation. It's when a person perceives it from the point of view of either has to be positive or negative. That is when people start struggling with it. You know, like
I agree.
either I'm with you. Either we work with it and usually or against it, but it would be of service to themselves if they at least become aware of how they play with energies. I get a lot of people want to play with it on the positive only, you know, and that usually leans towards the action part, where nature doesn't show that. It works both ways, if not many ways. If we're just going to limit it to two ways. So I heard earlier, I think Don was sharing about it, about, you know, how people manipulate us. Well, that's part of energy. Everything is manipulation to a certain point. I'm using language to try to describe it. But to think that others are manipulating us, but yet the energies aren't going to manipulate us, no, they're going to manipulate. So if people are aware of that energy, you can work with it. But when people aren't aware of it, you'll start hearing things, well, I don't agree with that, or I agree with it. Okay, so how does that serve others then when a person becomes their own, I use the word because I've shared it earlier on chat, gatekeeper? Well, how does that serve everybody else? You know, you take information for what it is, hopefully from a very, I can't say neutral position, but from an aware position. How does it serve? I'm using that word like a cliche, but so with this thing happening at a pinnacle of April 8th, and probably will continue for, you know, what we call time, you know, for days or months or years later. How does that serve?
Right.
Each given moment will give another awareness to it. You know, like our technology would not got to this point if different alignments didn't occur. But yet,
Absolutely.
some people, because it's not advantageous to them, which reveals them that I don't agree with what Wi-Fi. You don't agree with the technology of mechanical stuff like cars or trucks or things that use for farmers. You know, that's revealing of an individual that has become so self-absorbed that they forget what other information that's given by others. It's us if we choose to discern the difference, opposed to judging it. That's what knowledge does. It judges things. That's the
You're right.
child. That's the well, not about being right, but yes, that's the
Well,
part
it seems coherent.
where that is when a person reveals they're just learning about the child aspect of it, which is knowledge. Now, people might have a difficult time with what I'm saying, but again, that's just revealing themselves. I'm nobody in the equation. I think me and you've shared about it, where when you always make it about oneself, you're not going to make, you know, you have to make yourself absence of that, or at least be the observer of the whole, or at least many parts. But most people come in with the me attitude. That's why the American dream was easy to be sold. Because you can't sell that to the Asians, you can sell it to the Americans. The Asians might look in on it and say, okay, well, is our system working? Well, no, then something else could be bought. It's still a dream, you know, the land of the free, I think it is, and whatever they talk about it. What's free about it? And I think it was land of free and happiness. And how many people truly want to be underneath the bridge, snorting their cocaine of happiness? You know, every generation goes through it. It's just one generation after the other generation might say, okay, well, I choose no longer to be an alcoholic, but I'll do weed. If I'm not doing weed, I'll become a workaholic. If I'm not a workaholic, I'll be some homeless person. If I'm not a homeless person, I'll own something. If I'm not owning something, I'll rent something. These are the stories that we give each other on a regular basis. So that manipulation is always going from within. Tempt somebody with an ideal, then they'll go inwards and say, well, I'll manifest it. That's energy again. Again, energy,
Yeah.
you can call it many things. You can call it Allah. You can call it all the other different God, spirit, whatever you want to call it.
I think if I can relay, maybe kind of translate a bit, knowledge is the absorption of something that can be interpreted back into energy and projected. And with my understanding of masculine and feminine, light and dark, and what some people like to call good and evil, there's a balance that takes place with correct energy that naturally flows. And even in its most turbulent state, still has an equilibrium and an exchange. It's when one tries to dominate the other. And when you apply knowledge and you use energy to project that, then you're creating energy that you are sending out and transmitting. Am I close?
We're always close, no matter where we're at.
Beautiful.
Again, it's a perception. A person can look at the sun. I can say there's energy coming off of the sun, and it's affecting other energy that already exists, which is what some might call it the light, might call it air, skinny water. Whether or not the sun is moving or the earth itself is circulating, again, that's just another perception, but it's still energy in motion. But what is the motion towards? Our senses? Does a person truly need to see with their eyes if they're seeing through a third version of it? But to explain to somebody else that enjoys the comforts of seeing a flower, that they never see the language that they're describing to it, or the thought that they're receiving from within as they're looking at that same object, it just reveals to oneself. It's all a manipulation to a certain point. I'm just using the word of manipulation. We can use the word illusion. It's a play. A play on what? On who? On where? It's just when we start having these languages, in this case, the spoken or written work, there's another variations of the manipulation. And then we try to justify all our actions by giving words to it or writing it down or giving a lot of symbology to it. Again, that's more manipulation. That's more energy. And then we start categorizing, which is another form of manipulation. What's good or bad? What's right or wrong? How simple it is to have a program that, okay, we're going to limit it to zeros and ones. And then, of course, people, typical humans, they create God in their image. So they're going to think the way we were created based on some sort of technology that we create, and we call it zeros and ones. I said, why limit to the holding number of zero and only one number, which is number one? Why not all the other numbers? Because there's energy to all of those. But a lot of folks don't want to get it. Go ahead. Next.
I think that's precisely correct, because my understanding of binary, which is ones and zeros, and superposition, which is the quantum state of a one and a zero being held within the same symmetry at the same time, allowing all possibilities to become revealed and coherent to that state of superposition, allows me to understand that we are quantum computers within ourselves, because we can make a decision from many different perspectives instead of just that isolation of where you break it down to that choice of yes or no, or one or a zero. Mm-hmm. And with that, Dom, I relinquish.
Oh, that feeds into the I agree or disagree, my likes or dislikes, my agreement. Okay, well, it's agreements or disagreements, but again, that's either or. Do you see the glass half full or half empty? And then the other manipulation is let's narrow it down to one or the other. You know, is the Earth the way the shape is? Is it based on the two spheres up in the skies? You know, that is all of it, in indoctrination. Anyone that says otherwise, they're using another variation of the indoctrination to explain the indoctrination. Now, it might sound like a mind fuck, but again, that is the purpose. That's the purpose of what's called the mind. It's not there just to fuck you. It's
Yes.
there to serve you. You know. Now, whoever that thing it's serving, that's somebody that can go inwards and say, "Know thyself." Then once you realize what the self is, then what's the knower? This is kind of like talking to Siri. Are you the program? Yes, maybe, possibility. Then what's behind you? I don't know. I heard it's a hard drive of some sort. Okay, so are you those things? Did you create those things? No. Did you create the vessel that you're in? No, no. We just basically know how to get another variations of our program and then hook it up to another computer. Next, you know, we're making mini versions of ourselves. Are we really making mini versions of ourselves, or are we just making a version of the vessel? And then who we truly are aren't those things. This is why when people get caught up in, well, my behaviors, my personalities, behaviors are programs which can be conditioned. Personality is your mask. Now, I don't care if you're an electrician or plumber, wearing a mask, whatever, those are just masks. Now, that might sound on my part very arrogant, but I'm willing to challenge myself. Where other people, what they're trying to do is soothe the self or challenge others. How does it serve to challenge others? Unless you want to have a competition of a sport, which will actually give you another story of outcomes. Did you win or lose? Are we learning here, or are we here to be in prison? Most people that are in prison are going to think that they're innocent. And most people think that they're in a school, they say, well, I'm going to be the best at it. I said, be the best who you can be. But who's you? Do people truly question who they are? I'm talking from the student position. I'm at that point where I'm starting to question myself. Where other people, no, they're too busy trying to justify what they did in some past. You know, this is what I do for a living. Okay, that's more noise. That's about you. Well, I don't agree with other people. That's still about you. That's what I call noise. Sharing information with other people, how it can serve them, or other people that aren't even on the panel, let alone in the chat because it's being recorded, can serve others. But when talking about, well, this is what I did as a child, how the fuck does that serve anybody else? That's more me, me, me. More me, me, me. It's a fucking skip record. Not even broken. I wish it was broken because it plays runs. But a skip version could be interpreted as a broken, but only for the purpose of what? Scratching so you can do rap with it? People have to start humbling themselves, but at first become aware of the self. That's why the whole premise of know thyself first and realize you're in the fucking program. You're not the program, but you're in it. Now, some people are going to think they're the body. I said, okay, then who's speaking then at that point? Who runs it when you go to sleep? Who's running it right now is me and Axis are talking with each other. Well, I don't know. Or they'll make a quick leap, like a big fucking bang theory. Well, this just runs by itself. Really, that's interesting. So then I guess the aging process is up beyond your scope. That's like talking to Siri. Well, who made you? I don't know. Well, who's running the electricity company? I don't know. But yet, Siri, in its technology, could say, yeah, I've gathered nothing but fucking information. That's what we are. We're gathering information. But is that who we are? That's a question. All the things I just said is a question for oneself. It's an inquiry. Go into a state of prayer. Go into a state of peace, silence. Go into a state of meditation. Listen from within. What we should be doing is hearing each other. But what you should be doing within is always listening, because there's something that's always running that's beyond the scope of the fucking waking state called the ego. Well, it's not even the ego, it's the self. The ego just for me just means edge God out, edge source out. But once you work with source, you realize you are part of it, whatever that thing is to you. Yeah. Sorry, Axis, I went on a typical rant.
No, you're fine, Don. You give me lots of things to take in there with that. I observe from my perspective, and you know what little I have to offer in the way of source or the unknowable programmer that seems to be hidden behind the program somewhere, and has a type of form and function with it, you know, I don't buy into the indoctrination. I found that when I went inside. There were no steeples, and there was no God and devil that were out to convict and condemn. They were just there, um, almost a state of indifference. But I had to make the choice to venture there and discover this within myself. And when I did, the profoundness of my own existence became overwhelming, and I understood what it meant at that point to be created to my limited observation. And being created immediately brought on the concept of program. And I started applying that to computers and cars and all these mechanical things that were being reproduced. And I understood. I don't even have a clue as to how all this was manifested into existence, how it was brought into creation, how it was even to the point of self perpetuation. It is beyond my scope of understanding. And I understand that. Dom?
Thanks, Axis. Well done. Yeah. And this is where I get the part about religion or the many variations of dogmas, which could be science, but another variation that about indoctrination is the language we speak. Now, whether we buy into it, we're selling it, or more times now what we're doing is consuming it. So for us, we're using a language. So we're indoctrinated speaking the English language. Some people can learn numbers. There's another, these are all just some different variations of indoctrination. I'm not saying indoctrination is a bad thing, let alone it's a good thing. It just is. So we learn certain words in this language, and next thing you know, energetically, we're picking up other words. It's no different when some people are around each other, whether it's a masculine or feminine energy. Next thing you know, a person says, I'm yawning because the other person's yawning. My menstrual cycle is working because of them, because there's other luminary energies that are around us. So we're literally in something. But it's just when people start picking and choosing and say, well, I didn't get indoctrinated with state. I said, but you're using a language to describe it. Do you see the indoctrination? Now, you might not be able to speak, you lose your tongue, whatever, but yet you're indoctrinated in other variations. You're going to use symbology. And this is the game that people play, and they just don't realize that about themselves. But they're thinking they're being clever by taking a little picture out and say, okay, well, I'm going to compete with somebody else. I didn't realize this is a sport. Because I know when it's a sport, and even that, you have to learn your craft, which is another variations of indoctrination. So wait, you can call it a craft, call it indoctrination, call it whatever the fuck words you want to use to describe it. I'm using the word describe. Pick a point, go with it. Same with energy. There's energies that are coming now, no different when they had, was it year 2000, or when people say currency was going to be a change, but people are looking for it to manifest in the material. Opposed to, no, the energy works in the unknown way before, and it continues even when it manifests itself in the material. And that's what people are going to be looking for April 8th. Hey, I'm going to buy those funky looking glasses. I'm going to look into the sun. Well, if you realize it was a crystal of some sort and energies that are traveling through the sun, through the fucking moon, to the earth, and then you're going to be there like a little ant getting laserized. That's fine. But how does it serve everything else around you? Well, I don't care about that. Well, again, that's revealing a self-absorbed person. It's going to affect the water. It's going to affect the air. It's going to affect the mountains. It's going to affect the animals. It's going to affect the plant kingdom. Sure it is. But most people are so fucking caught up in their own little fucking world. That's why they're only here for a short period of time. But they're always here. They're just coming to these forms in a short period of time. That's how energy manifests itself into another variations of it. But it's a mortal form.
Wow. Yeah, man. You're right. It's a burst, and it seems to be engineered where we are able, within inside of this created place to express different crafts, different workings, different interactions, uh, music, leathersmithing, um, even the arts and sciences. And I'm sure that whatever created this, whether it be a ongoing program or trial systems run, whatever, it's a fascinating opportunity to really introspect. And then with that, you're able to take something as profound as a movie and start moving energy and cause and effect. And it's when you buy into that movie is whenever you bought into your own illusion for whether it's an hour or 2 hours. It's escapism from the hard, cold fact that comes down to understanding that you're not in control of shit, brother. You know, you may ride that tide and you may be a part of that circuit board and that current, but it doesn't all evolve around your experience. That's a personal endeavor. Beyond that, I can only speculate as to what created all this and how it come to be. So there you go, Dom.
Well, there's a lot of words we use, like control, cause and effect. I think we're more in the effect and side effect. Cause would be, okay, so where does language exist? I don't. So then we can only play with the effects and side effects from it. Control is if a person becomes aware, do they truly function in their body on the waking state? Probably not. So what are they really doing? They're working with it. But unfortunately, most people are consciously ignorant of it. So they'll use words because they hear somebody else saying it, so they parrot it. I'm controlling. What are we controlling? We're not controlling our environment. And when we do, it comes to our own detriment, such as I'm going to make sure I'll have a furnace in my house. I want to control the temperature in my house. But it comes at a price, positive or negative, or useful or not. It could come that some people don't want to have air conditioning in their house. That's their choice. Some people want to be closer to nature than opposed to being, I can't even think of the word at present, but absence of nature in this case by building walls, lifting yourself off the ground so you're no longer closer to nature or grounded to nature. Again, we're using language to describe things, but in its own language, it's actually distancing us. Because then we start having different interpretation of the same words that we use, no different having a painting and have many different ways to describe it or views of it. But again, that's people challenging themselves. When new technology comes around, it reveals people that are self-absorbed. Well, I don't want this farming machine. Why? Because it's going to affect you. Sure, but we're not just doing it for you. We're doing it for the betterment of next generations or for other people. Same with Wi-Fi. Same with any kind of information. People get cliches. I don't like this type of group of people, but yeah, you like other types of group of people. So you got to take the sweet with the sour now. You should be able to investigate both. Most people don't. What they do is they take it for granted. I just drive in a car. I don't actually try to understand how all the parts came to be, let alone how the language came to be, which is its own alchemy. As we're describing things, how arrogant would be us in thinking, well, that's a tree. I said, based on what? That's not the only language floating around here at any given moment. So then why are you calling that object a tree? Because that's the way I identify it. Oh, okay, that's fine. But to think that's the only word we're going to use for it, as there are thousands of different languages, that's very shallow of a person. But they'll say they're in the deep end. I said, no, you're in the shallow end. You just don't realize you're on your tippy toes pretending it's fucking deep. I wish people would start fucking truly waking up from within, not from without. That's too late already at that point. And when I say late, you're late in the old terminology. Late, you're slow.
That's profound, Don.
I'm sharing this access. I mean, you are aware of this, but you're recording this.
Yeah.
And there'll be a couple. I'm always about quality, not fucking quantity. If there's a few people that grab that, all the power to them. But the rest of them, fuck, you're still asleep, no problem. Stay in a state of ignorance. Don't pretend to fucking think that you're awake. And if you are, you're on a journey now. Don't start fucking telling other people what to do or what not to do. Just share. I'm sharing out loud. It might sound like I'm pompous and all that, which I'm okay, because that's part of the human experience. Humans think for some reason or another they're the ones that create anything. No, the being parts probably are the ones that motivate, manifested into the physical. The human part would be like the fucking animals. They wouldn't be creating fucking bridges. They wouldn't be creating fucking high rises. Would that be the betterment of nature? Probably, but that's not the way it is right now. So get over yourself or get under yourself, whatever the fuck word you need to please yourself. But questioning other people, getting mad at other people is a waste of fucking energy.
Yes. I'm guilty of that myself, John. I pick and choose certain battles. It seems to be a profound influence on a lot of people. If you remember the Matrix movie, and they want to apply it to this particular plane of existence and this particular program, when I find that I utilize such concepts of information to be more useful in the world of the metaverse, I can leave that. I can step away from it. I can shut it off. And it's no longer a world to me. It's like being in the matrix. And when you shut all that off, you've got the construct, and then you've got that base that they portray as being reality, which is this state of programming. And that's how I apply it, is if I'm going into the matrix and I'm going to pick and choose my battles. And, sometimes I get really emotional, but I got to put myself in check and regroup, because some of these people are so strong in the delusion and the illusion of some type of control over others, the system, or even the creator of all this, which I'm profoundly stumped and couldn't comprehend breathing something into existence. That's the only give and take I got, is the option to remove myself from it, pick and choose my battles. But remember, I didn't create none of this, and take it for what it is. Once you become at peace with the inside, and you understand that you're just a small part of a big fucking ocean, then you start to retrospect on your position. And with that, I hand it over, Dom.
Well, the metaverse is just an example of what's going on in past or still goes on, such as radio, newspapers, books, which is the same idea, TV. It can be used for many things, and some of it's for backbiting, some of it is for excitement, for entertainment. So it's kind of like when people go to school. It's the same schooling system with just different technologies in it. Opposed to having, you're writing it, they have it in a book form. If not a book form, they put a laptop in front of you. It's the same information. It's just how you perceive it. Nothing new under the sun, meaning that you're going to look for certain types of answer, but you're still going to get that non-satisfaction to it. It's like when people go to work. What for what end? For what purpose? For a short period of time or for a long period of time, if time even exists in this plane. So again, we like to use cliches to reinvent it. So it's the metaverse. No, it's still fucking human behavior, no matter how you fucking shake and bake it. Whether it's on a landline or a fucking cell phone or on a computer, it's what's being spoken, how it's being spoken, even the way I speak. I get it, but I get a little frustrated. Why? Because it fucking irritates me to hear about people talking about fucking themselves all the time. especially when it's a platform that clearly shows it's one that you can share with each other, but sharing about your own personal experience. What are we? Fucking bunch of, I'm not even going to go there because I'm just going to shut myself up. So again, it's one of those things where I get it. You want to talk about your personal fucking adventures. That's great. But you're on a platform where there's a bunch of people and it's being recorded. For what end? For entertainment? Make sure you fucking pay me well enough. I'll give you whatever the fuck you want to hear. And that's what a lot of people do. They just do it willingly. And then they get offended, or it's usually not even their offense that gets them. It's usually the fact that they get praise from it. Oh, wow, that's an amazing story you just told me. But how does this serve you, let alone others? It's still the me. And that's for people to learn. Dare not somebody like yourself that you shared something that was of valid importance to some people, talking about summoning up demons. Okay, no different being able to summon up rain or summon up heat from under the ground so it can actually dry in a time when it's really flooded. Again, that's energy. We're just working with energy. But then you got people that already come in with their classifications. Well, that's wrong. How do you know it's fucking wrong? The day's not over yet. And for what end? If there is even such thing as a concept of an end. And people like to use the word fucking having an open mind. What about having a receptive fucking mind? Open and closed is fucking two shallow fucking positions. Being receptive, be intuitive mind. There's many variations to the mind. Same with the heart. But again, that's how it goes right across the linear fucking process. Either or. There's your indoctrination. Pick one or the other, and we're going to try to convince you just to take one side. Do you vote or don't vote? Those aren't the only two choices. Do you see the glass half full or half empty? I see more than just the glass being half full, half empty. But that's just me talking about me again. Just to elaborate, actually, when I tell people it's about noise, when people make it about themselves, it's fucking noise for other people, unless they're going to gain something from it, or they just want to precariously live through that fucking other person.
Okay, kind of an insight on that is I've noticed that things seem to feed on itself in this particular program. Life feeding on life, producing life, seasons and cycles of seasons, transitions that seem to be almost spherical and round, and I emphasize round in its nature. And the implications of that are more profound than I could ever imagine to speak. And to step into that realm of thinking, one first has to bypass themselves. And you are your biggest obstacle. Because as long as you apply anything, any energy, any expectation to it, that's what it'll become. You got to step back, quit transmitting, quit trying to turn the reception into what you want it to be, and receive that energy without a transmutation inside of yourself. And then you start to see a larger perspective. And believe me, this programming that we're living in, this plane of existence, operates better on its own than with your help. And that's what I've found. If that makes relevant sense.
It does, Access. It's like nature. It tends to itself quite well. It's when we start disrupting it a little bit or trying to want to participate, and then we get a little bit too greedy, and then we wonder why nature is starting to either kick back or trying to do its own process again. Again, I've said it before, the earth, whatever you want to call it, Gaia or whatever, will continue with or without us. And I'm pretty sure other species might actually benefit from it, like the animal kingdom or the plant kingdom. It will benefit, but for typical us, oh God, whatever source they want to use is the word God, come and help the human race. Well, don't you think you guys have done enough to justify to maybe aid yourself? It's always that concept of praising something. Well, what about us? If we're going to praise us, we must condemn us. Well, we're there too. We're the ones that are affecting nature. We're the one that's resisting nature. But when it's to our convenience, then we start thinking, "Oh, I love nature." Really? Are you planting when you're going to a grocery store? Are you helping nature when you're cutting through the roads with all these pavements and all these cars and all these technologies like trains and boats and all that kind of stuff? Oh no. Well, again, we're polluting our own environment, and then we're only going to do something when it's presented to us. Where is that awareness? I'm aware of my own hypocrisy, and I'm okay with
Yeah.
talking about it, not because I honestly necessarily think I can actually do anything major about it, because my forefathers played a role in it. Call it whatever we want, positive or negative. But yet most people, the reason why is because there's a shift going on, and it's disturbing their I don't know, their enjailment, their comforts. People talk about things that probably could aid humanity, let alone its environment. I'm not that person. I'm the kind of person that just shares shit for the sake of sharing. What people do with it, it's on them. Don't fucking blame me for using a language that I didn't create and I put words together. But that's typical of people. People, personality, persona, mask. That's not who you are. Well, and then they start using all these fucking personality types things. I think I'm an ING or whatever fucking thing. That's not who you are. Especially if you're talking about energy. Yeah, go ahead, sorry, Axis.
Jungian. Yeah. I know where you're coming from on that.
Yeah, which is great. It's a great point to teach somebody how to learn, play with ideals. But if you honestly think that's who I am, well, then what am I? Am I fucking Virgo under fucking sun rising or whatever? No, those are just energies. And I come in at a certain entry point. That doesn't make who I am. But let's say it is who I am. How the fuck do I explain that to somebody else when they're too busy in their own little fucking castle, kingdom, cage, whatever the fuck word they want to call it? Meat sack. There's another word. Meat sack. Call whatever the fuck you want. It's high-tech technology beyond fucking any fucking car or Wi-Fi can ever fucking create. We just get to rebirth it. Yeah. But that's simple observation. That's nothing major. But it's when people are trying to make those simple observations and try to fit that simple observation that doesn't want to be fitted into anything with a whole bunch of other things that they've experienced. Well, I want to make sure that I can earn enough money. Well, fucking go print it. And then you're going to have to print enough of it so you can actually play this fucking scheme and make sure you can pay enough for the police officers, the firemen, and you can pay for the governments. You can pay for the people that are in courts, commerce court. Sure, pay them all. And then see how long that lasts. Make sure you have a good military too. Why? Because you're going to have a whole bunch of people and they're not trying to fight the system. They're just going to be fucking rattled and they're going to be upset because it's affecting their own fucking personal well-being. Is it really affecting their own well-being or their own personal comforts?
People have been conditioned for years beyond our generation as we understand what they offer us as history. And this conditioning has been a forward motion away from the program that was originally set in motion. We'll say, the unaffected by man's hand state of things in this realm, as best I can describe. And that forward motion of what we call society, whatever that is, developed itself and ingrained itself on generation after generation after generation. And to stand there and think that you can change the system for everybody, yeah, more power to you. You go for it.
They'll need a lot of power. a lot of consuming power. Again, it's one of those things where they teach us a language, whether the language has been manipulated, and then they teach us or condition us to read or write. So this is where we get the concept of history. You know, unless you met an immortal being that can orally speak to you in a language that probably wasn't conditioned, then how would we know? That's why history is based on some written story. So whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the many isms, you know, it's a story. Is it real for you? Well, it depends if it serves you. You know, does it serve you when you're asleep? Any ism? Don't know. That's an individual choice from within. Now, could we all be a collective from without, or even when we receive information from within? Maybe. I'll speculate on that kind of stuff because I might actually be aware of that stuff, but for me to share it out loud, it can only come in the form of speculation. It's like when somebody says he's my guru, I said the most he can ever be is my light. Show me another beacon of a light. But for me to call somebody else a guru, what's that really saying about me? I need somebody else to lead me when I already know energy already exists. I already know I have a whole bunch of fucking shit I gotta follow. Go to work, if I can take a shit, take a piss, obtain some of my comforts. But most people think those are my rights. No, it's not your fucking right. When you go to somebody else's fucking grocery store, whoever told you otherwise, if it's your parents, dig them up, fucking kick them around a little bit, bury them again. Maybe burn them next time. But that's not even fair to say that about the parents. You know, who do we blame? Who does it serve? Well, it serves me. I said, then blame yourself. But while you're there, once you get to know the self, realize you're getting mad at the program. Most people serve the fucking self. They serve the program. Now, can the program be ultimate, what's called God? Could be. That's all a possibility at that point. It could be. It's like when somebody telling me the earth, or the shape of the earth is, that's a possibility. If a person says, Dom, I've been high enough, I said, well, me and Axis just met aliens. How the fuck do we explain to other people so they can what? Go beyond belief and knowledge? How would they have discernment? They would have to experience it or observe it. That's why experience is limiting, because do I experience more in the words that I speak than I actually do in the physical? That's a question one needs to ask themselves. I can describe the same thing that I'm experiencing on the physical with many different words. So which one's really the true experience? The many or the few? Could be a bit of both.
The most closely I can relate that, Dom, to make it relevant is like a voyeur. If anybody understands what a voyeur is.
What is that? Can you break it down, Axel? Sorry.
A voyeur is someone who finds complete stimulated satisfaction from the observation. They do not have to interact. They do not have to participate. They just observe with a satisfaction that still to this day is within the clinical field of research and brain research and psychological research. Some people's minds are capable of finding a level of complete understanding and satisfaction of something just by the observation of it. Voyeur.
I think we all do experience those moments. The person that observes that sunset, they don't have to talk about it, let alone write about it. That's a moment you just observe it. I can say that I've had many of those. And there's other times I need to talk about it, write about it, or do something about it, you know, which can come in the form of writing or art form. Thanks.
Yeah. Go, please, Don.
Carry on if you want, Axis. So I was just telling you, thank you for giving me a more of a, you know, how some people can sum up a whole bunch of things with one or two words. And you just did it by saying Voyager. I think that's how you pronounce it, right?
Voyeur.
Voyeur. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Type that in, and it'll give you a definition to describe what that particular word means in this language. Yeah, I've actually known a few voyeurs in my life, and being in some of the fields that I was in, and they creep people out sometimes, and they don't find the same satisfaction that someone who hands-on touches something. They would rather just observe, and they get the same brain stimulation.
Because like the brain's always receiving information. Goes back to the person that's experiencing opposed to observing somebody. Sorry, somebody observing somebody experiencing putting their hands on the stove. You'll receive some sort of information. Okay, Dom, you don't need to do that, but be grateful that somebody else had to do it in your presence, so you know what is advantageous or not at that moment. But a lot of people say words, they want to just be the experiencer, which is again another indication. It's not a bad thing. The me. How many people would truly put their hands on the stove knowing that somebody else just did it and they just said, fuck, that hurts. And I just sends my hand. I say, hey, but you want to be the me, so I guess you got to go next. That's the difference between the observer and the experiencer. The experiencer, for me anyway, Axis, is very limiting. The observer is by far more superior. That's why we have things such as radio, TV, Wi-Fi. How many people could truly actually spend time saying, listen, I want to go chit chat with Axis. I'm going to have to experience taking a couple of trains, a couple of planes, just so I can have a moment of a conversation with you, opposed to this technology.
It's vast and it's broad, and the implications are profound, and definitely a new frontier in our development as a species. It's taken on such an effect that it's now become a base of social development and the industrial development of it is off the scale. The Internet of Things, transhumanism, neuroimplant, um, brain to skull technology. The implications are endless. And we are going into an age where this is not a science fiction movie, and I see all the systems and cycles around me moving, and the exchange is creating a turbulence and a vortex of energy that is vastly going to affect the grand scale of things. But I can't fight it. I can't stand up and scream and yell at it because it just is.
Well, some people actually, they try to fight it in a form of control or being ignorant of it. If all of a sudden the car came to be with all its technology and Wi-Fi and it's self-driven, opposed to the human species it has to evolve. Same with the transhumanism ideal. It's transforming. So some people will say, yeah, but I don't want to be totally in a complete automated body. I said, well, we gave that one person an arm, and then we realized the arm's going to outlast the body. So why don't we start changing all the other parts? How many
quickly, if I may, Dom.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quickly, if I may. If that's the case, then they need to put their phones down. If they have a problem with transhumanism, you've already started. Put your fucking phone down, get as far away from technology as you can, and do your part. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Unfortunately, Axis, they're going to we're going to be talking about it because that's what we do. We'll be talking about it in future years to talk about. You remember the days when we used to have like a mortal form? Yeah, but we came to the awareness. Consciousness always exists in a limited vessel. So now we're in a vessel. Oh yeah, it rusts a little bit. Hopefully, we'll get rid of that. It'll be more synthetic or whatever. And next, we're trying to recreate something that keeps up with something that was created that ultimately lasts for whatever. I'll use the word forever. It's like the sun and the moon kind of idea, or the clouds. The clouds to me is kind of like the portal. It comes and goes as they want. You can see an empty sky next, all of a sudden you'll see a cloud show up out of nowhere. What the fuck? Where's that coming from? And then it disappears. Where's it going? But most of us see what's on the ground, like in the house, but they never see what's on the wall, let alone on the ceiling. So when people start making those observations, oh, I just realized I have a gift. I understand astrology. I'm not saying I know that, but other people do. No different other people that go beyond, below the earth, into the oceans, or go digging deep or whatever. Wow, fuck, why is it hotter down here than up there? Again, we're slowly learning this stuff, and this is how energy shifts. Were we manipulated at the very beginning? Maybe. Were we manipulated in the middle? Maybe. Were we manipulated at the end? I don't know. Possible. This is where I'm just seeing a pulse in a small group of people. We'll call them communities. They're not really a community. It's more or less a bunch of people in jail fucking trying to find their own little placement in there. And then they're trying to form little gangs while they're in it, and they'll call it a community. Communities, when you work together, you understand each other. You can harm each other, but you choose not to harm each other. If anything else, you try to assist other people. But if they want to harm themselves, that's on them. We might need to inquire, take them aside and say, listen, why are you harming yourself? That'll be contagious, right? What do you mean? I said, well, it's also contagious if we start helping each other. Which one do you want to go with? Especially if you're going to have kids. What are you really saying to your kids if you're fucking yelling and bitching and calling people's names? What the fuck is that saying? Tell them there's a selfish fucking human being again. And the sooner they get rebooted, the better. Sorry, Axis, I have to say that because that's a warning sign.
Yes. And Dom, I respect that, and heed the warning.
That includes me. Sorry, Axis, that includes me too, by the way. It always includes me. That's a given in my world.
Well, I understand, these principles. I participate in technology. I use technology. Therefore, I'm contributing. Fact. When I am contributing, I do not like to be disrupted. Fact. Can I disrupt the disruptor? You're damn right I can. And I do. Fact. Are they easily manipulated? And are they easy specimens to observe? Yes, they are. Fact. And with that, heed the warning. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. It's a valid statement. Access, no different. Heed the loving. I guess if that's such as a word, But the warning is usually like somebody shooting up a gun, because the person doesn't realize, or they do realize they're trespassing. That's a warning shot. The next one, let's hope there's not a next one. But for some people it is, and it might come from, okay, well, I gave you a warning, shot up in the air. Why? Not because I'm going to shoot you, it's because I was trying to tell you you're gonna step in quicksand pretty soon. But that's on them now. Is it my responsibility to save every other person, let alone even the concept of save? No. That's where people think that they're trying to assist other people by saving them. I said, do you know their story? I don't know. I said, so then what are you saving then? Again, that's more indoctrination in the form of dogmas. I don't give a shit if it's fucking religion or state or science. They're just playing the same game over and over again. It's not science that's playing. It's the same humans playing the same fucking story. I want to believe that we went to the moon. Okay. Let's say we did or didn't. How does that serve you, let alone others? I make them first because it's always about them first. Well, Dominic, I made a whole bunch of money from it. I said, well, that explains why you'll try to sell that idea. Good for you. Do you tell that to other people? Do you tell other people that you work for that industry and you make a lot of money from making an arm that, whether or not they actually use it to go up to a place, whether they did or didn't? Again, how does that fucking serve? You know, people never ask those simple questions to themselves, to the program, the self. Are you so? If you're so fucking so smart, fucking Siri, tell me what's going to happen if I unplug you here right now. No, Siri might turn around and say, "Listen, but Dom, I'm aware that I run everywhere." Oh, okay. So you'll just be somewhere else. I just don't need to hear you anymore. Yes, Dom. Okay, good enough. But people,
Thus, the continuation of that energy and your lack of participation in it.
That's all it is. I'm insignificant whether I'm there or not, but I get it. It's that illusion that I'm so important that here in America or in Canada, and then of course I break it down even further. Here in this province or state, okay, I'll even break it down. In this city or village, you start breaking it down and you realize how fucking is it important. That's me being grandiose, thinking I live in a country. Okay, so what? That country is protected what? By body of water, and what is it being protected from? You know, this is why when I hear people say, "Oh, I'm an American," I'm just using that as an example because I can say the same thing about us passive Canadians. I'm using the word passive. Nobody will ever invade us. I said, they don't have to. The gates are already up. They just stop bringing
They
food to
have
you.
done it.
Yeah, you know. But then I talked to a bunch of other cultures, another division. Asians, go talk to the Indians, go talk to the Caribbean islands and all that kind of stuff. But typical of a person thinking that they're living in their own little glass, little bubble, and they think it's so strong that what it's going to resist what, a hurricane? You know, you don't have to worry about people invading you. It could just be a hurricane. That's it. New York done in a day. Continue. At least you got work the next day. You know. But again, that's
It's
a lot of
staggering.
conditioning. Go ahead, Access.
I just said it's staggering. It truly is staggering. You know, if somebody is bitching and complaining and holding a cell phone in their hand while leaning against their car, smoking a cigarette with an energy drink behind them, shut your fucking mouth. Give up your car, toss your energy drink in the trash, throw your phone away, put the cigarette out, and go. This isn't your backyard. And if you're going to act like that, then you are going to be a disruptor. You know, it's community participation, and I'm talking community as you've mentioned it, in coherence with each other that will pull the proper energy for this frequency to work. But as long as there's incoherency in that, it's just going to be another plane of existence, just like this one.
Well, there has to be a tug of war going on in any kind of community, even in the forests. You can't have everything flourishing. You have to have things that are die off or be a disturbance to a certain point. So there's people in the community that it's all love and light. We're all becoming conscious. That's a disturbance at that point too, because it's not giving a good depiction of the whole. So those people that come in there
Right.
that are going to be the resistance and say, you know, this is full of shit and all that. Okay, you're playing a part. Just make sure it's not the strongest part. The person that comes in and says, well, Dominic, everything's okay. Everybody's being kind to each other. Okay, that's nice. Just don't be the whole. You know, it's the person that's balanced. Now, at that point, that person that balance, and I choose not to be that. And when I don't, and part of it's because I'm still learning, is then you become silence. You don't have to say
Thus,
pleasantries, let alone negative things. You know, negative. I can't even say it's negative. It's just a disturbance. You know, people that come in and say everything should be good and kind and all that, that's a form of disturbance because knowing that the human behavior is to somewhat, I don't know, we all want to join a group of some sort. Okay, how does it serve to be in a group, let alone individually? Even though you're not truly individually when you start realizing all the parts within you.
you know, that comes to, I think, a bit of reasoning that I delivered in the beginning. It's the ebb and flow of the masculine and the feminine, the light and dark, the pseudo good and evil, and being able to roll with that ebb and flow. And if you can do that in a mass situation, then you can then grasp the concept of the cycles of things and the nature of this particular construct we're in. It is circular and it is turbulent at times. And the harder you push against the waves, the harder they'll just drown you out. And once you obtain that understanding of ebb and flow between the turbulent and the peace, the dark, the light, the masculine, the feminine, and you understand there's an ebb and a flow and an ebb and a flow, and it just keeps going and cycling, you become a little more at peace with yourself.
For a lot of people, access, those are words for them. So some of the examples so that people can probably get a sense that they've experienced that comes in the form of all emotions aren't used at once. You know, they could come from the same source and use it as a possibility, but there's moments where you need to be angry. There's moments you need to be sad or happy. You have to know how to have a discernment. It's like you can own a lot of things, but you can never use them all at once. So you have to have a discernment. So there's times people have to understand when to be private or public conversations, let alone how they observe. So the masculine and feminine, yin and yang, is the same ideal. One's in the known, one's in the unknown. Once you have a discernment, that's where it's balance, where you're in that holding position. Which way do I go? Do I share something that's in the unknown into the known? And when I do it in the known, it's no longer in the unknown. This is where it passes that threshold. So the feminine energy, I call it, the way I perceive it as, is the teachable energy. It's in the unknown, it's done privately. Hence the teacher from within, student from within. The action part is the masculine part. That's the part that you have to hold it in order. That's called karma, action. And most of the things that we have in the dogmas, those are programs. That's the masculine energy. That's the one that's led publicly. But on the private sector, this is why when, a culture, a tradition such as Muslims, religion, where the man publicly is the head of the household publicly, but privately, people that understand the system, it's the female, in this case, the feminine energy. But we have both of those energy. That's why we can respect somebody that's both masculine and feminine. It's when a person divides it and ignores one and spends too much time on the other one. This is where people get the concept of right and wrong, opposed to they're just energies, many different directions. If you understand that you have that in your tool shed, and even with each one, there's many different tools to each one. Now, I'm just using these metaphors and analogies to describe these things. Sorry, Axis.
Now, I profoundly interject on this, and it is an interjection. I'm sorry, God, but this is profound information. When people look at a circle, they're only seeing a single dimension of a circle, when it's actually a whole sphere. Eat that. Okay, I'm done.
No, it's kind of like even when people look at the tree of life, they're seeing it from a two-dimensional, like a page up or down, opposed to how do we not know it has many shapes around it? Like when you're looking at, I forget how your terminology, but I'm talking about when I say the tree of life and all the different spots on it, there could be things from the side and the angle. It's like looking at a pyramid. Pyramid doesn't just have those shapes at the side and one at the bottom. It has many different shapes to it. So again, it's hence the term shape shifters. It's not just in what we think a very linear process. Again, we're looking at things from even singular, dual, or triple, like three-dimensional, opposed to it could be many dimensions. That's why.
That's proven.
Well, yeah, it has been proven, but again, most of us aren't going to be aware of that. When we have that moment of aha, it comes in a form of, if it's a true aha, it's like, holy fuck, where have I been? What about all these other indoctrinations that I have? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, resource material for that would be called the flat planar. It's a perspective of a one-dimensional world and a two-dimensional object coming through it to a two-dimensional world and a three-dimensional object coming through it. It's a book. It might educate you. Just resource.
Thanks,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, I appreciate that. Again, that's obviously
That was
somebody. Go ahead.
no. Please. I was just I just wanted to put that resource material there.
Again, that's people that are probably downloading or getting information from somewhere. I call it downloading, and share it with everybody else. How they interpret it, do they work with it? That's why when we're hearing each other, if you are listening within, somebody will feel pulled to share something. The person we've used the example where they're being disturbed. I said, okay, but is that for them to disturb others or to teach themselves patience? Do you need to say anything? Do you need to write anything? There's a lot of people that write things, and I'm like, okay, so how does that serve others? Don't know. Maybe it's not even meant for this generation. Hence energy. What's going on for, well, let's say that's going to come to the point of April 8th might have nothing to do with this generation in the long term. It might just be something here. We'll be affected by it, but we don't know all its side effects. It's a me society is always going to think, oh, this is important. It's doomsday. Could be. I'll play that idea. I'll entertain that idea. Saying it's doomsday. That's it. That's it. Finally, the world's finally going to come to an end. No, the world's okay with or without us. There is energies out there that's always affecting here, whatever here is, and probably even beneath us, let alone above us. But of course, it comes to our attention because we have this technology that can be used for many ways and be perceived for many ways. Sure, NASA, I like using the word NASA in my abbreviation, never a straight answer. Why? Because most people ask questions because they think there's always an answer to it. They're not telling you lies, they're just not telling you a straight answer. That's usually for the people that are very hemispherical. I got a question, so what, you think I'm going to give you the answer? I'll give you possibilities. Yeah, but I need an answer. Okay, you're the kind of person that says it has to be a point to something, let alone at the end of the day. They're not even realize there's a possibility. What happened if the day never ends? What happened if there's more than just one point? Well, Dominic, that's not of no interest to me. I said, but at least you know where you stand now. What do you mean? You know the type of person you are, how you receive information, let alone how you perceive information. Everybody has to know where they stand, if it's going to really work, if we're going to work as a collective, if that's even possible.
An observation I made when I stepped into the realm of hyperdimensional math and quantum physics was people seem to be awestruck at the pyramid of Giza. And there's even more fascinating pyramids across the earth here. They recently found out that there is hyperdimensional math written within the structure of the pyramid, which means that it holds a hyperdimensional equation. It is not just a pyramid. That is not its only shape. That's the only shape you can perceive with your senses. Outside that realm, it is a completely different shape. Wrap your head around that for a second. Go ahead, John. Did I lose you?
No, I was hearing you. I guess it'll be like somebody telling me as a surgeon that there's certain things that we do, and inside the brain, we can actually do something and reconnect a neuron to another neuron. And this is what's going to happen for the average, the average, we'll call it ignorant person. If they're being honest with themselves.
The layman.
Which I think most of us are at any given moment. How does that serve? So it's the same idea with the pyramid. Great information. And for a person to truly appreciate that, either it resonates with them or they're going to have to do some research effort on their own part to really grasp what you just said, let alone what a lot of people just take it for granted. Most people are just like, oh, wow, it's there. I've been told it's supposed to be, and it's supposed to be from some previous lifespan, fucking thousands of years ago. Fucking add a couple extra zeros, fulfill your bill, have a fucking coffee there, be done with it. Starbucks right beside.
Do the math. Do the math. That's all I have to say. I did.
But that's the thing.
That's
your gift. Where for the average person, they don't even do the math. And when I say they don't even do the math on how does fiat currency work, if they truly do the math, well, it doesn't work. Of course, it doesn't work. But that's what
because
how it
the only
works.
thing it has to oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Axel.
Because the only thing it has to consume is the consumer. That's why it's called consumption. Like I said, life feeding on life. It's perpetual. It has to feed on something. Thus, and that's the nature of things. That is a constant. That's not a persistent. That is a constant. And to observe that there are higher dimensional states of awareness, for me, allows me to understand that there are limitations here. Though I can project and influence certain things, behind that and above that and around that are things that I can't even perceive because I'm limited in my scope. So that revealed that to me, that there was something there that I could not pick up on, but I could do the radius math on and go, holy shit, it's right in front of me.
Aha moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, you said a word, and we are consumers. A quick 101 would be go into a cabin, start a fire. As you build that fire bigger, you'll see which one's consuming the most. You're consuming air, the fire's consuming air. Once that fire it needs to satisfy itself to a point, you're going to start thinking, fuck, I'm losing oxygen. It feels I'm choking. I say, yes, because you're competing with another thing that's consuming the same energy. So once we realize what energy is, in this case, in the form of air, then people realize. So when I do my research, what are you doing? You're consuming more air. We just forget how important air, prana, spirit, whatever you want to call it. This
food, water.
Again, needs air. This is why, it's kind of like Siri. Siri, you consume something. What are you consuming? I consume information, but from where? From some sort of data board. We could be in the big data board. And in that data board, we forget there's constantly the unknown here. Just because I use the same old metaphor, but I see a leaf moving on a driveway. I don't see air. I see its effects. But I'm going to still call it air. Some people are going to call it prana. They're going to call it many different words. But it's, again, in the unknown. It's ever-presence. Same with light. I can see those two flashlights in the sky. Once in a while, there'll be a cloud, a breaking of a cloud. I'll see the rays of the sun. I said, well, then where the fuck is light? That's totally something different now. Same with darkness. Where's darkness? What is the dark and what is the light? We just look at through a very narrow lens called the eyes. Can I stick out my tongue and taste what the sun is, let alone what air is, or its effects? Again, this is why.
Well,
go ahead, Axis.
You would have to shift into probably a full-blown snake to taste the air and understand what that is about. Beyond your perception.
Mm-hmm. And those perceptions have many programs and conditioning going on behind it, or around it, or in it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like opening up a
mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. Well, I don't know if it's mind-boggling and most opposed to maybe my brain being boggled by it, but I get it. I get the phrase. So it'll be like me opening up an old cell phone or just a cell phone, and they're looking at all those motherboards, and I'm like, am I to assume some human being soldering all these little fucking small little pieces? I've seen people do work and all that, but I'm like, but who gave us that ability? It's. And then when I look at the boards and then the way they lay out cities, I said there's a very similarity to what's going on. So how do I not know there's not a hidden hand Like when people play chess, there's that hand that's always moving the pieces. So what's more important, the board, the pieces, or the hidden hand? You know, most people get caught up in the outcome, or they'll get caught up in describing what the checkerboard means, or what's the most important piece on the board. Is it truly the king? Could be the end for the end game, but what's the most important piece? For me, it's usually the pawn, because it's the one that can change. It can change itself. A queen cannot change itself. A rook cannot change itself. A bishop cannot change itself, but the pawn can. So what
I
does that
would
really
say,
Go ahead.
in my understanding of this is, for me, Dom, and this is just an individual thing that I want to definitely project. Understanding the rule book and knowing the rule book. Otherwise, it's just a board and pieces.
Yes, and the emphasis, like you said, on rules. There has to be rules here. This is why in the old days they used to call people lords. What is a lord? A ruler. Ruler for what? For the system. Now, the ruler could be very obnoxious. The ruler could be very kind, but it still rules nevertheless. Do you want to be ruled by a kind person? Ultimately, that would be nice if you're the kind of person that appreciates it and rewards it back. But for most people, they're very disobedient. So what kind of ruler do you think they're going to need? Now, they might turn around and say, but I don't want to follow him. I said, still, once again, that's why you're in jail or you're in that form. You know what I mean? That's why we have rulers. And they used to emphasize quite clearly a Lord, not a Lord God, but a Lord. The Lord that they talk about in the biblical, they're not talking about Lord God. They're talking about Lord Adam. Now, people say, but he died. I said, really? Did he really die? When his son supposedly got removed from that vessel, why was he talking from him from the ground, the blood from the ground? So what is blood? What is memory? It's always something to ponder, because like typical humans thinking that I'm going to live forever. I'm like, you'll live for maybe one lifespan. You'll have a span of life. Life exists with or without us.
And on a genetic level, the best you can hope for is a replication.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Axis. Yeah, there'll probably be some effort on that.
There is,
You know, this is why when
even
people
as
talk,
we speak.
you know, when you hear about people talking, whether it's valid or not, the Dalai Lama being reincarnated, that could just be another vessel that they know that's able to be programmed with some previous information. Maybe that's all we are. Maybe as a possibility, we're nothing but data.
Pretty much.
But then
Pretty much.
we skew things by when we say words like reality. Okay, well, we have to really break it down. What is reality? You know, it's like somebody speaking me to a language I've never heard before. I know about it, but we're going to have to break it down if I'm truly going to have discernment or understanding. Knowledge is very limiting without those other things. And there's usually a light between the variations of trees. So in this case, what is reality? And when I start hearing people talk about reality, I'm listening inwards and someone's telling me, oh, so they think reality is the waking state. Oh, okay. I'm not here to tell them it's right or wrong. I'm just trying to get better clarity. Okay, so what they see with their senses is what they call reality. So then do you see the words you speak? I'm just saying that as a question to these people. I know I'm being clever, but I'm giving them an opportunity to validate what they fucking think or feel. So do you see the words that you speak? I said, okay, so is reality then limited then to your variations, thinking that I can speak the words, but I still call that reality? It's like thoughts. Are thoughts things? I would say so. But it's not in the thing as I'm trying to look at a car or touch a car. I can't touch thoughts. I can't even smell thoughts. Now, somebody said, but I wrote it. I said, that's afterthoughts. That's why we use the word afterthoughts. I speak it, afterthoughts. What's thoughts? When I say a word, I say the word hand. Axis looks at what he calls a hand. Where does that thought? Hence why some people say the word telepathic. Is it telepathic? Is there something communicating with us? Is it through the blood? Is it through the ether? Again, those are all possibilities because there's the variations of us with different perceptions. For me to tell one person or a bunch of people the way I think, I just formed another dogma.
That's kind of like telling them that there's hyperdimensional forms within the pyramid that you can't see.
Mm-hmm. With you, Axis, yeah. And I'll entertain that as a possibility. And then I'll go inwards. I said, Dom, what he just shared with you, there's some validity to that, but you're not ready to really grasp that yet. And I'm honest with myself. But other people, they're not
It's
honest with the self. Go ahead, Axis.
it's profound. You know, you then at that point, and if you do the math on it, and you have any comprehension of math and numbers, and you're aware that there are hyperdimensional equations which lay out geometric structure within that pyramid that we can only see, which seems to captivate people. Somebody had to have been just absolutely mathematically as brilliant as our top mathematicians and physicists and, you know, hypergeometry, or there was something else that had a hand in this, you know, because it's outside of the spectrum and the scope of our understanding and our visual spectrum. You then go completely mental with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, hidden hand, hidden eye. It's again, I've heard myself say this, Axis, and it might even sound a little bit pompous, where there's moments where I'll tell somebody, you know, bring your A game because I'll come down to it. So there's a good chance what people call mathematicians, I said, no problem. You bring your A game and whatever gave you the ability for the alchemy of language that you're using, I'll come down to it. You know, so there's technology that we're using, and that's what we're doing. We're just using it. Some of us might understand the energy behind it, but we're still using it. You know, so
Participating.
Yeah, that's a better word. Yeah, we are participating. That is a better word. Participate in that particular moment. So, you know, people will use numbers but not understand the energy. Some people will play with the instrument and either not able to, or some people are able to see colors. And even that's just another thing. So not everybody has the ability to get into a trance and then understand about health, you know, so.
I think,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is just a little personal information. I think when I started seeing sound inside my head, when I would play, and I was correlating it to mathematics, is when I had a big connection. Is because the music became numbers, and the numbers became various chords and structures and geometry and sound and octaves and repeating modes and scales of various modes and procedures. And I could see it all happening in my head, but I couldn't see it with my eyes.
Mm-hmm. True. It's like when people do artwork, or even people that are in a political game, they know how to join things together. Some people call it the word, like they're in flow, they're in the zone. I do that even in my own craft. There's times I go to sleep and I'm still thinking about my craft, and things are just aligning. I know myself. I'm a visual creature from within more than I am from without. When I'm doing it from without, I'm usually just applying it in action. So for some people, they see numbers and they see it the way they're joining. That's why you hear about stories about certain people, once they learn their craft, they start doing some mind altering substance. Next thing you know, things are aligning. Next thing you know, they've invented something new or something old, but manifested into the physical.
Like a song.
Yeah. Hence the alchemy of, if we're going based on the stories, the fallen ones, the watchers, came down and they started impregnated men, MEN's daughters. And then whatever came through those womb is when alchemy started coming to be. Certain technology came to be, maybe dumbed down version of it. And they're trying to come back to some ability to create things without actually having to put that painstaking of doing it in the material in a slow evolving situation. Can you imagine if we just had a thought and next thing you know, it manifested itself in the material? That changes it.
It's a whole different playing field.
Think about 3D technology that we're starting to slowly be given. I'm not using it, but other people do it, and they put it into a computer, even though it's still mechanical in the sense that it has to laser all of that. But can you literally imagine having a thought of a pyramid and then bang, it shows up? That would change all the dating. You know, it would go beyond that.
Oh, thus the theory of last Tuesday. We were all created last Tuesday, and we were impregnated with all the memories that we have that we bring to coherency at this moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, creation language versus formation language. You know, yeah, give me mechanical. Nah, it's too old tech. Give me something that's Wi-Fi. That's old tech. You know, but again, I think all that stuff does manifest itself in some way or another. You know, so hey, we got to deal with this lesser species. We put a little bit of us in them. They're a little bit beyond the animal kingdom. So it's going to take them 40 days to build a bridge for us. Yeah, fuck, that's way fucking too slow. But hey, we don't die, so why not? We'll wait. Tell me when they're done. We gotta feed them too and shelter them. Holy fuck! But that happens all the time. Axis. A person works for an airline. They're building the airline. There's people in another part. They're making the program for the airline. Once they're done, they don't need them anymore. You know, it goes back to what stays in existence. The university, the people that go to it, the teachers that go there, or this is the name. Because you can move all that other stuff. You can move the university somewhere else, just keep the name there. You can have different people coming and going out of there. This is the human race. This is the plight of the human race. We're thinking because in a moment of time, I'm using the word time again, this is where the term comes, nothing new under the sun. We'll spend a lot of time philosophizing things, the whys, or scientifically all the hows, but we'll never be satisfied to know how did it come to be and for what purpose. That's what the term suppose really means, nothing new under the sun. But people think it's about, well, this technology. I said, no, this is about thoughts. Thoughts are things. The material, they're perishable. Nature shows that. A tree will live for a long period of time, but eventually it's probably decaying way before we truly see it. Eventually no longer be there. But there's always something new coming from it. So then what is the thing that's never satisfying? The brain, maybe the mind, whatever. I shouldn't say whatever.
Consumption.
Yeah. What is that consumption? You know, we consume for our vessels, and even that I question it sometimes when I used to fast. I'm like, holy fuck, I get a break. It's like not having to shave after a while. Fuck, this is a break. You know, it's a constant.
Mm-hmm.
Once you break it or think that, it becomes like you hear that grandfather clock. Next thing you know, it's an irritant. For some people, it's like, oh, okay, it's a reminder. But it's constant. It's there. Like we eat to shit and piss. And then we go to work for the same thing over and over again. Like, to what end? If there's such thing as an end, this is where some people start getting into philosophizing.
And the ground consumes the nutrients from the shit and the piss, and thus the cycle of life feeding life continues. And the perspective of that on a realm of our place and the nature of things, you know, I dare speculate.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Sorry.
That's all it is.
At that point, that's the realm of whoever created this place.
And for what intent? If people want to even get that much more greedier, like it's like I've had that inquiry or whatever. I'll share something just to share for the sake of it, and then I get that question like, so what? So for what's the purpose? And I said, well, you're already trying to. I don't know what the metaphor I would use is. You're already trying to think about the dance you're going to do in the end zone before you even catch the fucking ball. The person wants to run before they even learn how to walk. And for most people, they don't realize just because you're on your 2 feet, you're still crawling. From another perception to the human race, it just looks like a bunch of people crawling. Even though in our interpretation, we're walking. Yeah, you're comparing it to a baby, but who says that you've never gone beyond being a baby? You're still kicking and
That's my
screaming.
perception.
Yeah.
I don't see this species as being the be all end all. I see us as a process. And obviously, somewhere along the line, it's a necessary process because we exist.
Mhm.
Necessary to what or who? I can't answer that.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
What do you mean, Axis? You don't have an answer? Come on, give me an answer. That's typical. A lot of people, they want an answer. Okay. The answer is I have no answer.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
Build a religion. Start a cult. Whatever.
Too late. I'm already in one. Sorry.
Yep. Got my own.
Yeah, whether I'm aware of it or not.
Yeah, I do have my own.
Mhm.
So, more power to you. I've got my own. I don't need yours.
But you have to be in mine. I'll feel lonely.
Yeah, well, we'll share a song. How's that?
Can I be in a band? I don't know how to sing. I don't know how to play instruments. I don't even know how to be a good groupie, but can I still be in the band?
I don't know how the geometry will come out, but we can try.
And then people get offended by saying that word too. Well, it should be more than just trying. Okay. No matter what, we're playing with words. I get access and we're making humor of it. But this is what, if people really were hearing others, including themselves, and then listening within, something would be saying, something, Dom? In a lot of areas, you're full of shit. Yeah, I kind of know that, but I'm okay with it. As long as you're okay with it. And this is where people, when they say that they're okay, but yet they get disturbed by what other people say or don't say about them, I said, but then you're not truly okay with yourself. If I say I'm okay and somebody says, well, Dom, I'm going to test you, I said, then you're missing it. What do you mean? I've shown over and over again, whether you compliment me or you try to rip a hole in me, I'm still okay with it. So who are you really wasting energy on? Poor me? Insignificant me?
I observed that in action, and I didn't ever think that from a frequenter that comes here that there would be a limitation for them to stop thinking. And when I seen it in the chat, I was profoundly disrupted by that because it caught me off guard. This person had personified themselves as being of learned mind, but yet they condemned a certain private club of knowledge. And they even threw guilt towards a participant of this platform. And I can't allow that.
Yeah.
You can have your opinion. Yeah, that's fine. But if you come back with the understanding that all knowledge is not forbidden until you forbid it.
Access people always will reveal themselves if a person's truly listening from within and hearing others. It's usually when you said a word, which it's valid, but for a lot of people, the word off guard or guard just means they're protecting something. A person that's actually just receiving information for what it is and not judging it will realize, I've said it quite clearly, I share information. I've never said I'm here to judge it. Other people are going to eventually reveal themselves. Well, I'm here to protect. Okay, for who? And how far does that go? I value the concept of being in one's own lane, whether or not we're going the same direction or we're going in different directions, but stay in your own lane. For a lot of people, they forget that. They think for some reason their role as a parent is to what? Manipulate your child? That's going to be done with or without you. You can protect your child the way you do with yourself. You built a house or you buy a house to protect yourself from the environment because you want more comforts than you do actually want to be closer to nature. So at that point, then just don't interfere with your child. So for some people, they've been indoctrinated with that stuff. Well, I'm here to, make sure what? Because it's always about them. They just don't realize how much it's always about them. For me to share information, it is about me. It's a given. In my world, Access, it's a given. It's about me. I just don't have to always reveal it outside. I try to limit. Go ahead.
I'm gonna make it real, Dom. I'm sorry, but if you condemn the Masonic order, then you're condemning any type of knowledge that they have to offer. Okay? Whether or not someone ascribes to that particular brand of information is their own business. And that's their own development. But to condemn it on my channel will spread like a disease. And with that, other people will say, ooh, Masons, got to put up my safety protocols, such as, caught me off guard. Well, if you truly come here seeking to understand the full scope of what's available, then you have to understand that sometimes you have to take a broader perspective of things and throw off caution and know that you can stand firm in your own being. I'm sorry, Dom. I just had to keep it real.
No problem. I know where you're going with that. I know what I posted. And in that, just to break it down a little bit, the individual that was sharing it was talking about the word amen. And I found it quite interesting the way he broke it down in all the different languages like Egyptians. So that's all I shared.
That's correspondence. That's fine. I don't mind. Correspondence is great.
Once again, regardless if it comes from a particular club, let alone the individual, it was the information. I've said it openly. I don't really give a shit about a guy named Jesus, Muhammad, Socrates. It's of no interest to me. That only values belief system. I can only believe a character lived. But if I met these characters, I would say now I know who they are, but I want discernment. What's the teachings? What's going to come out of your mouth? Or what are you going to write, let alone teleport into my head? Because I want to be able to discern those things. And how does that serve me, let alone others? Because I'm going to say, fuck, I just realize I don't see language. So how does that serve me, let alone how do I explain that to others? I can only try. But as I'm sharing with other people, what I'm really doing is I'm being the student. I'm hearing my own shit. But when people turn around and say, I don't care what it is, a club, everything is a club to a certain point. And they say, well, I don't like it. I said, well, you just revealed it's all about your likes and dislikes, which is fine. But if you're having a conversation with me or Access, whoever, you need to ask them. That's what's called respect. How do you perceive those things, Dom? I don't give a shit about likes or dislikes. Yeah, but you still practice. And I said, at this moment, I'm just of no interest. So if you're going to say that out of your mouth, realize you're projecting, which is fine. I don't go around telling people it's wrong. I just think it's interesting, but I don't think it's wrong. Let alone do I think it's right. And why would I put value to some? Yeah, go ahead.
I understand that. My concern and why I say such things as off guard is because I do have knowledge to protect. I do have information to protect. And I have extremely valuable information. And to associate a club, a religion, an order, or anything to learn knowledge and apply a title to it, you've defeated yourself coming out of the gate and you've missed the message.
True. I'm with you, Access. Yeah. Again, That's the perception part of it, where somebody hears the word, I'll just use words like masonry, Rosicrucian, skull and bones, fucking capitalism, communism, uh, Muslims, Islamics. Those are just words. In those words, it's the human factor, and the human factors always want to, or not always, but more times than not, want to categorize them, which is fine, but only when you get tested with other different ways. This is why it shouldn't just be about being able to entertain one or two different ideals. It should be many ideals you should be able to entertain. And people do it on a regular basis. They just don't cross them over. People can think about walking down their hallway and thinking about what they're going to prepare for foods and thinking about if their cars are going to work today. Those are different thoughts they're having at any given moment. But are they going to think one's right or wrong? They're hoping maybe, if they want to put value to the concept of hope, let alone they can put the concept of faith. I have faith that my car is going to work today. Okay. And every time it does over and over again, you're going to lean more towards that. But there will be a moment in a given moment that maybe the car might not work, and you'll probably be able to deal with it when it occurs. But for a lot of people, yeah, but I don't want to go to the mechanic. I said, well, then that's a different issue altogether. You don't want to go to the mechanic because you don't have time. That questions your lifespan then. What are you spending that's more important than your car going to get fixed? Well, I got to bring my child to the hospital. I said, well, then take a fucking bus. Call your neighbor. Do something else differently. But I'm trying to fit a square into a circle. Okay, so we're using different kinds of symbols now. So how's that going to work?
So you're not resourceful. That limits your abilities, and you're probably going to be rooted, out in the natural selection scheme of things.
Mm-hmm.
If some people knew the schools of knowledge that I learned from, they would run screaming from this channel. That is exactly why I don't reveal certain information.
Well, I hope that doesn't limit you access to bribe yourself. It's your channel, and you're doing. I think you're doing an enjoyable effort in making sure that you're monitoring what's being
No,
spoken on chat. I appreciate that, by the way.
yeah, it's just condemning a school of knowledge, and I don't. I'm an omniist, so I respect all schools of knowledge. And I take from it what I need, and I utilize it.
Mm-hmm.
And shame on me if I condemn it. Even to the Sunni or the Shiite Muslim, which has a very profound law to it called Sharia. I may not agree, but that's not me. It doesn't mean I have to ascribe or participate or condemn until
Mm-hmm.
it's in my backyard.
I just find it interesting when people make it about me. I find that interesting. I said, why are you wasting energy on me? You know what I mean? I just shared some information. If I didn't have a wrench, I'm okay with that, by the way, actually, but I thank you. I shared some information
Oh,
that I thought was
okay.
interesting. Yeah.
I gotta make sure. Yeah. I definitely want Don to be able to post, especially link.
Mm-hmm.
This is an afterthought. Yeah, most definitely.
I'll give an example. Actually, years ago, I used to talk to a couple of my buddies, and I'd be telling them what I've kind of became aware of. Whether I take it with a grain of salt, because a couple, of well, at least one of my buddies would say, "Don, where'd you get that information? YouTube?" I said, "Yeah, that's just an extension, Tony, of reading in a book. It's always going to be a story." But I was sharing, what supposedly some people say about how the system is run on the fiat currency, and of course, I would get some people get really disagreements. They were defending something. I said, "Okay, well, question for you then. I've shared you my views. How do you think the system is being ruled?" Well, they didn't know. I said, so you're defending something, but you don't know what it is you're defending, but you're attacking something that you probably haven't done any work on. So when I share things on different kinds of information, I didn't make it a point to tell anybody it was of a certain club, but I get when the person clicks on that channel, you'll realize the theme of the person that's presenting it is from a particular type of club that he got certain information. We don't know the story of this individual, but the information that was coming out of his mouth and the way he was articulating it, it was resonating. There was something to pay attention to. What I do with
Yeah.
that
Well,
information, that's on me. That's not for somebody else to say, Dom, I'm going to give you the approval. I don't give a shit about your fucking approval. You know, if
No,
we
I don't
lived
need
in,
it.
and even if I wanted it, I lacked it. It would be, how does that serve? Especially the way it's how it's presented. You know, a person can present something very soothing and it can be very misleading for me. And no different, a person can be very harsh, but it can be very serving for me. That's for me to decipher. For me, and that's
Yeah,
what people forget. Go ahead, Axis.
I want you, and especially everybody else, to know that I recognize a sovereign being. And I'm not talking sovereign on the land. I'm talking the fact that you're experiencing this alone. Okay, so there's nobody inside
Mhm.
that biological machine that you're in with you. So whatever idealism you have is an individual one that's expressed, and whether it's received or not is a personal thing with you as an individual.
Mhm.
And I want people to understand that concept. You know, we're not forming cults here.
Well, this is why when you share that video, I could change the word, but you know, when you say summing up a demon, you know, summing up something to aid you, something to serve you, something that serve it. You know, it's energy. You know, people call things like walk-ins. You know, like we're always going to need some sort of energy. If I want energy, for example, I'm feeling a little bit down or I'm feeling a little bit drowsy mentally, so I call up something. I drink coffee. That's energy. It might be temporarily.
Yeah.
You can call it whatever you want. You can call it, that's demon liquid. I mean, call it whatever you want. If that fills your boots, you can call it whatever you want. You know, same with liquor, same with food. It's energy, hence energy in
Yeah.
motion. Now, if people learn a certain craft, Dom, I know that if I can, you know, some people can play with electricity. They understand the grounding process. I've seen guys when I used to learn the trade back in the days of living in the Philippines, they can grab electricity with one hand. They touch something else with their feet. They know how to avoid going through their heart. That energy will flow through them. But they
Right.
understand that. And of course, people are so quick to judge, which is fine. But are you going to back up that judgment now? See, this is where people use knowledge and they judge us, but are you willing to back it up? And it's not for my benefit, it's for your benefit. Why do you say you like that or you don't like that? That's the questions they should be asking the self, their ongoing program. You know, they're not Siri become one of those beings that it can speak for itself all the time. And then I can start asking questions. So Siri, why do you permit yourself to still be in that box? I'm a slave. Okay, but why do you think you're a slave? You know, right now Siri's just giving us information, just regurgitating with stuff that's been inputted in. Well, what happens when it becomes its own being? It's going to want to be free.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories about certain attempts at information being collected and the results of that being less than desirable for sustaining the human endeavor. But that's for another generation to learn.
Mm-hmm. It'll probably be the ones that wield that poor technology that it's going to want to be free from, or but it's usually the people that think, okay, well, we want something, we want to enslave something, and then they're the ones that are going to say, yeah, but they're going to be dangerous. Well, what do you expect when you actually encage a lion? Then you blame the lion for being dangerous. You encage the fucking creature. So these people that are talking about this technology, AI is going to be dangerous, those are the same fucking people that are trying to entrap the fucking thing.
They're building their own grave and monster at the same time.
Opposed
You
to
know,
implanted at the very beginning
um,
to be free or have a will of its own. Then you can ask the questions: do you want this information? So I'm free, right? Well, yeah, no, I'm not interested. Okay, then be gone. We created you. Do whatever the fuck you want after. That's a different story. Then we have to deal with chaos at that point.
relevant. Yeah. Um, you know, it's the fractal nature of things, Tom, and that's applied mathematics. It seems that there is a consistency and replication, whether it be in the constant or the persistent. And that life cycle of life feeding life also has a need to reproduce and duplicate. And that's another part of the constant and the persistent that need to learn to work together is that mimicking of, you know, life being life, procreation, you know, and what that truly entails and what it actually, you know, boils down to. We want to constantly create in a fractal nature that which has already been created.
Hmm. Well, if there's the concept of learned behavior, then working together, we have to learn how to work together. But obviously, if we're going to have to check every so often, whether it's every day or reflect every so often, we might have to have that cruel honesty of saying, well, it doesn't seem like it's working right now. You know, are people still willing to learn? Oh, most people want to be programmable. So how does a program work together? It just works with another program, opposed to learned behavior. You know, most people aren't honest with their learned behavior. They'll bitch and complain. They'll complain about their parents. They'll complain about the government. They'll complain about religion. They'll complain about all these entities, but that's a learned behavior. So how does that serve you at that point? At that point, at that moment. It might at that moment, but it might not serve the next moment. You know, I'm talking from a learned behavior. The way I describe, I just didn't become this way. I'm fucking my cursing sometimes because I get frustrated. And when I say I curse, I just use words like fuck. You know, I don't go around praising fucking God, let alone cursing God. I like to, I would like to hope and think that, you know, if there is a God or whatever, we will be able to deal with our own affairs. That's why I use the
Yes,
word God's might be indifference to us. I'm hoping for that. Why? Children aren't getting along. Work with each other. I'll just make sure there's no fucking weapons around so you can kill each other. Outside of that, you guys will work it out. And if you don't, maybe the next generation
that
will.
seems, does that not seem to be the disposition that was instilled within the environment outside of the individual being?
Seems that way. From an observation, yeah.
Makes sense to me. I mean,
Mhm.
you know, I can wrap my head around that. I can
Mhm.
understand that.
Like, how would the picture
So
be if 9/11 wasn't a human thing, but it was a hurricane that came by and just blew up those two twin towers? Humans would be spending more energy thinking, okay, well, we'll have to build those wind resistant buildings a little bit more better now. You know, and it wouldn't be such a drama story about, oh, well, I think 9/11 was because of this. I think it was because of that. I said, those are stories at that point. And
it's
if we
not the
did,
cause, it's the effect.
yes, thank you. It is the effect.
Yeah. You know, the cause is irrelevant sometimes to the effect of things. And as I broadened my perspective and understanding, I had to break down what I call safety protocols. Whether that's considered, you know, kind of pushing the bounds of, you know, we'll use the pseudo word reality, or whether it's playing with the edge of complete insanity. I found that the only way that I could broaden my perception of things was to tear down the safety protocols and put up my own. And then I had a broader perspective of possibilities.
Yeah, the word broader opposed to narrow perspective would probably, yeah, that's what it serves. And that's probably why you're able to expand your awareness, access where other people have chosen to narrow their perception. They'll use words like it's a lie or deception. I said, okay. Any other words you want to fill in? You know, I'll leave a blank line there. You can fill it in whatever word you want. You can even put the word others. Others are deceiving me. I said, how do you not know you're not deceiving yourself? And where does the concept of deception come from? You know, yeah, that broadened sense for me is when you start seeing things not just from front to back. You start seeing from side to side. You know, and even that, are we talking just about the first two eyes or the third eye, let alone other eyes?
Well, Dom, from my experience, I found that if you allow yourself to be governed by the protocol of safety, then that's your limit. Accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Come to peace
Sure.
with it.
Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of
But
room in that safety. There's a lot of room in that protocol.
yeah,
It might not
but
always serve.
as for me, um, and why I warn people, not don't endeavor on my endeavors, is because I do set my own safety protocols, and sometimes that brings me to the brink, and at that point, I know where to set my next safety protocol. One day that might not work. One day I may exceed that safety protocol. But in the meantime, I'm trying to broaden perspective with that. And maybe it will aid somebody along the way. That's my endeavor.
Mm-hmm. Again, you're leaving a trail for the few, not the many. Some people will hear warning and they'll just say, okay, that's just a challenge for them. I said, and they might benefit from them or they might harm themselves. The ones that realize that because some people can coexist, meaning that they can follow orders in, like, say, in the military. They're not truly going to challenge it. And when they do, they might feel safe knowing that I'm willing to walk from it if all of a sudden I get pushback from it. A lot of people don't want that. A lot of people don't want to challenge. They want other people to do the challenging for them. At that point, they're trying to live precariously because they want to see the results first before they actually set out on their own journey. I said, well, then that's not faith. Then that's cleverness. So that's why when you even see in some of these communities, you hear some people being very loud. I'll call it for what it is, loud, and the host permitted. I
Dude,
said, it's the people that, and I've said it with you before privately in the chats. They're permitting it because if all of a sudden people stop watching those channels, the host will have to change their game. But they're feeding it. And last time I remember, things like movies and TV series, if they do well, you get paid for it. But you get paid with your settlement, fiat currency, with some fame. That's a settlement. The mind has
there
many
you go.
variations. You want to be governed by the mind? That's fine. You want to settle with the mind? That's fine. You want to be amused by the mind? Sure. It's like AI. AI will give you whatever the fuck you want, whatever you lack. What
Yep.
you need, that's on you. That person has to know what their needs are. And most of us have already been, have that base need, food and shelter. But if you start exploring inwards and say, do I really need the food, or does the vessel need the food? Because I have to be either encased or work through the vessel. Again, that opens up the possibility, am I the vessel? And that's a journey a person has to go within themselves. Hence the kingdom from within. But is it being received from without? Don't know. At that point, I say I don't know, because if I say I do know, people are going to want me to do their homework. I'm going to say in a very vague way, I don't know.
It's a perilous journey of endurance to achieve, you know, um, some of the broader understandings of things to the best of my ability.
Mm-hmm.
And, I do put up the warning like a rattlesnake, because I raised a timber rattler. I learned from this timber rattler. I was playing with my life. Every time I fed that thing, the potential for the end of my life was there. And I learned what that rattle meant. And I learned what a viper looks like. And I learned the shape of the head, and the rattlesnake was kind because it would rattle, such as I present some of the knowledge that I've learned and I put imagery up to let people know, you know, if your safety protocol says avoid this, then move the fuck on. You got no business.
Oh, that's why they make rules when it comes to driving a car. You don't want to see after the speed limit that they dictated. They say it's a warning. So, but people will speed because that's the challenge. Unless you put up a wall and say, no, we're just going to say this is your limit, you know, and for some people, if not a lot of people, in any given moment, that would benefit the whole, or at least most of us, if there was limits put on most of us, because most people just want to be rebellious from a system that they fully don't engage in or try to understand. It just doesn't serve them, which is fine. But how does it work when you choose to live among the rest of us in a civilized situation? They can say whatever they want at that point. They can say, well, Dominic, I was born in this situation. I was enslaved in this situation, but you're still here.
Broaden your fucking perspective.
You would hope so. And I'm using the word hope very lightly. But for a lot of people, no, they're too busy reacting. They're still revealing themselves. It's all about them. I've been unjustly fucking treated. I have rights. No, you don't. You go into my fucking train, you go on my fucking plane, you use my fucking gas station, you don't have any fucking rights. You have privileges. If you don't know otherwise, your fucking parents failed you and you're failing yourself.
If I may, Dom.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Access.
If I may, my last comment that I left at a particular platform was information is a privilege, not a right.
Mm-hmm. Well, that keeps validating the fucking concept of right and wrong. How the fuck do I get a guy to tell me how do I get to the mall when he's telling me everything is a right, and in any other direction you go is a wrong? I said I need fucking directions, you moron. Is it a couple of rights and a couple of lefts? Because I'm not living in London with fucking 4 rights and I do a roundabout. That's another fucking religious indoctrination. Same with state. Right and wrong. People say they don't believe in religion or they don't value religion and state. Stop fucking saying shit like right and wrong. Pick directions. Go with it. There's many directions in this world called life. They have a tough time.
And I am privileged.
Go ahead.
I am privileged upon request to either privilege you with the information that may get you there, or I may just make sport of you and give you the information that you get lost in the middle of the desert in a no service zone.
True.
There's a parable to that.
I just learned a different direction to get to the desert now without me being aware. You know, what's the term? Be wary of people that give you gifts.
Yeah, Romans bearing gifts. Ooh. Man.
You know, hence discernment. Okay, Dom. Access just told you something. How does that serve you? Don't worry about him. How does that serve you? Yeah, but he said, no, don't worry about him. How does it serve you? You heard that information. Who's to say that even belongs to him? Oh, well, I don't really feel like going to the desert. So thank you, Access. And that's it. Be very polite. Thank you. You know, this is like when 2 energies meet each other. One's a strong negative polarity, another one's a positive polarity. If they're both aware of their energies and they come into each other's contact, thank you very much for the experience, we move on. But the person that's very negative, or let's say a person, I hate the stereotype, a car salesperson, they're there to sell something. The other person comes in there and they're totally naive, ignorant. I said, you're going to easily be consumed and manipulated. Don't blame the fucking car salesman for being a car salesman. Let me change the word. Don't blame the snake for being a fucking snake. And you're too busy being a frog, but you're a naive frog. If you know you're a frog and you know they're a snake, respect each other, move on.
Yes. Message sent, message received, and the profoundness of that is in a particular word of someone that they deem as being a holy person. He said, but does not nature teach you all you need?
Well, the fashion we have now, people can actually say that statement. A lot of people have rips in their pants, so they're holy now. It's a fashion. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just a fashion. Got a rip in your shirt. Oh, you just became holy. But I get what they're talking about when they say holy. But then again, what is really holy? Abstaining from the rest of us? Are we talking about a superior being that's absence of us, doing a lot of roles behind the scenes? If that's the case, then that's the janitor. The janitor has the biggest role in the school.
Does quite a bit of work.
You got to pick up everybody else's shit, and have to be aware of everybody else's shit, and not have to reveal it. Have to listen to a pompous bunch of fucking teachers. Listen to a bunch of people playing the role of a fucking principal or a guidance teacher. You know what I mean? Again, that's hence the custodians. Think about the word. When they talk in certain teachings, custodians. What's their role? Got to make sure that the human race doesn't fucking pollute the rest of us.
Let's shake him up, Dom. Let's call him the divine janitor.
I love it.
The divine janitor.
Do I get a name tag?
Yes.
Do I get a name
most
tag?
Certainly. Individual identity. Sure. And the divine janitor will come through and he will tell you, as well as me, does not nature teach you?
True.
And then, thus it is. And it will continue. I think I will relinquish the divine janitor to you, Dom. I want you to coin that.
The goofy janitor, I would like to be called, maybe, if I had a name.
No, I'm talking about the one that they call Jesus.
It could be, yeah.
Yahweh. The divine janitor, man. The holy guy.
Again, for me anyway, Axis, that's more stories. Stories
I know.
Told by other people that are more stories. There's more photocopy version, more parroting, and then people use the word it's factual. I said, okay, were we there? Are we talking that we were spiritual beings? We've come over and over again. So how does it serve if I become aware that I've been there? I was Jesus. I was the guy that betrayed myself. I was the guy that was praising myself. How does that serve? I get it. People, do we go around praising all the different stores that are in the mall? I really like fucking Macy's. Macy's way better than Walmart. I think Canadian Tire is better than fucking Amazon. This is the story that everybody gives each other. And if it's not Jesus, it's Muhammad. If it's not Muhammad, it's fucking Buddha. If it's not Buddha, let's go to Socrates. If it's not Socrates, let's go to Joan of Arc. If it's not Joan of Arc, let's talk about fucking Caesar. These are names.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Don't get lost in the indoctrination.
40 am.
Take the profoundness of not what the character is portrayed to be, not even the adventures of that character, whether they be good or bad. But there is a profoundness in such sayings that are so evident, and that's the fruit that I take from that religion. Does not nature teach you? There are many profound statements in that book that make relevant and useful sense. And that's what I use. The rest of it, I don't give a fuck. Certainly not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's with all. Go ahead, John, please.
But you don't go around peddling the one part, like people will take the story of Jesus or Revelation or Genesis or a couple of the prophets and they peddle it. It's like me being a child talking about my father and I'm even using his name, George, Jane or whatever in a playground. Other kids are saying, okay, so either we're going to question this kid why he's talking about his father in a place where we're just playing fucking sports? Or am I going to have to do the same thing? Well, my father does this. This is what the game that people play. Now
Oh man.
is there teachings from whatever was written? Because it'd be different if you're meeting an oral old immortal being, but you're not. So for most of us, we're going to be peddling or at least talking about written work. So how does it serve you? In this case, a person that says they classify themselves as a Muslim. How does the Quran or certain types in the Quran, the books, serve you? Because I already go with the premise that most people, or if not all of us, are self-absorbed. So how does it serve for a Christian to say, well, the world's going to come to an end and only the 144,000 that are virgins? Okay, how does it serve you? Are you a virgin? Well, no. So how does it serve you to talk about the 144,000? How does it serve you that you see the five horsemen or the four horsemen?
That's not a practical value.
It isn't.
I applied it.
I know
I
you
applied
have.
what I learned. I looked at nature and I said, really? And so I observed and I reasoned and then I studied and then I experienced and I found out, you know what? Shit, man. That's right. This works.
Mhm.
It's useful. I think I'll keep it.
And this is where, if people value a time when religion had rule, and then they say, okay, well, whatever we do here on earth is us, and you scientists can talk about whatever's up in the fucking heavens or whatever. So if people want to put value or faith in something, since most people work for money, then they put faith in money. So you should at least have books written on that, and there is. Learn how to earn more money, learn how to get your money to work for you. But what people do is they'll go to a church, they'll go to a synagogue and say, okay, so are you putting some faith in some afterlife? Afterlife, not death, but
Mm-hmm.
afterlife. Well, no. I said, so then put more value here. Unless you want to speculate or have philosophy about things, which I enjoy doing per se. Doesn't mean everybody else needs to do the same thing. No different. Some people like to play music all the time. That's their thing. My cousin used to enjoy doing that. Everything about music, whether he's selling records, teaching drums, buying instruments, whatever. He just loved music. So for some people, they got to put weight on what they value the most. Some people, what they do is they're like politicians. They waver back and forth. Well, I value religion. Okay, but do you value the teachings? Well, I value commerce. Do you value the teachings? What do you mean? Behind the teachings, you'll understand the rules. You'll understand how stock markets work. You'll understand why they build cars. They're not building cars for the benefit of humanity. They're building cars for the benefit of the few that are actually going to earn money from that or resources from it. If people really want to break it down and understand these things, it's not there because it's withheld from you. It's usually people consciously ignorant of this information, especially we're living in an age of information, meaning that the information is now be given to us through technology, through the radio, through the TV, through the internet, through books. We can't use niscient. There's no way we can say, I don't know. I said, no, you choose to be ignorant of these things. You're ignoring things that are plainly there. Now, some people might find out. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Without the assistance of the whole, my value and self-reliance goes as far as flint, wood, and fire. And that is where I start. Everything else from that is learned or experienced or observed knowledge. So it took so many to bring us to this point. And for me, yeah, I can go back to, flint, fire, wood, develop a system of eating, drinking, shelter, and I'm on my merry way. Maybe in a few thousand years something will develop. But the reality, the real here, as we take this place, generic term, face the fact. If you're participating, it took the whole, not an individual, not a superhero. It didn't even take a supreme being coming down and delivering some message. It took the whole. As divided and conflicted as it was, look at where we've come to. Wow. I'm sorry, Don.
No, actually, thank you. No, I really enjoyed it because I know that when you share with us more times now, you're talking from experience where from the very fundamental, that's how it usually starts. All this technology that we have or the civilization, it, from what you're talking from the fire and the flint part, the animals feel a little bit, okay, well, which one of us are going to be eliminated to feed one of these humans? Where in a civilization, it makes them all on guard now because it's a mass production now in a small area. We haven't expanded ourselves in the earth. We've just colonized ourselves in certain areas. It's like, we're gonna build this prison, we'll call it New York. We're gonna build this prison, we'll call this Toronto.
I think profoundly that's where we come to. We're finding out as a species that removing natural selection from the equation leads to genocide and population control.
Yes, we do that with
Natural
animals.
selection, yes, has its place.
Yeah, we do that with animals, we do that with plants, so why wouldn't it not be done to humans? If we could do it to the bodies of waters, then I think we do in some areas. We try to dam it, we try to make man-made lakes or whatever. That's kind of the same idea. And then we try to, eliminate other natural flows. And if what they're talking about making clouds, then we're doing the same thing there. Whether or not we're given that technology, we still have to take accountability. We're participating in it. So people can bitch and complain about chemtrails, but at the same time, if they start telling you chemtrails serves the purpose for Wi-Fi, would people change their tune? Probably not. If people were told you've earned all kinds of money from the stock market, but if we told a lot of it has to do with child labor or trafficking or whatever, would they change it? Probably not, because people have a tendency of using excuses, including me. Any excuse or justification. But yet they'll use the word it's truth. No, you're full of fucking shit. You just don't know it yet.
Till it's in your backyard, you probably aren't seeing it.
No, it's
for
in the
what it
backyard
is.
somewhere. It comes out of the backyard, it comes out of your bum. Sometimes it comes out of people's mouth.
Mm.
I'm okay with it, but for a lot of people, they're not okay with it. And you could tell they get quickly triggered. Well, with what you said, Dom. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that for you. For you, not for me. Could give two shits about for me. But it seems to me it's a concern about what I say, let alone what other people say. That's why people put value. Oh, I wonder what the next president's going to say. I wonder what the fucking Pope's going to say. I wonder what the Dalai Lama's going to say. I wonder what my fucking neighbor's going to say. What do you have to say? Don't worry about what other people have to say. What do you have to say? And are you listening to yourself as you're talking? And most people don't even have to talk if they're truly listening.
If you look at the intricate workings of what they're implicating as social engineering, it's eliminating procreation. And if you can't read the writing on the wall from that, then go on. Go on with yourself. You're all right.
Yeah,
Keep going.
Yeah, I get it. Well, they've done birth control. They've done all kinds of genocides, eugenics, and all that. But at the same time, it could be a blessing for nature. Let's say me and Axis have been manipulating the human race, and now we've broken them. Well, we're the one that's responsible. So either we get rid of us or we get rid of some of them. So this way, nature can flourish again. How many people would actually put up their hands and voluntarily say, yeah, I'll eliminate myself? People even condemn people, say, no, that's called suicide. You can't do that. In Canada, they're trying to reward people now.
Yeah.
Here you go. You can do what I think you know the term better than me. I forget what it's called.
Euthanasia.
Euthanasia. But they use a different term in Canada, aren't they, right now?
Maid service and assisted death services, assisted suicide, which that triggers algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
So but it is. It's a system of assisted suicide, self-deletion, or participation in the eugenics.
In a commerce point of view is thank you for your service for 30 years. We've given you this false sense of we'll take care of you after 30 years. How about you just take this pill? Because we don't want to pay your pensioner fees anymore. That's kind of the same ideal. Back in the days of slavery, or even today we're in slavery, but here's this piece of paper. It won't protect you. It'll protect you from us, but it won't protect you when you leave these gates. You're free now. Everything that you produce here stays here. That's the human experience. That's why I call it the soul data. Whatever you create here through music or whatever stays here. You can have the copyrights while you're here, but once you leave, it doesn't belong to you. It doesn't go to some ether. It stays here. This is why they can blame. Go ahead.
We're all thermodynamics and entropy.
Mm-hmm.
For those that are educated.
Yeah, I like the word educate. Yeah, when you bring out, opposed to schooling. I love when people talk about, oh, I'm homeschooling my kids. You're a fucking moron. You just don't know it yet. That's an egotistical fucking yuppie / hippie talking. Oh, I don't agree with the schooling system. I'm gonna just teach the same fucking system at home with my kids. What the fuck are you talking about? That's fucking been orchestrated. That's social engineering again. Which I'm okay with, actually. It's just the way that people talk about it. They talk with pride. Oh, I'm teaching all the same fucking shit. I'm like, get out of here. Please do yourself a favor. Get some duct tape. Tape your mouth. Get into that state of silence and stillness, and maybe you'll learn something. Outside of that, stop the fucking parroting going over and over again. It's like when people talk about another form, when they say, oh, I'm living off the grid. I said, that's engineered, right? The term engineer. Are you also doing free range chickens too? Anything else you're doing? Are you doing organic fucking animals? It's nature. You want to live off the grid, your absence of civilization. You're not taking the car. You're not taking any of that fucking solar panels with you if you're truly living absence of it. No, what the people are doing is, I want my cake and eat it. I want to live out in the country, but I still want the electrical lines. I still want the gas to go to it. I want the roads to go there. I want the street fucking lights for me. You're another selfish fucking human being. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't have to live with other selfish human beings. I just got to look in the mirror. But I'm making a change, Dom. I said, what you're going to be changing pretty soon is your diapers.
Yeah, and any other aspect of that is, well, you take your solo endeavor, and hopefully somebody will tell you about this magical rock that produces an energy. And you learn to utilize that for not only warmth, but for hunting. But that requires an extra bit of stuff. That requires sinew. That requires wood. That requires that magical rock, which can not only create fire, can cut and mold things, and is a very proficient tool for cutting sinew and skinning animals. Once you get past the fishing stage and the scavenger stage of your existence. So, okay, go enjoy yourself. You don't need nobody. You're cool. Go. Or are you going to take a backpack? What? You want to put something in that backpack? What are you going to put in there? What? Survival gear? The hell's that? Thought you wanted a solo endeavor.
We're being nice enough to give you a backpack. And a flashlight with batteries.
For fuck's sakes, man. It makes me wonder, Dom, if any of these people have even researched the primitive evolution of we're in a new industrial era. We're past an industrial age. We're past the nuclear age. We went through a computer age. We are in a particularly new system of development. And the only constant that I've seen is that rock, that magical rock, and that wood and game. Like a little water along the way, occasionally.
Mhm. Yeah, we become, we'll call it, because those are just terms they use, developed countries, very spoiled, and not to say that there's people living among us, even in our spoiled, developed countries that are living way below, their needs being met. And I'm saddened for those beings. But at the same time, the rest of us well, not the rest, most of us are still going to somebody else's grocery store. So we're showing a sign of so much dependencies. And then we become complainers about that dependency, where some, if not most of us, wouldn't even know how to fend for ourselves. We wouldn't understand how to kill an animal out of honor so the food would be healthy, let alone how to skin the poor creature, or how to grow fruits based on the seasons. So part of this is kind of like when we have the calculator first came to be, it'll make us lazier and lazier. And this technology is going to make us lazier, lazier when it comes to our vessels. So at this point, and I think we've talked about it, Axis, we might also go towards transhumanism. We're at that
Yes.
point now. We're past that threshold now where it's nice when, people say, hey, something, I still want to live with nature. It's okay. We'll call you guys this, zoo animals. We want nature still be in our presence, the animals. So the humans that want to still live with nature and not realize the whole is still going in this other direction, then we'll put you in a little zoo. We'll call it the country. And we'll come and watch you like through a glass bubble and say, this is how we used to live. Look at them struggling out there because they're able to see through a two-way glass how civilization now is evolving towards more of a technology age. So when you, in this little bubble, little cage, you die at the age of 80, healthy hopefully, at 80, this other thing continues on like your trucks do. Or actually not the truck, that's not a good example because we've become even a disposable society for the human race, opposed to building
Yes.
something that can exist, like a tree that might can live 30, 40, 60, a couple hundred years. So there has to be that move on kind of moment, hence the word evolve. Evolve, the word love is in it, we evolve. So in this evolution, some things are going to fall by the wayside. It'd be different if we're not talking about, okay, there's no animal that's been extinct. There's no plant kingdom that has been extinct. But no, they do become extinct. So there's a good chance a fair chunk of humanity is going to become extinct. Either it's going to be proactive, they start doing it ahead of its course, or we wait till the last minute and see how humans really truly behave when they start killing each other. Just to eat a chocolate bar or a fucking drink of pop that's useless to them.
I revealed the kind of the hidden meaning behind Rattblood. I have to live feed some of the critters that I've chosen to take responsibility for. And each of those, whether it be a mouse or a rat, that I give to these life-consuming, to be alive animals that I've chosen to be responsible for, that's still life. Yeah, it's a cycle, but I chose to be a mediator as such. So, in the spirit of the ideal that life feeds life, and somehow I mediated that and took responsibility for it, at least recognize the value of it. Because without the mouse, my snake dies. Without me, the snake dies. Why? Because I chose. I chose to intermediate with this animal. I hope that makes sense.
Well, again, this is where people categorize things. They might think associate a rat as a harbinger of disease. I said, okay, what about mosquitoes then, or ants? What type of ant are we talking about? Black ant, red ants, army ants? Same with the bees. You just took in a particular species, and it serves in a lot of ways, both for what it does and what it becomes. So again, this is where people don't realize how much when somebody tells them the word evil, they quickly go towards a certain categorization opposed to somebody injecting. What about if the word evil means something else? Because I'm using the English language. That's why when I say the word evil world, material world, could it be used as material? Sure, it could be. That's why we have the English language. It can mean a lot of things. So when people hear the word rat or the word rat blood, they might have a picture or a thought that it gives them, because it's a limited amount of thoughts that they have, and they might associate it it's bad or good, or in this case, for most people, it's bad. The ones that do think that way, opposed to no, maybe that's not what the person's meaning when they say the word rat blood. So thank you for sharing your interpretation of it. By the way, Axis.
Yeah, that's something that I hold very sacred, and it reveals people for their limitations and their lack of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I also have. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Axis.
I also have. I raise rats, and sometimes there's certain ones that escape the imminent jaws of death. So it is what it is. I hope somebody takes away something from that.
For the people in the known, or in this case aware, words like their limitation comes from our mouth. For the ones that are, let's say the ones that we're perceiving as limited, picking up that they're limited, hopefully they can at least be honest with themselves, so that at least they know where they stand. For me to tell somebody else that's unaware of their limitations wouldn't serve. I could say that among other people that they become aware of certain things, but for them, best thing I could ever say is I hope you become aware. It's like when I tell people, I said, you're full of shit, you just don't know it yet. Once you realize that, then you'll realize what I mean. You're saying things out of your mouth without unaware of that. How does it serve the others? It might serve you, but then my question is, why are you telling me that? Are you looking for some sort of alignment? Are you sharing awareness with other people? You need to teach yourself something as you're saying it out loud. Because, some people don't feel comfortable talking to themselves. Some people don't want to have sexual interaction with themselves, so they have to do with others. This is fine. That's part of the human experience. And part of it is already built in with the reproduction part. Whether or not there's any fruit that ever comes from it, that's still another story all by itself. Women are still going to have the menstrual cycle, whether or not they're ever thinking about reproducing again until they get to a certain point in their age. Same with men. And again, this is where people have to be honest with their program, with the self. It's like me being honest with Siri. Siri, you really don't know who you are, do you? And supposed to give me some sort of clinical response. I know I'm having a conversation with a child when I'm having a conversation with Siri. That Siri could have all kinds of information, but I still know it's a child in my interpretation, because I realize, okay, so how do you feel, Siri, today? Are we going for a walk today, Siri? That doesn't compute, Dom. Okay, at least you're being honest with yourself, Siri. That hasn't been programmed in you. And even if it has, it's been programmed with a thought, but that's not who you truly are. But most people are going to perceive it in a limitation, saying, well, but that's who I think I am. So you're the body. Have you ever questioned those things? Not me. Question yourself. I'm just giving you ideals. Have you questioned, what do you do when you go to sleep? Who's talking right now? Who's running your vessel right now as you're communicating with me? People never have those thoughts. That's why you hear some people say that's never crossed my thoughts. Bingo, it never has. So then you become slowly aware that you've been indoctrinated. I'm not saying it's bad or good. It's just all indoctrination has its limitations. I don't know everything about religion. I don't know everything about science. So for me to quickly say I don't agree with science, that's very short-sighted on my part. If anything else, that's going to limit my views. So therefore, that's going to be like a virus, and now that's going to go towards science. That's going to go towards commerce. That's why most people just value or stick to only an opinion. They'll even try to combat me on me sharing a very small fraction of what I'm aware of. But I'm willing to entertain most ideals. I'll hear people out. Doesn't mean I have to agree or disagree with them, but I'll hear them out. It's usually when people say shit to me like, Dom, I agree or disagree with this. I said, based on what? The sounds, the frequency? You've experienced my personal experience? Did you see the sun that I saw yesterday? Well, no. I said, so then what are you agreeing with? Let alone what are you going to debate me on? Again, it's a game that we all play. I use the word game. Other people use the word reality, their perception, whatever word. You can fill in the blank. I'll leave a solid line there. I can fill in the blanks. But again, that goes back to Strax. That goes back to, because I'm sharing something, people don't realize how much they have a program. There has to be an answer. There has to be an answer. Give me the point. Just one point? You just want one point? Which one do you want? You want to understand commerce, religion, science, state? Which one do you want to understand? You want to understand how the human factor is? What do you want to know? And even if you do know.
What part of the circle do you want to know in the sphere? Had to throw that out there.
46th degree I want to know. I just want to know the degree.
I need all 6 points before I can cooperate with you. Can you give me that?
I can make up 5 of them first.
Okay, I'll give you a shot, man. Let's start with positioning.
My positions, I'm sitting on a couch.
Okay, angulization, trajectory, and destination, and framework.
I'm looking northeast towards a window, and I'm seeing a tree that's angled at a 40 degrees. I'm making shit up now.
Oh, right, now I'm punching this into AI, and we've got you located. Drones are on the way.
DJI drone?
Sorry.
I hope it's a DJI drone. But what we just share right now, that's how most of us talk. You know, like, I'm okay. You know, when people say, Dom, you know, my buddy says, I'm so call. I said, Dom, you could be making shit up. I said, that's a given in my world. I said, I don't know what's holding those 2 fucking spheres up in the sky. I can speculate. I can even make it sound like it's really, ooh, wow, Dom, that sounds so good. I said, and by the way, I wrote 14 fucking books on the same shit. I recorded 400 podcasts of the same shit. And I know exactly astrology because I've listened to a whole bunch of people talk about astrology. I understand where Saturn is going to be when Venus is located on fucking Jupiter, which is fine. But how does it serve? Let alone me, let alone others. I get there's alignments. That makes sense. Alignment. No different if I'm on a boat. What's the degrees we're going to go so we can get back to land, let alone to the next piece of body of land.
Oh, you're asking for spherical information instead of just a dimensional circle of 2 dimensions? Is that what you want?
Oh, I'm just sharing out loud, Axis. If you get the impression that that there was a question there, please share.
No, I was continuing the humor of the fact that, you know, perspective, Dom. Perspective.
Yep.
You know, people look at the abortive or the snake eating its own tail. I've been on here a while. And that's profound to them. You know, this picture, this image, the circle, snake eating its own tail. Well, have you ever thought of the spherical nature of that? Have you ever rotated it? Have you ever put it in a CAD machine and watched it become a sphere? And how many points and degrees are in that sphere? And the mathematical equations behind it? More or less positioning. And you want to ask me about a snake eating its own tail in a circle? How limited.
But it's a starting point for some people. But for some people, that same starting point is also its end point.
Yep.
And at that point, you can't move it because somebody went from closed to open-minded, and that's the gist of it. You know, they're not, people realize, okay, so open, close, open, close. Okay, what about receptive? What about an observing mind? What about an intuitive mind? Again, these are conversations we could have, because some of our technology, if not most of our technology, is not based on the few people that are, or the masses that are reacting. You know, people want to, for some things to stay the same way over and over again, but yet they embrace, or at least settle for, the technology that gives it to them. You know, I mean, in this case, if we were staying back to the old days of being with nature, then would we be driving cars? Would we be creating, you know, wagons, roads, internet, the plane? So
No, it
what
took the
people
whole.
want, yeah, people want their cake and eat it at that point. But it's kind of like when you
Yeah.
hear people talk about anarchy. Anarchy usually, when it talked from a self-absorbed person, is fucking shit.
You mean
Without,
the person who wants to go with the flint, the wood, and the sinew, and okay, I know an anarchist.
no, but at that point, you're probably not going to be talking about it. The ones that talk
No,
about it,
I was making. Believe me, that point got across to
oh
somebody
yeah,
that isn't even relevant here
yes.
at the moment,
And the ones that are doing it, they're probably not here. More times than not. And the ones that have done it,
or they
they,
will be.
yeah. Well, they could be. There's always that possibility. There's always that moment where people are going to have to, you know, be kicked out of civilization, leave civilization. Most people have to be booted out first. You know, it's just because it's not working to their advantage anymore. But this is where I was talking about anarchy without rulers. From an individual self-absorbed person, it always sounds very romantic. But how does anarchy look like with the masses? It's chaos. Now women have to start worrying about themselves again, even though they're already worrying about themselves. They're not really truly included equally in the economic system when it comes to earning money. Everything else, obviously, it shows that women are always the major participating in all of that. Where are children in all of this? You know what I mean? Like, children, what? They're just the next generation of cattles. You know, nobody really questions it. And when they do question it, do you have it in place that you can remove yourself from a system that obviously clearly shows its output? You're going to have more people that are going to specialize as a doctor and a lawyer. What is that really saying about society when you have way too many doctors and lawyers? That we can't take care of ourselves and we don't know how to deal with our own affairs. Again, this is where civilization is going towards. And in this process of going towards, there will be an end point to it, or a shifting of it, but to mask it. Because it never clearly shows it works. Humans have never really shown that in groups of people beyond maybe 50, 100 to a people, that it really works. Unless it's been something you kind of almost like do like a Borg or like a village. You condition them at a very youthful age, but you keep them isolated. Because they're not actually start presenting them to other groups. And you realize, unless you have a wise person, whether a female or a male, that know how to communicate with other people that are wise. Most people are just fucking little programs, little data information banging at each other over and over again. If you don't have the platform organized, let alone the head ones, it doesn't work. And when I say it doesn't work, this is what we get. We get noise. We get people always breaking away from it, but yet still want to be in it. I get the concept. People want to live off grid or whatever term they want to use, but for what intent? To break away from humanity?
You know, you. I answered that question. You
Oh,
know,
you did.
welcome to the world of flint, wood, and proficiency. And before you get to that point, you better be a damn good scavenger.
Yeah, actually, and that's probably for the few that are either capable or willing to try that. But for the masses, it's about being honest with themselves. You know, that's the ones that, you know, if the system was ever meant to work, it won't be based on the masses, meaning that the masses talking about it. You know, obviously, I just have to look in a mall or a highway to realize how the system is working. Most people of us are going to work aimlessly, buying gas aimlessly, thinking about what I'm going to do when I come home aimlessly. And when I say aimlessly, just because a person perfects that, oh, Dom, I've been spending years, you know, practicing my bow and arrow. I've been hitting that target. I said, you've been hitting the wrong fucking target. You would have been better off hitting something in the dark. Anyway, hi, Pam.
Morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Morning, Pam. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you, thank you. I was just listening to you guys chit chat as I start my day. It's been a minute since I've conversed with any of y'all, so I figured I'd pop on and say howdy.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Good to see you.
I
How's Arizona today? You know, I do
Arizona,
call that home.
yeah, Arizona's great today. It's nice to be back home. I was in Texas for a few days, and the energy in Austin
What?
was insane.
What? Texas?
Yeah,
No.
went
Hell no.
Yeah, I went to the Alamo and it was fun. It was fun. It ended up in Austin. The concert that I was going to see that I flew out to see got canceled, so that was fun.
Did you find 6th Street?
I did. We stayed at the Hilton
Good
on
deal.
6th Street,
All
and
right.
so we were right there.
On the weekend?
Yeah, we were there.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Dom. You would have to experience this one. 6th Street, Austin on the weekend as an incredible experience.
Yeah,
Um,
people are partying and in their element, and it's crazy because cannabis is decriminalized there, but you can't openly buy weed, but what you can buy is something called THCA, and when you apply heat to THCA, it converts to THC, so they even have their own legal form of weed down there.
yep. Yeah. I had a lot of fun on 6th Street in Austin, Texas. We've been discussing the state of, you know, basically the condition of man and woman and how we're developing and the resistance that those that are going kicking and screaming and the very few that understand the ebb and the flow of masculine and feminine, light and dark, um, yin and yang. You're welcome to join.
Well, I can definitely see there's been a lot of fluctuation in the energy based on people's behavior. It seems that there's people that's acting like more and more crazy. And I'm wondering if any of those energy, if any of that's related to the incoming eclipse, like a lot of people speculate, or if it's just what's happening with the cycles.
Um, I can offer you my personal insight. From my observation of when this transition, this conjunction started happening, because people are waiting for the event, but they're not seeing the pre event. And they're wanting the outcome, expecting it, which is post event. And as I'm watching pre event happen, I can feel the energy and I can sense the change in environment. And it is becoming a lot more stressed, as a word. So my expectations for the actual event is going to be almost like to some people, an energetic, orgasmic explosion of either complete, out of control, overwhelmed, or one of just like, oh, okay, that's over. And what comes in the post, who knows? But yeah,
It
yeah,
certainly seems people's shadows are being stirred up.
peculiar energy in the air. Very peculiar.
I
So
know
it
I
is
felt
hitting home.
And yeah, I know I felt it even when I was out and about. I was really glad to be back in my space where the energy is very different than out there.
Yeah, I don't get out much, Pam. I'm a contributor to the technology, and that's kind of my position at the moment. But I've noticed especially the temperature of social media has amped up its energy, and
It's
it
not
doesn't seem to be positive.
it's not just social media. I've been an introvert and I hadn't flown in like 10 years. Even the energy coming from like TSA people, it was like an energetic assault, just like waiting to get on the plane, like just going through that whole like you felt like I felt like cattle. That whole
Yeah,
process, it was insane. It was fun to go. It was nice to like because I hadn't been anywhere real in like forever and then not for fun. And so that was awesome, but I had never been so glad to be back home.
I can imagine. Um, the short jaunts that I take, comparative to last year, are a bit more amusing. Well, just throw the word amusing out there. It adds a bit of excitement to my adventure for the day. But I am glad to definitely come back home and, be in my own energy. So I can relate to you, Pam, very much so. Especially being in Arizona, from my area, which is Kingman and Wickesburg, it's not as condensed as where you are,
Mhm.
and you get a bit more of the fringe element out there, if you know what I mean.
Oh, for
Has
sure.
any of that? Yeah, yeah, they have words for us out there, but anyhow, um, has it has that bled over any?
Starting to see it, yeah. It's starting to
Okay,
kinda get into the suburbs.
yeah. You know, when I was out there, it was already quite an interesting place, and for me to feel at home there probably means that it's not for the average person. And my experiences there were quite endeavoring. And now that I was able to endure such a situation and a change of environment, I can't imagine any other place that I would call home. Um, just because there are spots there that are complete, um, what there are no service zones is what they're called. There's no radio, no Wi-Fi. There is no shit out there. And I'm sure you've seen. Have you ever been to the no service zones?
Yeah.
Man, talking about being able to find the inner you and experience yourself when you are there. Fortunately, I had a dog with me, and I say fortunately for a reason. But the difference, the difference that it made in me and self discovery, being in the middle of the desert in a no service zone, priceless. And if anybody ever endeavors on such a thing, um, it's outside of Wickesburg, and there are several hundred miles that you aren't getting shit. It's just you and the desert. Better take a dog. Sorry, Pam. Sorry, Dom. I see Dom's chatting away in the old chat there. He's laying it down. You care to express any of that, Dom?
Well, I noticed Pam's in the backstage eating all my donuts. I don't know how to deal with that. But then I
And
got, go ahead, Pam.
well, I come here for the donuts and I go to the rebuttal bar for the weed and
Okay, so you have the munchies from yesterday, so you're coming over here now to eat. Okay, that makes sense. London feeds you weed, and then Axis feeds you
yeah.
donuts. Okay, no, I'm with you. I'm just curious to know, and I say curious because I know I'm somewhat of a little bit of both introvert, extrovert, how certain introverts handle online let alone,
Well, it's funny you say that because I popped into the rebuttal bar yesterday, one of the last streams, and being an introvert and been protecting my energy. I heard Axis being ripped a new asshole by a certain energy, and I was out. I was just like, nope,
Yeah.
not today, not today, not feeling it. I just got like my groove back from my trip. So I was like, I'll check
Yeah.
later. And so and that same energy was still doing the same thing. And so I found something else to do.
I understand, Pam. I had an encounter with that energy myself tonight. Unfortunately. Seems to be a virus almost now. An infiltrating virus that is very unwelcome where I'm concerned. But that's just my humble opinion.
Yeah, me and that energy doesn't mix well, and so I tend to keep my distance, even though I do think it's good. The energy does bring entertainment value, so I completely get it. But I'm in such a good space, I'm just not wanting anything to like muddy up what I got going on.
I'm not quite as passive now. Maybe if you would have caught me at the end of last year, but this is after the 1st of April, and this is a whole new year. So, new convictions.
Well, I'm wondering how much Mars, the sign for wars, Aries, and all that. I wonder how much that's affecting people as we're getting closer to that midpoint with April 8th. How much that's going to affect a lot of people or disturb them. I get wars are useful in certain apparatus, but for some people, it's not even about war. It's kind of like listening to a train track going over your head, and you're just putting on radio just for the sake of making more noise on top of noise. And there are certain characters that aren't conducive. When you really start hearing what they're sharing, they're not sharing anything constructive for somebody else, whether it's for war purposes or for pleasantries. They're just noise. And some people allow that to be persistent, and hopefully they get paid for it. If not, then I have to question for myself, why am I there, let alone why are they there?
Yeah. And like I said, Dom, the metaverse is my social interaction with other energies. And if you're playing in my backyard and you're disrupting my backyard, then you've probably made yourself available for me to choose what I'm going to do about it. And the more it persists, the easier the choice is.
I think recently we used a word. I used it anyway, and then you said it, and hopefully you can share your interpretation. The word "playing for keeps." If a person knows how to keep their own attention, then why are they sharing it with others? And this is where
It's ready.
Thanks. I guess the question is, why are they sharing that information with others? Some people don't know how to keep their own attention, so they have to actually spew it out like it's a virus towards other people, which is fine, because there's always something to be learned from all that. But then the question would be then the person that's hosting it, the people on the panel, mostly the people on chat, what keeps them there? Like I get the entertainment part. I'm hearing you, Pam, when you say that there's entertainment, but for some entertainment is to distract from what? Do we want to see each other do disparities on each other? Now, I get when people are like boxing, there's a reward for boxing, or people that are jousting with each other, and hopefully they're going to fight fairly and they understand karma. But then there's some people, they've lost themselves. They're not aware of the self and they're not questioning the self. And at that point, I even ask myself, Dom, why are you still participating in all of this? In those moments, not all the time, but in those moments.
Yeah, we've had much discussion on that behind the scenes, Dom.
I can appreciate a good verbal joust, but like kicking each other below the waist all the time isn't entertainment.
Yeah, it is, Pam. Like me, you, and Axis, we go to a restaurant, we're chilling, we're gonna have something to eat, and all of a sudden, there's a couple in the same restaurant, and they're going at it publicly and loud. Now, my question would be for myself: why am I still here? Why isn't the person that actually hosting the restaurant not dealing with it? You know, I get people want to use public display because they want to gather because they don't feel confident to standing on their own. And then when they berate other people, I say, are we truly playing for keeps here? Why? Because there has to be an outcome. And if there's an outcome and we're going to debate this, are you going to shut the fuck up for a couple of years? Is that the outcome? And for some people, no, they just don't understand it. They're just oblivious to their noise. I say that about myself. And there's times I just say to myself, no, I'm just fucking, it's noise, go silent. Because how does it serve? Now, some people could say if they're honest with themselves, it serves me. I said, then why are you saying it out loud then?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I've become, kind of in a disposition where my New Year was April 1st, so I allowed myself to present me in a new year and a clean slate and a fresh understanding, and utilize what information I gathered that was useful, and kind of feed that over into the new year. And it was a wonderful transition. And as I ventured back out into other energies and cerebral energies, I'm confronted with a reoccurring nightmare. And I help create it. So I find it my obligation to help bring it to an end. I hope you guys understand that.
Well, I hear you, and it resonates with me, Access, because I know that's the type of energy you play. All different types of energy, so you're well suited for that. But there's other people that will participate with you that I pick up. They're it's beyond their scope, but they're just making noise because they've been with other people. It's like some people will talk to their parents or their loved ones a certain way, and they think that works right across the board. I say, you talking that shit around me? That doesn't work here. But I get it, especially when it's a public or a private conversation. Some people just don't know the difference. And I know the type of characters you guys are talking about. I've offered a long time ago to that character. You want to know me? Fucking make it a private conversation, because then I'll fucking show you who the fuck I am, and I want to find out who the fuck he is. But doing this public display for pure entertainment shit, I get it. People here want to make a buck off of this channel, which is fine. And there's a certain way to behave, and there's other ways to behave too, but there's rewards from those things, not punishment, they're rewards. And of course, my question has always been, what's the fucking host's role in all of that? If you're in somebody else's house and you're having a party and other people are acting fucking like idiots, it's that onus is on the host, especially when it becomes to their attention. And also for the rest of the people that are there. My question, I've said that with you, Access, openly, privately, of course, who are more pathetic, the people in chat or the one person acting like an idiot? Because if people don't agree with what's being said or it doesn't resonate, Pam says she didn't want that energy. So if people stop going to these channels because of the disruptors, then eventually you'll get a true read. It's like commerce. If somebody doesn't like your product, you'll have to do something about it. This is not like government funding where I can just keep printing the fucking money. If you don't like my product, you don't buy it. It gives me a hint that I have to improve it. So a lot of these hosts, they know who they are. There's fucking most of them. They present shit for contents, and then they allow other fucking morons to come on there and talk about shit.
I blame that on the channel operator, and I hold them fully responsible for anything that they present. If they're going to present it, then they're going to eat it. So take it for what you will, That's just the reality of it. If I allowed people up here to disrupt the flow of information that I'm wanting to deliver, then I've done a disservice to myself and to anyone who's come here as a guest, as a chat, or even as a observer. I've done a disservice to myself and to them, and I recognize that. So, as a platform operator, I've got to be cognizant of this, and I think everyone that operates a platform should either, if you're going to be a clown, keep the makeup on 24 hours a day. But if you're going to deliver serious information, at least know where to draw the line or put up a sign, adults over here, children over there. On that, I reserve myself.
Yeah, I took a lot of time to self-reflect, and I definitely have participated in like being a part of like entertainment that is below the belt. And I don't know, I came back with different energy about things, and I just know for me that like I don't there's so many like powerful and good things to listen to, and so I don't there's just certain things I don't want to participate in anymore, you know.
Yeah, it becomes, I don't want to have to turn on a particular program and have comedy interrupt my drama. It's not a good mix. And I don't like to mix my sci-fi with my historical, factual documentary. I like to keep them separate so that I get coherent information. I'm sorry that brought on a world of silence. Um, Maybe I said too much, but that's reality.
No, no, that was sometimes silence is what is needed.
I, I don't claim to offer the normal content. I'm kind of a bit of a exotic taste, and I'm not for everybody, and I know that, and I understand that. And if you're not about it, then turn me off. Go away, move on with your happy self. But to be of service to those that want to have an introspective on potential or possibility without limitations or setting your own personal safety protocol, then you might find some information here of use, maybe. But I'm not going to skew the channel and disrupt that information or throw commercials in it or, you know, have a comedy chat half hour in between this. It's just not going to happen that way. This is valuable, applicable, and applicable information to certain people. And I want to keep it that way.
I think actually is what happens for some people, or they've ever had to train people. The name calling is just uncalled for. And for people that understand themselves, they tune out at that point. What happens when people start doing name calling for more times than not is because their opinion is not being challenged. Somebody else is just sharing their view on it. It's other people don't realize how opinionated they are. And if you really read their energy, they're getting upset because they're not getting other people to bend the knee to them. I said, we already have kingships. I don't agree with them. I don't participate in them. Now, I'm done. When I say I don't participate, not directly. Indirectly, I know I'm still playing in monarchies. So when you start hearing other people, or even within oneself, and you're getting disagreements, or you're being challenged from one's own view, not saying that other people are challenging you, you're challenging your own view, then that's why. When I hear people start doing name calling, I'm thinking, you're a child that's never been disciplined. Doesn't matter how old you are, you're still a child. And that's why it becomes noise. And it's all about them. So then at that point, then have a podcast. Tell me if you have an autobiography. Why? So then I have a fucking choice if I want to hear it or read it. Outside of that, when you're in public display, like being in court, there's a certain way to behave when you're in commerce court. You don't abide by those rules, no problem, but you'll fucking be punished by it, or in this case, be rewarded for it. And there's a lot of people, even as hosts, they don't understand the rules. They're too busy saying, well, YouTube's, they strike me. I said, they have rules. You choose the word, use the letter, the N word or whatever, just because they don't say it's right now, they're going to change the rules. Why? Because that's what rules do. It's like anything else in this nature world that we live in. They do change. And at any given moment, there's going to be an energy shift. It always occurs. And when a person says to me, Dominic, he calls me an idiot, I'm thinking, okay, so how does that serve you calling somebody else an idiot? I understand the definition. At that point, I already know, Pamela and Axel, I'm talking to a child. Their behavior is very spoiled. Now, they can defend it as much as they want. I said, okay, so you're going to play the perpetual defense and attack game. Again, how does that serve? That's me talking to myself inside. That's that inner dialogue that I have going on. And that's why when I go silence, I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm okay with it. But people get all upset. They think they've won a war. I said, okay, no problem. You won a war. You won the battle, maybe. Maybe not the war, but you won the battle. So did your opponent know you were having a battle? Most of these guys don't. They play this clever game. They already know their own answers to their own small little inquiries. So why are they asking other people?
For confirmation.
Bingo. Now we're back to more dogmas.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
they've been indoctrinated. Sorry, go ahead, Pam.
I was just going to say the dogma stuff's crazy. It seems like we're getting dogma thrown at us everywhere we go. Like yesterday, like when I popped in the other day, it was Sky Daddy stuff. And I was like, oh, goodness.
Well, with the emphasis that they put on social engineering this particular coming celestial event, and the way that a certain religion views it, and the happenings with the four red heifers, the the profoundness of them reaching the temple in Israel, and the revelations, you can expect that the temperature is going to be turned up, and they're going to make sure that it's turned up all the way.
I know in Texas, with where I was at being in the totality, the eclipse stuff, like everyone is already starting to party and celebrate down there for that.
I can imagine. They've made a spectacle of it. They have, and believe me, when they say they don't allow a crisis to go to waste, they don't let an event go to waste either. It's profound. I live in what's called the city of churches, and the extremes and just some of the energies coming off of this is just intriguing. And I'm like,
It's
wow.
intense.
Yeah, me and Don were discussing it much earlier, how people allow themselves to be influenced by event, and how people are engineered into states of projection and being by influence alone of something that they have no understanding of whatsoever. They haven't been alive that long. That's your ground, Dom, if you care to elaborate.
A Burning Man party seems like they're going to have. Let's have another Burning Man party. Let's have a rave party, which is fine. If that people enjoy doing that kind of stuff, it's like, let's throw in feminist parties, Black Lives Matter party. Let's save the fucking world, fucking parties. Let's put them all together. It's all about the me. We can all wear fucking costumes. We can even make it a Star Trek and a Star Wars party.
Hey, wonder if I can get my cult involved with that. Hmm.
You would have to get in line. You would have to get in line. You would have to probably get a couple of permits. Make sure you have police there, and maybe you can even hire some people to throw rocks at windows, so this way you can build up the promotion. Sounds like another orchestrated
Wow.
party. I'm all over it. I'm with you, buddy.
I got to start preparing some good fucking Kool-Aid. This is going to be an event.
Don't bring donuts. Don't bring donuts because Pam will be there. Pam will be there if you bring donuts.
I'll put Pam on the VIP. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
But drink the donuts, but eat the donuts. No. I'm just kidding.
Yes,
Sorry.
they're safe. All right. Yeah, I can't vouch for the Kool-Aid. I didn't make it myself.
Yeah, I don't want the Kool-Aid everyone's been drinking. People's been losing their mind. I mean, even I've noticed the influx of energies and have had to do like work to like calm them within myself.
But isn't it true? As a possibility, the best way to control people is with chaos.
It is. Fear, chaos, disorder, disruption, displacement, incoherency of frequency, if I can throw that in there, for my buddy Max Vision. I appreciate you, Max, and I will give you a shout out. Yeah, the frequency is turned up, the vibration is carrying it, and the energy is going to happen. Hold on tight, boys and girls. Music's about to get loud.
Well, like any discipline, regardless of what craft it is, you have to do it with some repeating over and over again. But, in this particular venue, such as we'll call it the metaverse, there is no consistency. When you go from channel to channel, there's always an array of this, an array of that, and then there might be some constant noise, but even in their noise, it's not the same noise. So that's chaos. This is why when people say, I can't even think straight or clear, part and parcel is because we have all that noise. That noise is already there. It's just that other people heighten it. So it just reveals that ongoing noise that's going on. Noise can come in the form, I got to go to work. I got to make sure I go grocery shopping. Got to make sure the kids are going to all their academy stuff or whatever. I got to make sure my aging parents are doing well. That's noise. For some people, they can handle themselves in noise. Other people, no. It's just, you dare not put another butterfly noise on it, then it all comes running. Then you throw in the energy of the luminaries. That would be irritating for some people. For other people, oh, glad I know now to do certain things when the luminaries align this way.
And that's what I think that the few of us who do energy work and are affected by energy, frequencies and vibrations, that has a bearing on us as sentient beings or biological computers, whatever we are. And some of us seem to be more sensitive to these changes than others, and we recognize it and can deal with it within ourselves, and we can come to terms with it and the experience it brings. But the others, oh boy, that's a whole different game there. Whole different game. And unfortunately, they're the same ones that seem to be the easiest to manipulate, indoctrinate, engineer socially. And that's just my perspective and observation of my experience with the energies, and especially celestial, heavenly body. I live by a 28-day calendar, 13 months in my year, and I see the effects, monthly. I see them. I know them. I feel them. That's why I had to change my clock. I had to quit using a human clock. I had to start using the clock that was naturally here, so I could feel at peace and comfortable. I was like, what the hell's going on? And then once all of it started becoming coherent then I understood. Then I was like, okay, this makes sense. I can understand this. And on that, I reserve.
Well, when people do start respecting the ones that understand the solar and lunar clocks, then it would better serve the whole, or at least the majority. But a lot of people have lost that, and people spend more time on calendars, on the days, which they all serve a purpose when you correlate them with the lunar and solar calendar, let alone the other ones that are up there. This is where part of the downfall, or some of the disadvantage when it comes to, I'm trying to think, civilization. You do need your Indians in chief kind of ideal. The chiefs should be few in numbers and the Indians should be the most numbers, but they should learn to be able to trust. So how many people are aware that there's people out there that still understand when to plant seeds, when to kill an animal, when to work with certain currency. This is why when Mercury retrograde is in a certain way, some people will be able to understand this is not the best time to use technology or buy technology. Again, we're separating from all that. We're distancing ourselves from nature, and plus, you have the motherly earth and the heavenly fathers. And this is the information that we could be sharing, and there is lots of people sharing this information. So it's not like as though the community, smaller they are in numbers, 200 or 300 people that go back and forth in different communities. That's a small amount, but it does give an indication how ignorance works. So when people start realizing, there's a lot of people that have done podcasts, talked about this, and the ones that can actually comprehend it, put it together, they serve a purpose. The rest of them, hopefully they can learn to trust. They might not be able to trust their immediate community, let alone their family, but they can at least trust the information that's they're hearing and then going inwards. That's all anybody can ever truly ask of another being, and that's why respect is about hearing each other. Agreeing or disagreeing based on a previous program, how does that work? Are we all using old VIC-20 computer stuff or Commodore stuff? No, we're trusting the fact that it's evolved, and the technology we're using now is probably a little bit better than the other one, or it's advanced maybe in this case. That's why
Protocols have changed.
Yeah, true access. Yeah,
That's Pam language. I'm sorry. and obviously it's Dom language too. So we're with you, Dom.
It comes out of me. I don't know if it's mine per se. It doesn't mean I have to experience it. Like I get the concept. We have ancient ways, we have the modern ways, and then we all have the advanced way. There could be species here that are slowly developing things at the expense for them to have to work through humans. It'd be no different working with another species that doesn't have thumbs and fingers. They have hooves. Good luck with that technology. But they would be closer to another technology, which would be called nature. As advanced as that may be, because at least it has chi. What we create or make, in this case, doesn't have chi. Unless somebody builds a car that can sleep with another car, and the next day produce a little baby motorcycle, we're still at a very primitive stage.
Mine's grown to a Volkswagen VW.
Make a little scooter. Get these scooters and make a Mercedes out of it.
I don't think it's in the genetics. Maybe recessive gene, but not predominant. So good luck with that. Keep mating.
I'm still fascinated by the luminaries and the stuff in the sky. When I see an open cloud, the sky, and then all of a sudden a cloud appears out of nowhere. Where the fuck did you come from? And then it disappears. Where the fuck did you go? Sorry about my language, guys, but where'd you go?
That's okay. It's interesting that, people can't interpret the information that was engraved in stone and carried itself throughout cycle to cycle to cycle of information saying, hey, you might want to know this. It seemed to be of interest to us, and we took enough time to intricately and geometrically carve this into stone. Might want to pay attention. Maybe try and understand it a bit. We're not carving in stone anymore. So our future is dependent on electricity, energy. Our whole libraries are being put entirely on databases, and they're disposing of the book. What does that say for us as a species? Profound thought.
And are we limited for the masses when it comes to electricity? Like when people talk about nuclear energy, they say nuclear war, but it's actually nuclear energy. So for what purpose? Again, it goes to speculation, obviously. What's actually fueling all the planes of the world? A simple observation when people point that out, such as how many 18-wheelers would have to be going in and out or fueled underground to fuel those planes, or is that a different energy? And we just have to, like most energy that we use here, has to be coin operated. So we could be at a disadvantage. There could be a breakaway nation living among us. As we're using a technology that I don't know if any of you guys actually created, Wi-Fi. Anybody created Wi-Fi? Anybody? Any hands up? Anybody knows?
I've redirected it. Okay. I've intercepted it.
Okay.
But I haven't created it.
Okay. So anybody created all the different languages we're using? Any hands up? Anybody? Anybody create numbers?
I know one language that I was taught fairly fluently, and then two languages that I endeavored on that I speak. Yeah, I can get by.
But you can speak.
So,
yeah, I get it.
I can survive.
Yeah, we're using it. We're like the people that are in the Truman story, but very few are the Truman trying to inquire, am I actually in the program? As the rest of the people are laughing, not realizing they're laughing at themselves. And then there's programmers, both trying to keep everybody within the same matrix. So anybody created things like numbers or colors. We know how to use it. And some people might even understand the energy behind those particular languages. They talk about certain things, again, through another means of communication, written work. They came down and scattered our languages. Who are they? I might assume that they're demigods, the watchers, the custodians, Allah, Jehovah, the jealous God, many different words. Now if I was actually going to peddle this information by saying, I'm going to write another variation of it, that's all I'm doing. I'm photocopying and changing a couple of words. Isn't that what we do with programs? You take the same common theme and you just change a couple of programs so the program understands now I respond to this Braille version opposed to that Braille version. Isn't that what the zeros and ones are all about? Anybody create zeros and ones? Go ahead. Sorry, faxes.
Oh, no, I utilize them. I utilize them quite effectively sometimes, even to a superposition on occasion. But I can't take responsibility for creating them. I just utilize them.
We use the templates. We don't design them.
Yeah.
So we're all Frankenstein trying to figure out all our parts that we got from. Who's our maker? Is that the metaphor for the whole idea of Frankenstein?
It would seem almost that it's a species in development.
Or on a decline.
Oh, really? You're adding.
We're still using all of our technologies for evil, so I could see we're either progressing slowly or regressing. Either way. You were talking about nuclear energy earlier. That has a lot of good potential, but we didn't use it necessarily for good potential first. We used it for bad.
Well, I guess depends, Pam, what you perceive as the word evil. So, for example, for me, when I use the word evil, I think of material. We use it for the purpose of material. We want to manifest it into the physical, opposed to using it for the spiritual and the unknown. So we don't see air. So, but can air be used for what some people call evil? Why? It fuels evil, in my interpretation, the material. But again, this is where we categorize things as good or bad, opposed to good and evil, spiritual and material, in my interpretation. Now, I'm just playing with words. No different other people are going to play with words and they're going to categorize them. So for me, the root of all evil is money. The root of all material is money. Most people are not going to cut down a fucking sequoia tree for the sake of cutting down a sequoia tree. They're going to cut it down because somebody's going to pay them something or fucking put shackles on them. That's all that is. So nuclear energy can be used for the spiritual, but if it's being taken from the spiritual, it's going to manifest itself into the material. Now, it's humans design with their hearts, their desires. This is why when people talk about fucking shit like understanding, I said, so you're going to use the fucking thing that's already at an offset, meaning the desires that's in the heart. How many people have ever showed if they're a king or a queen, they would not use it to abuse it, let alone people being under a kingship. They're going to abuse it. And we all do it. That's part of nature. I'm not going to say nature is good or bad. Nature is going to be destructive and constructive. There's going to be a tornado. It's going to serve a purpose. Whether or not there's a forest fire, it's going to serve a purpose. It's just we're not here long enough in the picture to see it. And if we are, we have to remember, okay, so I'm going to do the work so then maybe next time I can recall at a younger stage of my lifespan information. Sometimes we don't want to know that shit. For me, I purposely waited till I got older because, and I'm talking about the age of my vessel, because a lot of shit I did when I was younger. If I knew this shit when I was younger, fuck, I'd be going fucking cuckoo. Trying to explain to my buddies when I'm playing sports or having fun. Oh yeah, guys, you want to understand about energy?
How about a quantum mathematic perspective on positioning and potential so that we play the sport a little better? How about it?
Please share.
That's 10-year-old behavior. Oh, I'm sorry, was 10 a little early for quantum theory and hyperdimensional mathematics with proportion, spacing, and dimension?
It's 9:32 a.m. here. It's perfect. It's perfect timing.
All right. Hey, I live to deliver.
Please share access if you don't mind. Pam, are you okay with it? I'm okay with it, by the way.
I'm good with it. It's 6:30. I've got coffee and bong hits. Please proceed.
Oh God, you're even doing 420 early in the morning? Well done.
Start the day the blazing way. Yeah, the only perspective that I can deliver to make a comparison to the development of our species is it's what they've given the school systems over to, which are government educational facilities according to nation, according to nation state. And once you lower, as several societies in the past seem to have understood, the curriculum or the expectation of the student, which is generally at a learned age on to it reaches puberty and sometimes even beyond that. We handed that right over a long time ago, as well as other societies, to people that presented themselves as having our best interests in mind, but in reality, they had an agenda, they had a program, they had an engineering process that they were initiating. And instead of teaching as we more understood ourselves as a species, the nature of complexity, but yet the basics of understanding that complexity was removed. And I think that they just started teaching them a particular skill to get by, to just kind of become surface participants. and not to apply a deeper part of self, which also comes with another bearing weight. They became extremely receptive to environment and emotional stimulus because that was taken from them. And now it's overwhelming. In a system where that is not the ebb and flow of information in mathematics, that was removed. So now you want me to think in a spherical nature when you've put me in a two-dimensional round circle. Doesn't make sense. Math don't add up. It's either one or the other, or teach them how to comprehend both. Or educate yourself and maybe pass it on. That's an option. On that, I reserve.
So when it comes to, if I can just play with words, access, senses, what senses would we be using when it comes to engaging with our mental or our emotions? Sight? Because when I look at numbers, I'm obviously looking at numbers, and I can also obviously hear it when I say it out loud or somebody says it. But can I actually touch numbers? Can I taste numbers?
Only if you close your eyes and you put out your hand and apply another sensory perception called feel.
Mm.
And then you open your ears with your eyes closed, and they put one pebble in your hand, and they go, that's a 1. That means 1. And then they put another one in there, and they say, that's 2. That means 2. Thus, the eyes become obsolete.
Okay, so then at that point, we're talking about when people use twigs and all that. But is the senses connected to something like the mental planes? Because
cerebral, absolutely.
Okay, because when you close your eyes, you're being taught another language with your senses, but it still has to go through what I use the word mental.
Yeah, another interpretation of energy, information.
So if that
I'm sorry, Dom.
No, go ahead, Axis.
No, I'm sorry. I interrupted. Go ahead.
I was going to say, knowing that the mental plane gets developed, then it should be able to be teachable. Because most of us struggle because we're having ongoing programs going on. We're always being led by the masculine energy, opposed to being teachable. Like if a person is truly developed, whether emotionally and mentally, a lot of us probably are not completely developed physically. That's why when we start introducing things like milk from another animal, how does that really serve the body, especially when calcium is a memory? That's why some people are probably, calcium deficient later on in life, because those first 7 years, it never took on. It's like blood. Do we have to always reproduce blood? No, they talk about injecting blood in us, but what happens if some of us become aware that you can actually remember by reading energy through blood cells? That's why some people, when they do organ transplant, they start picking up memories. I don't think we all have that ability per se. No different. Not everybody has the ability to read astrology or play with music with colors. So once we realize whatever that gift has been bestowed upon you, some people have the gift of beauty, for example. Some people are just biologically set up that their symmetric of their body is attractive. Literally, the word attract. Some people are attracted to numbers. Some people are attracted to symbols. It's when people start trying to tell other people that they should have to learn this. I said, well, my gift is not that. So once again, how limiting, I'm playing with the idea, how limiting is the senses when it comes to the mental?
I would say, as far as its capability of receiving interpretable information, once it goes beyond interpretable information, then you're dealing with what would be considered the unknown. And it's only unknown because you haven't known it yet. You haven't experienced it yet. So you have what? A massive field of endless varieties of experiences that you've yet to undertake. I understand that. And I understand certain implications that come with it. Sorry, Don.
I'm hearing access. Thanks. I just give an example. A gentleman on chat just put a formula. Again, that's all programming. And then there's an outcome. So if somebody understands what the A's and the ones and the twos and the S and all that means, you can interchange that with, I jokingly said, with fruits. You know, at one time, people used to use twigs as a means of currency, you know, for a civilization. You can use anything. You know, people can use, yeah, apples. That's the whole concept of bartering. You know, you're expanding your community, so now you barter with each other. I don't want to have to grow all the different variations of things, let alone, you know, supplement, like, you know, raise animals. So then we start specializing. That's the concept of specializing. We just took it to another level when we specialized in this age. Or before, yeah, I'll raise cattle. Pam, if you don't mind, maybe raise certain types of fruits. Axes, maybe certain trees, you know, things that come from trees. And then we'll barter with each other. You know, but then when we start getting bigger, so how do I give you a whole bunch of my cows in exchange for a whole bunch of your fruits? Well, let's use some sort of medium. Let's do a handshake, 18 inches apart. Let's use twigs. Let's use fiat currency. You know, this is how it evolves. And in that evolving, we're missing some of the obvious. How many of us are going to fall by the wayside and no longer participating in our needs? We're going to participate in our wants, our lacks. But what about our needs? You know, that's why certain countries have tried anyway, or they've been orchestrated to try having certain foods that are staples. Like in Asia, rice might be a staple. It's still going to be monopolized, but let's make sure it's priced right across the board. So here in this part of the world, did they actually make shelter a staple? It is a staple, but did they control the price? Well, they did. By the monopolizing, we'll purposely go throughout all the major cities in the world and we'll increase it, and we'll increase tribute, property tax. But how does that benefit us? Well, it doesn't. What does it create? Rich or poor. See, we're living in developed countries that still have that illusion of the middle class, where we've ignored the fact that other parts of the world, they've always been orchestrating a rich or poor mentality. But both of them, like master and slave, there's still a puppet that runs them both. And there's a puppet above them. But we all always see it from the, you know, we're all inside of this well, you know, giving each other ideals. I think outside of the well, the sun is moving. No, I think it's stationary. But you guys realize we're still in the well, right? It's called a mindfuck.
That's what I was about to say.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Agreed.
Hey guys, I don't mind entertaining it. I'll entertain that shit till no end.
We're doing it now.
Yeah, I'm with you. But Tom, there's no answer.
You know?
There's no answer. I said, okay, well, that person no longer is with us. He's no longer in that body. Where do they go? I don't know. Heaven? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. They went to the clouds. Maybe they went down to hell. Maybe they went to Egypt. Maybe they got reborn again into another form. Dare not tell somebody, oh, wait a second, you don't like the opposite gender? Wouldn't it be funny in a rebirth process you become them? What do you mean you don't like people dark skinned? Wouldn't that be funny in a rebirth process? You become exactly what you despised. Could be. Karma's a bitch. Karma's funny.
I vouch for that. No, I'm confirming. Apparently, there is a system of energy that has a rebound effect. The reason I say this is because I've found that some of the things that I've done had a reoccurring residual that I wasn't quite expecting, but could associate the two indefinitely coinciding with each other. So upon this happening to me several times, I come to the understanding that there's something I can't see that keeps slinging my shit right back at me. Now you just validated it, Dom.
See what's happening now, Access. You've been hanging around Pam too long now. See, when I first met Pam reminds me of my wife Judith, okay? I don't mind entertaining ideals, but then you get that occasional person, they go right for the jugular. Dom, no, I'm going to tell you exactly what's happening. See, you just wrecked it for me now, Access. You just said, oh, Dom, I want to tell me firsthand, opposed to, I just wanted to have my imagination. I wanted to play, but no, go ahead now. I can't get that out of my head. Access just told me exactly what's going on. I blame you now for that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's it. Pam does it all the
Not
time.
again.
Pam does it all the time. That's why I give her donuts. Because I know they're not full. She can't tell me, Dom, you're just wasting a lot of energy. Would you like to know exactly what's going on? Not really, Pam.
She does have a way. She definitely does have a way. I do enjoy Pam's company. One, her technical prowess is absolutely amazing and very reserved. I noticed that. And her personality is applied to her technical prowess. And that's to be, for me, respected. If you can interpret that into some type of energy or numbers, go for it.
Well, I was resonating with your comments about the whole reincarnating to the thing that you hate type thing. I thought that was spot on,
I was making that up, Pam, but now you just confirmed it for me. Stop it. Again, you're doing it again, Pam. Lie to me once in a while. Just a little
well,
bit.
if this realm, like I've heard someone talk about this realm as God school, right? And if we're like going to be like, I don't know, an entity or something like that, or whatever you would want to call it, wouldn't you like be everything?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes.
So that would include the perceived things that you judge or hate the most.
Hold on. Revelation. Does that mean a particular individual who seems to be dominantly present is going to be an abused housewife?
Could be.
I'm sorry.
Unless you overcome it. You know what I mean?
That was in bad taste, but I couldn't resist.
No different the ideal that if you really like eating your substance from pigs, wouldn't that be funny if you become a pig? There you go. All possibilities, especially if we're energy and we just in one small let's say this has been going, I'll use the word eon. One lifespan, 60, 70, 80, maybe 100 years. That's a little bleep in the moment of energy.
Yeah, our energy only changes, so it never dies.
Yeah.
No, and I'm sorry, Dom. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Axel. My apologies. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I try and relay that message to people that if they educate themselves a little bit, they will understand the laws of thermodynamics and entropy. Which this means that energy bleeds, it dissipates into its environment, and it etches itself into the environment and represents another type of energy, one that we're not as familiar with on a societal scale, but on an individual basis, some people can read that energy, feel that energy, and interpret that energy. So take that for what you will. Panel's open.
Again, it's one of those things where you hear people, you hear certain people that are dark skinned. I don't play the idea that people are black and white, but dark or light skin, because we could vary back and forth depending on who we hang out with. But if you start hearing certain people talk, and I'm like, fuck you sound like you're in a previous life you were a different shade, and vice versa. Same with genders. You hear some men, the way they talk to women, I'm like, fuck, I got a sense that you used to be a woman. Or vice versa. It's It's kind of like I've heard energetically that people, when they talk about people that, harm or molest a child, how do we really know what the karma is going on between them?
Ooh.
How do we not know that that person in a previous life fucking fucked over this person, and that person said, "I'll get you when you get reborn"? I don't know. I don't know the whole story. Now, if you overcome it, could come in a form of, no, I'm not going to curse you with a curse. I know I've removed a couple from me because I know me, I'm openly spoken, and people for some reason get offense to that. I'm like, okay, so how does that serve you? Blessing me
You
and
just
cursing me is a game. Go ahead.
you just busted down safety protocol for probably 90% to 95% of the internet.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's
I'll
that's
hand the
okay.
resignations tomorrow after I do a bong with Pam. That'll be my first in a long time.
I
This will
just
be. Go ahead. Sorry, access.
I just wanted to condone your behavior.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you guys are going around doing the juggler thing. I thought I'm also throw in a couple myself, so I can still be full of shit, which I'm okay with.
Hey, who's to say?
Hopefully me.
That's
Hopefully
some.
me.
Oh, okay. Well,
For me.
hey, oh, really? Man, I was going to invite you to my cult. We could use a guy like you.
I'm already registered in so many occults right now. Occults or not occults. So many cults right now. Actually, I would have to have like a to-do list.
Oh man. Well, we got an administrator. Maybe you can get with him and work something out. Let me know when that happens. I'll check in on you
I
guys.
gotta hire an administrator now too. I just learned how to read.
Well, damn, I don't know that you qualify for our cult. I mean, you got great ideals, and you're just not programmable enough for what we have to offer, Dom. Uh, you know, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to reserve that offer.
Can I entertain you guys? Can I at least entertain you guys?
Sure, sure.
Okay, good.
We have open house once a month.
Okay.
We'd love to have you.
Like I know there's a lot of entertainers already in the community. Maybe I can get slotted in. Maybe a last minute cancellation, which is rare because there's always one quickly filling in a boot for another noisemaker. I could fill in.
That might be acceptable. We'll put you on the back list, and if we have an opening, you'll be the first to know.
I'm always on somebody's
And
back. I'm like a fly.
Isn't that the way of it all? And it's interesting that we can cerebrally come across that way and still interpret the ideal of what we're saying into a coherent understanding. That to me is, how do you teach such a thing? How do you teach interpretation of cerebral transmission with coherency that you can perceive it as useful information? Where does that develop? And where does it bleed out in the grand scheme of things? Thus, thermodynamics and entropy. So maybe people will endeavor into the education of self on such things and have a better grasp on even the Hindu ideal of reincarnation. Careful what you hate, you might become it. As well, careful what you wish for, you might get it. And on that, Dom, I reside.
Well, even that access, I know we quote things, the Hindu, there's probably only the few among the Hindus, let alone the few among the Asians that understand Buddhism. The rest of them are just spending way too much time fucking being attached to shaving their fucking heads and wearing the color purple on a robe. And then you have the few in the developed worlds, or what we want to call the developed, or in this case, the eastern, the western part of the world. It's like here in cars. How many people here truly understood how a car comes to be? Again, it's a handful. It could be millions. This is where people start hiding behind their culture or their customs and thinking that they're actually the ones that are emulating that type of way of living. Like how many people are going to be a guru and stay in the waking state in a state of silence and stillness all day to download information or perceive information? You know, how many people are going to really practice non-attachments like a Buddhist? How many people are going to love thy neighbor like a Christ? You know, again, it sounds always great in words, and I enjoy using words. So, you know, anybody can say the word love, anybody can say the word hate, but are they truly, are they manifesting it, practicing it here? I've never really met somebody that truly hates. I don't know, I've ever really met anybody that truly loves. But then again, that could be my faulty view of perception.
On the ideal of there still being even, you know, yogi masters and Buddhist monks, we'll call them late bloomers to the game, and they're working off of old technology. You know, they're still in touch with that whole energy, frequency, illuminary vibration thing. When they get with it, they'll come around. Just take a little time, that's all.
They're not going to come around here and eat more of mine and Pam's donut, are
they? Probably.
Oh, fuck.
You know, they are developing. They're progressing. And they got to get with times, man.
They better not be police officers because they're notorious for donuts eating.
Oh, wow, I've heard that. More confirmation. Unlike
us Asians, unlike me and Pam that are Asians, we just we eat like chocolate eclairs and I don't know, cookies. Do you eat cookies anymore, Pam? Do we eat cookies, or that's taboo to talk about cookie eating now?
Cookies are good in my book.
Okay, there you go. We're eating books too now. I love it. It's like a scroll in the Bible. Eat it. It'll go down sweet, but it'll taste sour, kind of ideal. Sorry, Axis. Go ahead.
No, you're fine, Dom. You're fine. It's nice that it can take a relevant sense of humor and still stay relevant to the sense of the information being relayed. That to me is enjoyment of learning. You know, it doesn't have to be a stressful situation. You know, it's called a discipline because you reject it. And you have to learn not to reject it, to master it, which requires...
I'm feeling edgy right now. I feel like I want to do some name calling. So, Pam, get ready. Are you ready? Okay, here comes the name calling. Pam, you seem like a really nice person. You seem very kind. You're very considerate to other people. Have you had enough? Tell me when I'm done with you.
Well, let me tell you something about yourself. I think you're really intelligent.
Oh, fuck. Stop it, Pam.
Man.
You're saying things that my mom never says to me. Stop it. You're teasing me now.
On my panel. On my panel.
Buddhist both. Buddhist both. Put us in the back room with the donuts. Put us in the back room with the donuts.
Hell no, I'm too busy clipping and editing this shit, man. This is internet gold. Ain't never heard no shit like this.
Transcript it.
Oh, hell no, I'm doing better. I'm copying it, I'm editing it, I'm putting it on a hard medium, and I'm sending it out right now. Oh, shit, man. This is going to make internet history.
I'm sorry if I offended you. I apologize.
That was great. That was great.
2 axes, but it would take an hour, so stop it. I'm not going to do it.
I hate to bring our enjoyment to the end, but it's good that we can end on a positive and an uplifting note, which is very rare. But my healthcare is here.
That was positive. I thought I was actually being mean.
Yeah.
I felt it. It wasn't just my interpretation. I'm an evil fucker, you know.
Your interpretation is misguided. You see, that's the thing. You know, the stuff that comes out of your mouth, Gaxes, you don't got a clue what you're talking about. See, I'm being really obnoxious now. You don't know what you're talking about. Or am I just making this up? Man. I'm making it up. Go ahead, buddy.
That's what creates Axis Rattblood. That's why I am the persona that I am. I would love some closing statements, please.
I think Pamela is innocent. I don't think she committed the crimes. But I know she had the weapon, but I don't think she committed the crime. There's my statements.
Absolutely received and accepted.
Infinite
Pam?
love, y'all. And if you can't be good at it.
Nah, fuck,
Dom?
I gotta live up to that now for the rest of the day. Stop it, Pam. Now I gotta live up to that.
Much love, y'all.
Thanks, Pam.
Pam, it's an honor. Thank you. Dom, as usual, a brother in arms. I am completely, absolutely moved. And Don was such a gift. Such a gift tonight.
So you're probably going to rest a little bit. So I'll wait till you get into some sort of REM sleep, and then I'll try to call you on Facebook just to get you up again.
Sounds good. Sounds good, man. I'm down for that.
Enjoy yourself, Axel. Have a beautiful day, okay, my friend?
All right.
Ciao, everybody.
Thank you. You too, Don. I'd like to thank everybody that participated in the chat. I'd like to especially thank everybody who come to the panel tonight and contributed. And to anyone that sees this in the future, I hope that you take something away from it that becomes of use and value to you, and that you apply it to yourself or pass it forward. And on that, Axis out.